So good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the Town of Greenwich Planning and Zoning Commission hearing being held virtually on Tuesday, August 6, 2024. This afternoon, our first seated alternate will be Mary Jenkins, and we have no postponements at this time. We will begin the regular meeting now. Our first item is a decision for the Town of Greenwich application, an application which I propose to make the motion myself. Should we have the court reporter record it, or are we good?
We don't need the decision recorded, no.
Okie dokie. All right.
We're good. I'm going to go back and listen to the motion anyway, so it's all good. I'm going to listen to the recording anyway. So
I think somebody even gave you a copy of it.
I do believe I have a copy of it as well.
All right.
Edited it all.
As to the Town of Greenwich the Town of Greenwich's application for a final coastal site plan and special permit to construct a one-story, 4-classroom, 8,000 square foot addition and an at-grade accessible main entrance to the existing public school building, Old Greenwich Elementary School, and to renovate portions of the building and the site to comprehensively address ADA compliance and FEMA flood zone regulations, upgrade building mechanical, fire protection, sanitary, and storm drainage systems, and to make associated site and landscaping improvements on a 7.3 acre lot located at 285 Sound Beach Avenue in the R12 coastal overlay and hazard overlay zones. Whereas the commission heard the required pre-application at its August 8th, 2023 meeting. Whereas this project received municipal improvement approval and comments on the preliminary coastal site plan from the commission on October 3rd, 23. And whereas the commission finds that its comments have been satisfactorily addressed. Whereas the IWWA permit needs questionnaire dated 9/21/23 indicates that a tidal wetland on the west side of the property is well outside of the upland review area and no permit is required. Whereas the DPW Engineering Division stipulated that the Board of Education must hire an engineering firm to handle the entire site construction inspection to meet the requirements of the Town of Greenwich Drainage Manual as of February 2014. And a geotechnical engineer's analysis will be required if groundwater pumping is required. Whereas the DPW Engineering Division issued comments dated 7/18/24 outlining the revisions needed prior to the issuance of zoning and building permits. Whereas the DPW Engineering Traffic Division issued comments dated 7/18/24 stating that Langen's conclusion that the project will have no impact to off-site traffic operations is acceptable. Whereas on 7/18/24, Beta Group Inc. concurred with DPW's traffic comments. Whereas work will be required on both the north and south sewer laterals to the school. Whereas the DPW Sewer Division issued comments dated 7/17/24, stating that the applicant owner is required to submit an acknowledgement letter that it has received, read, and agrees to adhere to its comments. Whereas the applicant submitted said sewer acknowledgement letter on August 5th, 2024. Whereas the fire marshal issued comments dated 7/15/24, stating that the fire department access into the new portion of the school has been addressed by trimming trees to allow the 20-foot width as required. Whereas the zoning enforcement officer has advised that the substantial improvement analysis prepared by the project architect appears to demonstrate the proposed additions and renovations to the Old Greenwich School would not meet the building zoning regulations definition of substantial improvement for projects in the flood hazard overlay zone. The costs associated with bringing the school into compliance with the 2010 Americans with Disability Act standards and the design guidelines to address the U.S. Department of Education's Office of Civil Rights citation and noted violations are not included in the definition of substantial improvement. Whereas the cumulative improvement costs minus the ADA compliance costs are estimated at 40% of the appraised or market value of the existing school building, well below the 50% threshold. Whereas the project is thus not defined as a substantial improvement and the existing building does not need to be raised to 1 foot or more above the base flood elevation or be flood-proofed in accordance with section 6139 of the BZR. Whereas on 7/17/24, the zoning enforcement officer indicated no further comments regarding zoning compliance. Whereas the Architectural Review Committee reviewed the exterior alteration and sign-awning applications for the proposed renovations at its 12/6/23 and 1/17/24 meetings and agreed to the electronic resubmission of plans. The ARC did not have any additional comments on the project architect's resubmission. Whereas the applicant submitted landscape and tree demolition plans as required. The tree demolition plan shows the removal of 5 trees. The planting plan indicates that 6 shade trees, 7 ornamental trees, approximately 170 shrubs, and approximately 7,000 square foot of ground cover will be added. Whereas the required soil erosion and sediment control plan and details dated 9/18/23 have been provided per the requirements of the zoning regulations. Whereas on 7/26/24, the Conservation Department advised that most of its previous comments had been addressed, but also noted the following. There is still a lack of permeable surface for walkways and paved areas, grass swales, and or rain gardens. The concrete seating area can feature a grass or permeable paver base to increase the amount of permeable surface. 2, the school grounds have been noted as an area where the grounds should be used for both recreation and flood control. An expanded landscaping plan for the rear, including native trees, shrubs, and herbaceous ground cover, will offer a stormwater absorption and moderate runoff. 3, current grass seed mix. The current grass seed mix is noted as non-native. All reseeding should be done with an organic, uncoated, native grass mix. Watering schedule should coincide with Aquarian's requirements. Fill and additional planting, soil type and amount should be revisited. 4, the proposed raised bed garden is south-facing and can be an educational food garden. Increasing focus on the garden by adding a pollinator pathway in-ground instead of the concrete base and connecting to the sensory garden can enhance soil drainage, aesthetic value, and have educational benefits. Applicant should consider integrating rainwater harvesting systems for irrigation of the playing fields or non-potable water uses. 6, the project should encourage non-vehicular modes of transportation. In this area, many families bike and walk to school. Improving bike shelters for students will encourage the community to continue to actively transport and lower the traffic burden. Whereas an energy narrative was submitted by the applicant dated 5/22/24 and discussed with the commission at the 7/23/24 hearing. Therefore, based on the above, be it resolved that the subject applications are hereby approved, subject to the applicant addressing all outstanding staff or departmental comments. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Yeski has seconded. Macri, how do you vote?
Aye.
Levy?
Aye.
Lowe?
Lowe is not voting on this.
He's on the record.
No,
I am?
I'm.
No, he's on the
It
Jones
committee.
is
says,
voting.
oh, you know, I take it back. It says Jones for Yeski.
No, Jones for Lowe is actually.
Jones for Lowe.
Lowe.
Okay. If you would note that. So then Jones, how do you vote?
Aye.
All right. And Albin is also aye. And with that, the motion passes 5-0.
Wait a
Alrighty.
minute. Wait a minute. Yeski didn't
Yes.
vote. What?
Yes, you did. You voted first. You didn't
No.
second. You seconded it. You didn't vote. Would you vote? Yeski?
Aye.
All right. Now 5-0.
Well done.
That's a tough way to start.
It's a tough way to start. So, on this one, I think we noticed it the last time, whoever does the agendas, it has Jones for Lowe.
That's correct.
It has Jones for Yeski on the agenda.
No.
Yeah.
No?
No, that's mine. Jones for Lowe on the agenda. Well, my agenda says Jones for Lowe, Yeski separate.
Okay. All right. We're good.
We're good.
Okay. With that stellar start,
We got it out of the way early, that's all.
All right, so let's go on. Our next application then is Zhongzhang Teng. I need to bring him in. Hello, Mr. Levy. And there he is. On his way in, and I know he knows how to do it now. All right, the next application is Zhongzhang Tang for a final site plan to construct an addition to connect the main dwelling to the accessory structure to convert from a single family to a two-family dwelling and construction of one proposed parking space in the front yard on a 7,500 square foot parcel located at 31 Prospect Street in the R6 zone. Mr. Tang, hello.
Yes, good evening. Last meeting, after that, I follow chair's recommendation and to submit the drawing from Kirby, which is my survey company, and to DPW, Michael, and they respond my proposal for front yard parking, not just acceptable in concept, also doable according to the engineer calculation. And I believe I try all my best to screen properly, and I propose a 6 feet wide of the planting bed, and supposed to be sufficient for the space for screening. Also, I proposed skip cherry L'Oreal for hedge, which also has been approved by commission for the Orchard Street, 25 Orchard Street, and has been done before. And also to respond to yesterday's comment about north side, and if you go to the slide of the, let's see. Slide 14, if I may.
Who's doing the slide for Mr. Tang? Dennis, you're muted.
I'm trying to get it. It takes me a second because it's not. in the
Oh, okay.
OneDrive yet.
Patrick wasn't answering me. He just kept looking at his screen and I was thinking maybe he can't hear us.
I can hear you. I didn't hear you. Were you talking?
Yes.
I did not hear you.
No, no one, there was a long period of silence.
Oh, that's bizarre. But you can hear me now.
I can hear you now. Yep.
Okay. I was talking.
There's still silence.
Yeah, I
Mr.
think we're waiting for Tracy
page
to bring up
14.
we're
Okay.
waiting for Tracy to bring up this slide.
I've had a lot of problems with my internet the last couple of days after the storm.
Yeah, everybody has.
Yeah.
Um,
Mr. Tang, I'm not seeing a slide deck that has 14 images in it. Are you talking about the staff report?
Yes, please.
Okay,
The
thank you.
first link. Thank you.
Who's Thomas Tavella?
I'm on for the next one.
I'm removing you. I don't know
Yeah,
why.
landscape arch-
Yeah,
Okay,
he's for, yeah, the next application.
All right, he needs to go away right now. Okay. Bianca, that's very funny. All right.
I believe should be H14, page 14.
This is what you submitted this afternoon, is my understanding.
Yeah, that's the second additional material link. Thank you for that. And but even if you go down to the page which show the let's see what page. Okay, go to the number 4 page, please. Thank you, Tracy. That's it, number 4, yes. Okay, let's see on the top. On the top, I did follow the PNG staff recommendation and take a picture of the my property from the north, front, and south to show the how the current existing cherry tree on the corner of the town hall property, and also existing my neighbor screening from the north. So if you see the front view, that's the only space for me to enter my parking lot, which already approved previously. I do not make anything new or change, and it's pre-existing driveway, and that is the reasonable driveway. And also, if you can look from the south, and you can see that I put the fence, 4 feet high fence on the border. And the reason I show next slide, which is 67 Prospect Street, also you can see from the north side, front and south. I keep the very consistent look and a caricature of my neighbor, and try to keep the harmony. And you can see that that's been done 2000, approved by 2013. So for proposal for my screening front yard has been done. Also can be done by the comment from the both engineer from Kirby and PTW. So right now, in terms of the response of the section 6155, I very respect section regulation, and I did spend 1 year to find out, unless I believe one of the gentlemen mentioned that, but I believe we should quote this section as a whole, but not cut off the unless, because it's prohibit parking in front, which I believe that, but also include unless sufficient screening. But the fact speak for itself. I provide a 6 feet wide screen. Standard supposed to be a 5 feet should be sufficient. And the hedge, the planting I propose adopt from 25 Orchard Street, also 265 Bruce Park Avenue. So has been done to my neighborhood and within the same zone, R6 zone. So as a homeowner, let me speak for as a homeowner myself, and there I'm not alone. There's a 6,498 homeowner in Greenwich, and we supposed to have entitled for our property right according to zoning enforcement. I have FAR 1,130 square foot. Right now, I only have 200 square foot, 2,000 square foot. So I was asking commission to be balanced, justified, to apply same regulation to 25 Orchard Street, 265 Bruce Park Avenue, and 31 Prospect Street. And as a minority, I've been feel like being treated unfairly. And Mr. Honorable Chair and Commissioner, I asking for your help. And because I received different treatment and over aggressive on my property and application, no matter what I do, no matter what professional engineers say, and I still has been treated prejudice against, and no matter what I do, and it lead to systematic injustice and create hardship. And as a member of the long-time member of the faith member of the local community church, I asking and the audience, resident, and all member from the Christ Church and the synagogue of the Shalom and the Catholic Church, and all together participate this process. And I also asking Greenwich Free Press to report all this and on record to keep transparent to all people in Greenwich, to make sure the justice will apply to my property. And right now, I done everything I could for over 1 year, and I to find out unless. I believe I did reasonable amount of my effort to come out of screening. The fact speaks for itself. 6 feet wide screening, and the planning schedule is ready. Stand by, local landscaper stand by to install. So I have nothing else to say. Right now, I open to the elite discussion.
Okay, Mr. Lowe, thank you, Mr. Tang. Mr. Lowe, did you have a comment?
I did. I don't really find this a question of being balanced. The regulations are quite clear with regard to front yard parking. And we are here to follow and protect our current regulations. This is the application, as I mentioned yesterday, that is before us right now. And past decisions by different commissions at different locations with differing circumstances are not what is before us here. We're not here to relitigate something from the past. We are here to evaluate this application. And with regard to front yard parking in multifamily, the regulations are very clear.
Okay, so Mr. Tang has showed us his most recent plan. Does anybody have any comments on it? Mr. Tang, you would like to make a comment?
Yes, and to respond comment from Mr. Lewis. And I believe that fear of too upset with the screening. Ignore the fact of the right to use my property as owner. And Honorable Chair, I was asking Mr. Lewis, you require me to adequate screen my property. Do you have adequate training in law to interpret in just fashion? I believe.
Well, actually, Mr. Tang, it's okay, Patrick, I got this one. Mr. Tang, the way the law works, anytime someone is on a planning and zoning commission, we are charged with interpreting our own regulations. That's the responsibility that the law gives us regardless of our background. Once you're on the Planning and Zoning Commission, it is your job to interpret those regulations, and you don't have to have training or any other requirement for that. We are required to have training every year, and we do that training, but that is Mr. Lowe's job to interpret the regulations as it is the rest of us. I don't think that you're helping yourself by accusing us of unfairness and of harshness. I think the commission is genuinely trying to find a balance and to do the right thing. And I don't believe that this is a good path to a decision to start out this way. So let me go back to, does anybody have any feedback for Mr. Tang on what he's proposing and whether that would represent suitable screening? Mr. Lowe, Mr. McRae, Mr. Levy, you've all seen it. Mr. Wells, Madam Jenkins, Madam Jones, Mr. Yeski. Does anybody have any feedback? Does that mean?
Not at this time.
Not at this time. So does that mean that at this point you are ready to close this application and make a decision?
I am.
All right, Mr. McRae is going to be ready to close. Mr. Levy, would you like to make a comment on this application?
Yes, Madam Chair, I do think that the applicant has made good efforts. And I think that it is a tough call to look at the existing conditions along the street and then to look at the application itself. And there are some divergent issues here that arise. And it really comes down to the commission to make a call on if we think this application works. I think that the 6 foot, having a 6 foot wide green area in front is substantial. I think that having been out to the site and looking at the plans, it just seems like the cars seem to be stacked in a way that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I wish I could really understand how this scenario could will work smoothly. But it is given the task, the applicant has I can see that the applicant has tried to suit a lot of our issues, especially with the greenscape.
Does anybody else want to comment? Mr. Tang, Madam Jenkins.
Yes, Mr. Tang, I appreciate how much effort you've given to this, but I'm looking at the photograph that you presented, and I've driven by the house a number of times. The house is just so awkwardly placed, and there's just so much that the commission can do in terms of determining whether parking is appropriate. And I think the commissioners have raised what I believe are valid concerns, but the physics still applies here. And I think it's a difficult situation, and you've tried to satisfy us, but we cannot change the dimensions here. So it's a subjective decision based on that. But I appreciate the effort that you put in, but as a homeowner myself, there are sometimes things about properties that we simply can't necessarily get what we want from them, no matter how much adjustment we do. So I appreciate the effort you put in, but it is a very difficult situation, and the commissioners are exercising their discretion on this one. Thank you, Mr. Tang.
Anybody else wish to comment? Okay, Ms. Jones.
I just wanted to say I agree with Mrs. Jenkins that it is a difficult site, and I agree that Mr. Tang has gone to a lot of effort to try and make this work, but it doesn't change what the regulations are. And I think we're all trying to figure out how this might work.
And while we appreciate his efforts, again, we all have to sort of make call of how we think this will work within the regulations as they stand at this point.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Tang, did you want to add something to that?
Yes, and one more adjustment to show my good faith and cooperative spirit. I even willing to take out the front porch, just keep the 4 feet for the entrance. That will leave even to 8 feet wide. And in terms of maneuver, I believe the engineer already provide the data-driven suggestion here for everyone to make a decision. Although I still have good faith for majority commissioner here. I think that there's nothing new under the sun. And I hope the best. I believe that Greenwich is still in good time. We try to not just make it look nice, also try to be very friendly to live, to develop our property. That's what I'm asking for every one of the committee. It's tight. This space is not like a bare heaven, other side of Prospect Street. So please consider R6 zone people supposed to have good representation at the committee. I hope my voice can be heard for R6 zone residents.
No, but there
Yes.
are people, there is representation of the R6 zone on the commission, Mr. Tang.
But I do like to hear the concern. I admit that space is tight, but however, we got the support approval for safety concern from the Kirby, which very reputable survey company, and DPW is we are heavily rely on them to provide us a suggestion. If we make decision based on our opinion, so disregard the fact, it automatically becoming a prejudice. So that's my comment and my concern, but I still trust everyone to vote or to speak from your heart and to think about people. And I've been spent over years, or let me know, Honorable Chair, do I need to get additional help from the state of Connecticut Supreme Court to get a problem solved? I believe I have very strong.
Mr.
reason.
Tang, if you want to get help or you want to take legal action, those are your decisions. Threatening and asking us the question is not conducive to a good decision. It doesn't lead anywhere. Threats and those kinds of statements don't lead anywhere. So let's keep it focused on the application. You are in your full rights to do whatever you wish to do in regard to that. But let's just work on the application. What did you want to say about what you've done? You're offering to remove the porch of the commission. I haven't seen any responses to that. What else?
Actually, Patrick, if you can, I sent you Sunday late afternoon with the newest proposal. If you can, let's show one more change to the committee to show my good faith and cooperation. Therefore, I think Honorable Chair, the reason I speak, say the option for the additional help is just asking for your guidance. That's also the other staff from the zoning enforcement. They sent me couple case has reversed from the court. So that is a legitimate question. I have speak for very positive tone. So let's pick, Patrick, if you can, let's show the one more slide from latest revision, show how I minimize my front yard porch to maximize my space, even with the current space has been approved by both engineer from Kirby, if you can trust them, or by DPW, if you can trust them. That's all I can say, and I hope Patrick or maybe Tracy can bring up the latest one. Which
Is this the slide that we had up before that you sent?
Yes. Thank
Okay,
you.
all right, yep,
That's that,
hold on, I've
that's
got
that.
it uploaded in the right place now.
Please. Yeah, just that. And I think that you can see that there's a flexibility and we have to make minimize the porch, maximize the space, even the space already approved by the engineers. So let's show that, Tracy, please. Thank you so much. Yes.
Okay,
See that here, if you see the blue box here, say the approved by the engineer, but before was 6 feet. Right now, I removed 2 feet from current. I have 6 feet wide porch. I removed 2 more feet out of a porch and make it 2 more feet added to the screening in the front. Total will be 8 feet. So that is how good faith I show to the commission to be flexible. If you more, I can even take both sides out just to have a main entrance for my first floor. So that's what I leave to the commission to discuss. You even can approve and with condition. Let me work with the P&G staff to finalize all drawing. I'm okay with that, and just show you how I to cooperate with the commission and to satisfy your concern.
great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tang. Okay,
Thank you.
so Mr. Tang has offered us something. Does anybody want to comment on that? Are you folks ready to close? Let me just tell you, seated on this are Albin, McRae, Levy, Lowe, and Jones. Does anybody Mr. Levy, do you want to comment?
Yes, Madam Chair. So I think that that is helpful. The suggestion by the applicant is helpful.
Okay, Mr. McRae is the other architect on the commission. Do you have any comment on that?
I think actually, yes, cutting back a porch is an option. But as I see it and looking at the photograph of the actual front porch, the front porch would actually have to be completely dismantled and rebuilt.
Yeah,
You can't just take portions of it away.
right.
It won't
So,
work. And it
as-
actually, it taking away portions of the porch still leaves a good portion of the building, the corners of the existing residence itself, intruding into all of the maneuvering spaces, of the
And
parking lot.
I think we're also getting rid of what is the character of this building by removing its porch.
Yes, that's a very
so
good point.
I would not wanna, we do try to protect the character and the architectural character in Byram, and the porches are very typical. So if it's still an issue, I would leave it and try to work with the issue. Do people have further questions? Or are you in a position to close?
I'm in a position to close.
Mr. Levy?
Well, I would like to understand how removing the porch might solve the problem.
Well, I think that what Mr. Tang is saying is that it protrudes, he has less protrusion into the front yard by removing the porch, but he's still going to park in the front yard, and you still have to pull the vehicle into the driveway. So your maneuver, what Mr. McRae just said, is that your maneuverability is basically not significantly different. And
Well, maybe there would actually be enough room to go to have the cars side by side at that point. So maybe that's an
No,
improvement.
I'm looking at the plan. It doesn't provide a side-by-side parking space. But removal of the porch actually now completely changes the building.
it changes the
building
building.
And the building itself is
Yeah.
still protruding into the parking lanes.
And you then have more, and in theory, if you did have side by side, it would be less of what we want. So based on that, Mr. Levy, would you be ready to close this application at this time?
Well, let's see what the other commissioners say.
Oh, okay, sure. So, Mr. Lowe, would you be ready to close this application at this time?
Yes.
Madam Jones,
Yes. But
okay.
not-
I would be ready to hear a motion as well. Mr. Levy?
I'll go along with the commissioners.
Okay, this application is hereby closed, having heard from all the commissioners. Mr. McRae, would you be able to give us a motion?
Yeah, let me put this together. So should we have a discussion first, or should we just read the a motion?
Does anybody want to discuss this application before hearing a motion? Please say so.
I would.
Go ahead, discuss, my friend.
I'm finding that Mr. Tang has tried to do the right thing, but it's a point where actually the parking in the front yard of this particular building is difficult at best. I believe that actually that the required landscaping, the fence, the physical position of the building itself create, a number of obstacles to make this parking arrangement work properly. Understanding Prospect Street's traffic, in my experience, backing out is a problem. And I find that actually as I would say, the calisthenics of actually trying to get cars in and out of this site would be so difficult that actually nobody really would be parking in the front yard at all. And I think somebody would go in and try to park the first time, and that would be the end of it. And no matter how hard we look or how hard we change this, it's going to be the same condition. Somebody's going to be always trying to park on the street instead of in the appropriate areas in the back.
Okay, anybody else have a comment to that? No, Mr. Lowe? Ms. Jones? Okay.
I don't have any additional.
Okay, so you feel the same way. I
Yeah, but-
tend to think that the applicant has made an effort. I recognize that this is a tight situation. On the other hand, he does have a sufficiently sized lot and has made an effort to screen the parking, which is all we're really requiring. All that we really require in our regulations is that the parking be screened. And my view is that he has made an effort to screen the parking. I recognize that the maneuverability is challenging, that the lot is awkward for this, but at the same time, he is making an effort to meet our regulation by providing the screening. So that's where I am right now in the weighing of the facts. Anybody else?
No.
Well,
Miss,
what we're
Mr.
really
Levy?
talking about here is the adequacy of the screening.
Yep,
And
that's,
even if you created more space toward the house, all that would do is open up that area for public viewing from the street level, particularly coming from the north. It would expose more of whatever parking might be there,
mhm.
because there's no way to hide a vehicle where that porch is, or
No, well, we've already said we wouldn't remove the porch, that we're not.
No, I know, but
Yeah.
This is a concept. I agree. Mr. Tang has made an appreciable effort and multiple efforts to try to address a problem. My own view is that trying to adequately screen this property is a Herculean leap. And that is at the crux of it. And for us to ignore our regulations, and in this case, also potentially sets a poor precedent, even though it's within our power to decide whether or not the adequacy of this is sufficient or not. But I think it would, in this case, it would definitely set a precedent. And if we are here, as I've said, to follow and protect our regulations. And if the regulations change, that's a whole nother discussion. But that's not what we're here to do. So the next applicant that comes along says, wait a minute, you just did this and you did that. You made exceptions for your regulations. And I don't think that's I'm troubled by that course of action.
Okay. Mr. Levy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This solution really calls for parking in the rear. That would solve the issue, I think. But that's not before us. But that seems to be the only prospect for. That's what a lot of residences end up doing. They park in the rear because that's where the space is.
Mm-hmm. Ms. Jones?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with what others have said, that this, I mean, I appreciate all the efforts again that Mr. Tang has made to work with this. I think it is tough. It is a tough lot to work with, given the location of the building and the narrowness of it. But I do think he has made some efforts to try and provide some screening there so that you might not see the vehicles as much as as we might have previously. So, but I still think it is very, each commissioner obviously has, their own experience and their own judgment here that they have to make within what we have as our regulation. So I think it is not an easy decision.
Patrick, Mr. Tang has his hand up. I know we closed the application, but I actually would kind of like to ask him a question too. Is it okay if we unclose it?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to unclose this application because I want to ask Mr. Tang a question, and then that'll give me a chance to get some public input as well. Mr. Tang, I'm not hearing that you've convinced people yet. I'm not hearing a whole lot of support. Before Mr. McRae makes a motion, is there anything else that you could do other than the porch? You had talked about designing it differently, maybe not connecting the buildings. Is there anything different that you could do? Because I'm hearing still that there are some doubts, and I don't feel like the commission is being hard on you. I just think they're hesitating. So is there any ideas you have that, I know you're very frustrated, or you seem to be frustrated, I should say. Do you have any ideas on what you might do differently? Just unmute
Muted.
before you say, yeah, just unmute before you answer me. Thank you.
Let me just continue with Mr. Levi's comment. The hardship everybody experiences, include all of you, feel same way, because the previous owner create the side yard deficiency and prevent me to park in the back. And that has been recognized by PDAPA, Commission for a Variance for me. There's no
Wait, I'm sorry. Patrick, he has a variance?
Yes.
He has a variance for
Parking
For
in the
the-
front, not for
No,
parking
no.
in the front yard.
For
No.
the side yard.
primary side yard setback, PLPZ
Oh, okay.
2023-33,
Yes, yeah,
Yes.
I
back
knew
in
that.
October. And
Yeah,
that has to
okay.
do with the actual the
Yeah, that part I knew.
two-family conversion, okay? It
Yeah,
has
yeah.
nothing to do with what we're doing in the front yard.
Right. That's why I was so surprised. Okay,
But-
so
but-
the variance is separate. So the
Yeah,
variance, yeah.
Let me
But what you're
continue.
saying is someone was recognizing, I think your point was someone was recognizing that you have a funny lot, that you have a narrow lot, that you have a deficient setback, and that they said it was hardship. But now you want to make that more complicated by putting the parking in the front yard. So yes, someone said, look, the way you had it already, you had a hardship, but now you're trying to do something that makes it more complicated. So my question to you was, is there any other idea you have to solve the problem while we're sitting here? And we have,
That's the only place for parking unless you come out any idea. But this is the only space, and also I get the support from engineer from Kirby and PTW. That's the only place I can put the 2 car over there. And also I do my best. Mr. Levi's are concerned about in the future, but let's examine the case by case. My situation is unique, and I showed my goodwill to provide, and 499 square foot surface is sufficient for 2 car parking for according Kirby recommendation. And maneuver safety all has been go through the PDW. Right now, only concern is I can hire another landscape company to come out another idea for screening. And although I already have estimate from the local landscaper, I can hire another landscape company which Kirby recommend was another firm did same landscaping for 22 Cherry Street. And I can hire same of a designer to come out the screening, although I already have sufficient space for screening. So I can, according to the commission concern, I can come out the best solution from the professional. And that would be something I can do if you allow me to continue to work with that P&G staff to get that as a contingency. But I has been for over years. I would like if you can vote with a condition, or you say that keep open for next meeting. Contingency is I come up another screening from professional landscape design company. I will do that.
okay, Mr. McRae?
Mr. Tang's statement that he is unique is correct. Looking at the aerial photograph in front of me, the back garage is slammed up against the back of his building. The other properties which are as deep have accessible parking in the rear of the buildings and structures in the back of the building. I don't believe in all of this deliberation, we have heard the solution of actually removing that back building, addition to the existing house, and putting parking in the backyard. That would be probably the best solution, is to remove that building, put the parking in the backyard, and put an addition to the back of the building to create a 2-family residence. We have not heard that. We've been going back and forth. And I,
Mr.
for
Tang?
one, at the moment, we were closed on this. We were in deliberations, are uncomfortable having to go back and re-talk about this again and
Well,
again.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Tang, did you have a comment on that?
One more thing, I've been discussed with Patrick and Bianca to possible to ask in commission to waive only 1 car parking in front. that will free up many space, and that can be one of option. Thank you.
Patrick,
Yeah, the commission doesn't have the ability to waive parking for residential structures, so I just want to make
Yeah,
sure
we
that
know that.
that's clear.
we can't waive our own regulations. Does anybody from the public wish to comment on this application? This is 31 Prospect Street. Okay, I see no, please raise your virtual hand if you wish to comment on this application, 31 Prospect Street. No, okay. So, does anyone object to closing this application at this time? And
No,
seeing no objection, this application is hereby closed. Mr. McRae, from the best I can tell, you're gonna have a mixed vote. Let's give it a shot if you would make a motion.
Okay, this is 31 Prospect Street, application PLPZ 2024-216 for final site plan. The applicant is requesting final site plan special permit approval to construct an addition to connect an existing detached accessory structure to the main dwelling and convert a single-family dwelling to a two-family dwelling with parking spaces within the front yard setback located on a 7,510 square foot property in the R6 zone. Whereas a required property came before the commission as a pre-application of the 7/18/23 public hearing under PLPZ 2023-261. Zoning Board of Appeals granted a variance of primary side yard setback under PLZE 2023-33 on 10/25/23. A previous application, PLPZ 2024-046, was denied at the 3/5/24 meeting, where the commission made the findings that the proposed front yard parking would not be adequately screened with the plan presented. Prospect Street has a deficient right-of-way of 40 feet per section 6203. An additional 6 inches of front yard setbacks would be required. The existing primary structure is already non-conforming with regards to front yard setback. Parking per 6155, required parking for a two-family dwelling with 3 bedrooms and 1 unit and a 1 bedroom. The second unit we require 2.6 and 2 spaces respectively, for a total of 4.6 or 5 spaces. The applicant is proposing 2 spaces in the driveway and 2 parking spaces in the front yard. Zoning issue comments dated 7/31/24 stating there are few options provided and needing to clarify option 1, 2, and 3, and parking does not seem to be compliant for submitted plans. Conservation issue comments dated 6/5/24 indicating recommendations to the proposal. Engineering issued comments on 7/15/24, 7/24/24 indicating concerns with the proposal. In addition, an email comments dated 8/1 indicate no further comment. Sewer issued comments on 6/4/24 requesting the applicant submit a signed letter acknowledging receipt of their P&Z comments. And wetlands issued a declaratory ruling on permit needs questionnaire dated 5/6/23 indicating wetlands present and the proposal did not need a permit. The commission finds that per the sewer division comment, the applicant has submitted a letter acknowledging comments. It was undated. As shown on the provided turning radius diagrams, the vehicle maneuvering is overly complex and at times obstructed by the proposed landscape and fence. The proposed significant modifications to the existing porch of the residence to accommodate the proposed vehicle movements will disrupt the architectural continuity of the street, and the remainder of the existing building will continue obstructions. The provided landscape plan, when mature, constricts the available vehicle maneuvering space and would be compromised so as not to continue to provide the appropriate screening. As stated by DPW Engineering, it is not recommended to design a parking layout that primarily causes vehicles to back out onto the street. Prospect Street is classified as an urban collector street, in this case, a heavily traveled through street from US 1 to Railroad Avenue. Sightline considerations of the current proposal have not been demonstrated in respect to the proposed screening and fences. Per section 6155, the proposed parking in the front yard is not adequately screened as the plan creates significant obstructions and constrictions to the overall safety of the site and the adjacent roadway. Therefore, a motion to deny the site plan without prejudice.
Do I have a second for that motion?
second,
Mr. Lowe has seconded that motion. Mr. McRae, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Levy? This
You're
is on
muted.
the-
You're muted.
I'll go at the end.
Mr. Lowe, you already, you haven't voted yet. Mr. Lowe,
Aye.
Madam Jones,
Nay.
Albin is also nay. Mr. Levy?
Nay.
All right, so the motion to deny has 2 aye and 3 nay. Mr. McRae, would you be able to rephrase your motion with as a motion to approve on the condition that the applicant provide the necessary sightlines, date his sewer acknowledgement letter, and continue to work with staff and on the inadequate screening. So those 3 conditions. Would you be able to kindly make a motion to approve?
That can be, those conditions can be incorporated into the same as per just what was stated.
Yeah, okay. So
Provide
would you
sightlines
just,
and
so, okay, so do you want me to, I mean, okay, so
it's
I
the same,
hereby,
it's the same thing. And
Okay,
it was
so-
the provide sightlines.
so I hereby make a motion that this application be approved with the following revisions to the previous motion, which was put on the floor and failed to carry with a 2-3 vote. In this motion to approve, we add the following conditions. The applicant is to provide the sightline information as required for the driveways and adjust the proposal accordingly. He is to resubmit his sewer acknowledgement letter with the date of signature, which should be really no later than, I guess he's going to have to do it tomorrow if possible. And finally, he should continue to work with a professional landscaper and with staff to obtain a good amount of screening. So that is a motion to approve. Do I have a second for that motion? I'm looking to you, Jonesy.
I second.
Oh, Jones has seconded. So we
Second.
now have the motion to approve. McRae, how do you vote?
Nay.
McRae
I
votes nay.
do not
I-
believe that actually those conditions can
All
be
right.
met. I believe we've spelled this out a number
Yeah.
of times that this
Right.
is inappropriate and will not be working physically.
I
to,
got that. I'm just doing the law here. McRae votes nay. Lowe,
Nay.
Levy,
Aye.
Levy votes aye to, Levy votes to with approval. Jones,
Aye.
Albin is also aye. So once again, we have 3 aye and 2 nay. Did I get that right?
Yes.
All right, the motion fails to carry. Is there anything that we could do to get an agreement here?
Maybe if the applicant withdrew and considered trying to park in the back somehow by,
Yeah, but I mean tonight,
that's all.
all right. Okay, the motion has failed to, the motion to approve has failed, the motion to deny has failed. Mr. Tang, take a look at whether you would make an addition to the existing building instead of attaching, and whether you could do parking in the back, because I think we're in a deadlock here. So with that, thank you very much, sir. We're going to move on now. All right, so we're going to go to our next application now. Who's representing the applicant?
I think Miss Lovas.
Nancy Lovas. I think I knew that, actually. Did you get her in? She disappeared. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Hello, before you say anything, our next application is Jason L. and Kelly E. Kent trustees and Overlook Preservation Corporation for a final site plan for a proposed wall, fence, and landscape improvements in the conservation easement and open space areas at the rear of the properties on a 0.2778 acre parcel located at 208 Overlook Drive and a 0.0429 acre parcel located at 0 Overlook Drive in the R12. Ms. Lovas, I believe you were at our meeting yesterday, so you heard the comments. Were you listening?
Actually wasn't.
Oh, you weren't?
apologize.
Okay, so we'll start over again. We don't have anything
Sorry.
else to do tonight. If we're aware of what you're looking to do, and we had, were you able to look at our staff report, the staff report that was given to us?
I can look at it now. No is the answer.
Okay, so
Sorry.
we'll
I
start
don't mean to
from
show up
scratch.
unprepared. I
Oh,
apologize.
no, we're going to fill you in. So I think we're just going to basically be sending you away with some extra homework
Great.
and based on what you have proposed. The Conservation Commission, which is really the supreme voice on this because you're dealing with the open space and the easement. They want to get a planting plan for the entire open space, parcel P, the installation of a demarcation feature and around the open space. They also provided you in their comments a list of suggested plant species.
Oh, yeah. Yes, I did get this.
Okay. Oh,
We
you
have-
do have this. Okay,
Yes,
so
I'm
you know we're
sorry.
looking for something more,
Yes.
a diverse selection of native plantings. Even though they noted that the retaining wall is for erosion control and the architect for Millbrook noted that it was for erosion control, we, the commission, had some questions yesterday where we wanted to ask if there was another way you could approach doing erosion control without having to have this retaining wall. The next question we had yesterday, I'm going to come back to landscaping some more, but the next question we had yesterday is some of us were not clear why you had to add to the existing fence. We normally don't like any structures in the open space, and we weren't sure why the walls being put in for erosion control. Is there a more sustainable, non-intrusive way of handling the same thing? And could we not do this addition to the fence? Then going back to conservation, they wanted you to do native pollinator friendly. I think they also caught that in the lighting plan, you have tree uplights. We actually don't permit uplighting in our regulations. We just passed dark skies type ordinance to type regulations. So if you put on your dark skies, super conservation-y hat, we do have comments from the Millbrook architect who doesn't really have an issue. I think the issue is more with us. And on the topic of the fence, we did want you to clarify something, which is are you adding the new fence on top or in front of? Are you adding fence on top or in front of? Both? Don't say that to me.
No, I'm not nodding yes, like I'm doing
hate that.
both. I'm just listening to your, I was
Yeah,
gonna
yeah. So
respond.
my question to you is, we were confused. It seemed like you were doing both. There's places where you're adding on top. Okay. So
both.
what are you doing? The new fence is going to do what?
I'm trying to find a photo to show you the existing fence, but
Um,
it is not principally on my client's property. It's principally on the property behind. And so, number one, it's not my client's fence. And so therefore they don't have jurisdiction to take it down.
okay, but
it
if
is
it's in the
rough shape,
open
let's
space,
say.
it's in the open space. The Open Space Owners Association has jurisdiction to take it down, and that's kind of where we would rather.
It's in really bad shape. I can't quite emphasize that enough.
What we would rather see people do is I think Tracy's got open the declaration of restrictions for the open space. We would rather not have structures in open space. It kind of defeats the purpose.
No,
So
that's
we would
totally-
rather
I respect
see
that.
the yucky old fence completely go away from the open space. And
Okay.
conservation wants an entire planting plan. And those
We
are
have that for you tonight. I don't know if it's something that you want to spend
Not
more time
really.
with, but we do have it.
So we try not to get new plans the night of a hearing because it's
Totally
very
fine.
hard to do.
Yeah.
Then one of my commissioners, Tracy. Okay, where's the fence? And then Mr. McRae has a comment to add, so I'm gonna let him go ahead. Mr. Mac, there's the,
Yes, Tracy, can you zoom right where you had the cursor before? I'm trying to understand the proposal here. Ms. Lovas, the site slopes from the back property line towards the house.
Correct.
So the erosion that you're trying to control is from that point back.
From that part into towards the house.
Okay.
It's the other part of this.
Now,
that
why
you guys are-
is there an erosion issue now? What's going on out there now that this is an issue?
So the property initially was not developed. It was overgrown and there was ledge. When we dug for the foundation and put in the back patios, based on what we knew was there for ledge, we discovered it was much more. So we cut into this ledge and it's created a serious erosion problem. That's where this is coming from. We can't plant on it per se because there's just not enough depth to get a decent root system for anything. So that is what's driving us to try to add more soil, believe it or not, to get the erosion control, and we need to retain that. Now it's nothing, there is an existing retaining wall that's doing exactly that. It's just dry set stone. It's fairly low to the ground. I think it's 2.5, 3 feet high. And we would just continue that. But that's what we're trying to prevent. So now with this ledge, you know, it's been more exposed with us digging into it. And the existing non-native invasive weeds that were out there has started to die from this process. It's all washing towards the house.
So the premise is a retaining wall and then regrade in the open space areas for the planting. Is that what I'm understanding?
You know what, there's something that you're saying is, I don't know if we're regrading in the open space. I think we're keeping the existing grading.
Okay, so
Well,
if the
There
existing
is
grade
no
is
proposed, there is no proposed regrading in the open space
okay,
or,
so
or the conservation easement.
great. So Tracy, if you can zoom in really close on top of the new retaining wall there. I'm still confused as to why everything is happening inside the open space. If you're preventing erosion, why not build the wall on the property line outside the open space? And then plant in the open space, reclaim it with with plantings to prevent the erosion conditions.
Well, you know, we can look at what Tracy's going to show, but the reason we chose the location for that wall is because one already existed and we were just continuing it. We
Okay, you
felt
said
like
it
that
was,
the
well,
least-
and you said it was a dry laid wall.
Yeah.
And it's just a remnants according to the plan?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I understand that there's also ledge in front of that, so I'm not too sure how much erosion it's actually controlling, but it would seem to me if you have issues of erosion coming out of the open space and you need to keep it away from the house, putting that wall
Exactly.
on the property line and plantings behind it in the open space is
Like it-
probably the best bet because the open space is supposed to be natural open area. And having a structure in it, a fence, a wall kind of is counterintuitive to that process. in
Yeah,
that
I
thought.
don't
Okay,
know
so-
if it would be possible to build a wall there because what the plan doesn't really accurately show is how much ledge is there.
Well,
I don't
Mr. McRae, what Mr. McRae is telling you, Ms. Lovas, is come back to us with the planting plan. And with having given it some more thought, if there is a non-intrusive way for this to be handled relative to the open space. he gave you an idea, and we try not to redesign things for people, but he's saying, can you be non-intrusive to the open space? So for the fence and for the retaining wall, is there a practical option where you can be more respectful of the open space? And if you come back and say you can't, then okay, you can't, but would you give it a shot?
Right. One other question now, the fence that's proposed by the applicant, black vinyl privacy fence, 6 feet tall.
Ixnay.
What is that actually doing for the erosion?
It's
Oh, no,
not.
that wasn't part of the erosion. That was for privacy. And on the conservation, we'll take it out of the open space. It's not a-
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
again,
it's removed.
if it's,
There is no
if it's a,
proposed fence in the open space. It is just in the conservation easement.
But you know, to us, it's the same concept. A conservation easement should meet should be meeting the same kinds of goals. And a black privacy fence, 6 feet tall, just doesn't feel like it's consistent with the concept. So I would just like Ms. Lovas to go and do her best to find a less intrusive approach.
I think actually a recommendation that the boundary of the open space and conservation unit is sacrosanct. And
Exactly.
other than plantings, nothing should be installed inside that boundary.
So that's exactly one of the comments that conservation made as well, that they're looking for demarcation boulders. Because what happens with a lot of these spaces is people begin to see them as part of their backyard. So that being the case, really consider this recommendation of conservation is to do the demarcations better. Okay, anybody else want to have comments? All righty. Does anybody from the public wish to speak on this application? This is 208 Overlook Drive, 0 Overlook Drive, for work in the open space and the conservation easement. Any public comment thereon, please raise your virtual hand. All right, hearing no comment. Ms. Lovas, we will continue this. If you could work with conservation. If I don't know, Mr. LaRoe, we're now going to be asking everybody to come back in September. Mr. LaRoe.
Well,
Okay.
we have no choice. Our next
Yeah,
meeting.
no, I mean, so our agenda in September, can we accommodate Ms. Lovas if she's ready?
We have the time, so we can certainly make the space, and if
All
there's
right.
needs more
Okay,
time, we can extend.
so that's it, Ms. Lovas, whatever you can do.
Don't we need an extension? It says
Yes.
must decide by 8/29. Don't we need an extension?
We do, thank you. We do. Yep. We do,
We need to get an extension to the 6th, and that can
to the
come
6th.
in the next couple of days, if that's all right.
Okay, Ms. Lovas, otherwise, we would act to deny you now. So-
We've already made the changes you're suggesting, so I have no problem at all.
Okay, so you're gonna give us an extension and that way we don't have to deny it. Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a great night.
Wait,
Madam Chair? No,
Yeah.
this has nothing to do with the Madam Chair. But take a second. We're having very, very, very heavy rain over here, and I've got a leak. I gotta
Yeah, I
look at.
know.
I will be
I'm-
back in 1 second.
You're gonna be back in 1 second?
Literally 1 second. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Very heavy rain, people? What, like 2 miles to the west, to the east, and I don't have rain yet.
Charleston.
Is it raining by you, Lo?
Well, I'm in a different area entirely.
Okay,
No, it's not raining.
It is raining in Glenville.
interesting, because it came from the south, the storm. All righty. Okay, so we're gonna just sit here for a second waiting for McRae. Oh, actually, you know what? McRae's not voting on the next application, so we
Well,
could open up.
it actually, there's nobody here from the rink committee, or the DPW, so.
It's raining now.
There it comes. I just heard drops.
I appreciate the weather forecast. It's still bright up here.
Mr. Drake is here. But I kind of wanted to see Luigi. Can you get a hold of Luigi?
I've been trying, for the last 10 minutes, yep.
All right.
Maybe this is, hold on,
Who's Marie T?
I think we'll have to ask.
Madam Chair, we're going to handle these separately, right? We're not putting them
No.
together?
I was gonna put them together.
No,
Hello?
they're
Marie?
different
Oh,
dates.
Luigi, is that you?
Hey, it's me.
Yeah,
Okay,
we
sorry.
fixed the dates
Apparently I have
later.
the wrong name. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I was wondering where you were. That's all right. Thank you.
Okay, we fixed the dates.
So if I got this right, Marie T is now, all right. It's Luigi. Okay.
My alter
All right.
ego.
Mr. Basili, are you all ready to go? Because we're going to open the public hearing with this. Okay,
I'm
can you
ready.
hear it?
I'm
We
ready.
can hear
So
you. Okay,
one are combined.
all right, we're going to combine the two
Okay.
and we'll fix the
I'm
date.
bringing Mr. Romano in, excuse me, and then hopefully, there we go.
But, okay, let me raise my hand.
It doesn't matter, Mr. Yeski, we just, the site plan is a must open. And is that what you were going to say?
No, I was gonna say that, if nothing else, I'd like to have separate discussions instead of commingling them.
Okay, we can have separate discussions, but we do a combined record.
We'll just go one into the other, I guess is what, Madam Chair, you're saying?
And we're gonna get them to give us an extension, is that it?
Yeah.
Okay,
Luigi has this
You know what
as a,
when we combine an MI with the site plan, we end up talking site plan. And,
okay, no, we're
details.
gonna have a very robust POCD conversation.
That's where I was going, thank you.
Yeah. We're gonna have, because we started having it, you weren't at the briefing yesterday, but we started having the conversation. Okay. Mr. Romano, Mr. Drake also has his hand up. Will he be commenting on the application or is he co-presenting with you?
He will be commenting.
Okay, so Mr. Drake, you're gonna wait until it's time for the public comment. Okay.
There should be Joe Siciliano and Fred Camillo.
But Fred would also be a commenter. He would not be, I mean, he would not be, Mr. Siciliano is a
Yes,
presenter.
Mr. Siciliano, please. And then there may be a Rick Bouchard and a Kristen Mitchell. They are from Slam and Langen.
All righty, we got
Got a few friends for you.
Kristen. All right, we got Kristen, and who was the other one? Rick Bouchard?
Rick Bouchard, yes.
Not seeing him. Well, there he is, got it. It said Slam, his name was Slam first. All right. Hello, everybody. Okay, Nick is back. Mr. Drake, we will call on you when we get to the public comment per Luigi Romano's instructions. All right, so we are going to hear the two applications. We're going to open the public hearing at the same time, but we are going to discuss the MI first. Mr. Romano and Mr. Siciliano will talk about that first because the commission wants to specifically address the MI. So the first one is the Town of Greenwich, DPW, for the MI to replace Dorothy Hamill Rink and the Eugene Memorial Park, Memorial Park. And then the second one is the final site plan for that same application to replace the Dorothy Hamill Rink. And that is at 0 Western Junior Highway and 1 Sumertz Way in the R6 zone. And with that, Mr. Romano, were you at the briefing yesterday?
I listened to it, yes.
Okay, so you know the questions the commission raised. If you want to start with your overview and your list of what you're accomplishing, et cetera, of what the goals have been, if you would go there.
Sure, I'll provide just a brief, if it's all right with you, Madam Chair.
Sure.
Background history, I'll keep it short and condensed since we've had it a few times now. And this way we can really get into the meat of it in discussion for the project itself. So thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, fellow commissioners. The Dorothy Hamill Skating Rink is a public facility operated by the Department of Parks and Recreation and is located within Eugene Morlot Memorial Park in the Byram section of Greenwich. Was constructed in stages over several decades, beginning as an outdoor rink in November of '71. Roof structure was then placed over the surface with masonry walls added and elevated concrete bleachers then added in the '90s. as well as several other capital improvements and modifications throughout its history. It's a very piecework, patchwork combination of different improvements that have resulted in the facility we're with today. So the skating rink has now been in service for over 52 years and is beyond its expected service life. It lacks thermal insulation, proper ventilation, and the piping system for the ice making equipment is steel piping that is antiquated and also beyond its current service life. The Dorothy Hamill Skating Rink Reconstruction Committee was created by Parks and Rec and the Selectman's Office. KG&D was brought on to do an assessment of the existing facility. They found that the existing facility does not meet any current codes. Major renovations in the existing structure were needed, and the entire building would need to be altered substantially to meet the newest codes. The existing facility was also found to not sufficiently meet current program requirements for Parks and Rec and other organizations. List of replacement goals for the new rink was then developed along with associated sizing requirements, and the committee voted to move forward with a new facility. So what we presented to you today, or what we previously submitted to you and are discussing today, is the current proposed plan for the new skating rink. This involves building a new skating rink in the northern portion of the site where the existing ball field is, and then constructing a ball field in the southern portion of the site where the existing rink is. So a flip of the two recreational uses. The parking lot would also be reconfigured as part of this project to bring it into zoning compliance. So that's a mile-high view of what we're looking at here today. Do you want to get into some of the specifics that were discussed yesterday, or? Madam Chair, you're muted.
I think that since one of the commissioners requested talking about to discuss the MI first, we should begin the MI discussion and how this application is consistent with the goals of the POCD, et cetera. And since Mr. Yeski asked about that first, I would suggest that he go ahead. Are you ready, Mr. Yeski?
In terms of asking questions?
Yep. And
Yeah, if you
talking
go-
about the MI.
Yeah, I would just like to hear a little bit more about, I see some of the summaries, but what the benefits to the town are in this particular proposal. And particularly addressing, this is like a third larger facility, about a third, right? 41,000 versus 31,000 square feet with an educational component. I'd just like to understand more of the detail there. So, you know, I see some of that summarized, but I would like to hear it verbally.
Sure. So the existing rink is not compliant with current skating regulations. It currently measures 85 feet wide by 185 feet long. To be a standard size rink to play official games on, it needs to measure 200 feet by 85 feet. So the skating rink itself needs to get larger, which is a large cost for the increase in size for the facility. The additional increases is just more accommodating of the supplemental features and facilities within the building, locker rooms, seating, mechanicals, bathrooms, party room, a lot of things that the community has been interested in. One of the other things that were added is a big hit on the Eastern Civic Center project that people are really excited for coming out, is the addition of exterior accessed restrooms. So now park users will be able to utilize the restrooms even when the facility is closed, which is not an option at that park from the facility today. So the main reason for this facility's increase in size is the increase to the ice sheet itself.
And when you say official, what official are you referring to?
So a standard rink it's an NHL size is what it's called. It's not just for the NHL, it's also for youth hockey programs, high school programs. They all go by the same standard. And that standard size sheet is 200 by 85. So ours is 15 feet short. Sufficient.
Also high school?
Same size.
Same size, okay. And give me more on the other facilities, what you call educational. These are party rooms. Give me a little bit more on that.
Sure. So there's skate rental. There are restrooms, other accessory features within the facility. that, go along with most buildings to make the, I'm just trying to pull up the site plan now so I can speak in more detail for you.
And while you're doing that, how does this compare to local, other towns in the area? Are we woefully, smaller, inadequate? Other towns have the same standard?
Yeah, so currently I would say that the rink is certainly inferior to surrounding rinks. What we're proposing is a modern, efficient rink to bring us into today's standard. The so in general, we have mechanicals towards the back of the building. We'll have public restrooms with some seating adjacent to the ice sheet and the two bleachers for the ice hockey players, et cetera, during a game. There's offices to run the rink next to a rink skating area. There's a skater lounge at the entry with a place to sit, put on skates before you go out and free skate. There's an event space intended for party uses or rentals for birthday parties, things of that nature. A first aid office, some other additional restrooms, and 5 locker rooms, 4 for teams, 1 for coaches and staff.
Excuse me, would you also, while you're going through this litany of benefits, just highlight what we don't have at the existing rink? So are all of those things just improved, or are they actually new? We do not have, I know there's not sufficient locker rooms, but what do we have? And what will, compared to what we're proposing to have? I think that would be useful.
Sure, happy to. So we have an enhanced lounge area. Offices are certainly enhanced, a lot of enhancements overall. Some of the things that are totally void and would be added would be the use of an event space. That's something that doesn't exist in the current rink that would be there today. Additional locker room and the exterior restrooms. I would like to note that the current facility is short on its fixture count. So per modern building codes, we're supposed to have a certain number of toilet facilities within the building. And from when the building was constructed, those codes have changed. So there's additional restrooms in this facility to accommodate the load of people.
Mr. Yeski, are you questioned out or do you want to keep going?
No, I want to keep going. I'm trying to go through the paperwork here. I thought I saw this earlier. Do we have usage numbers, statistics on the use of the facility historically?
In which regard?
How many events, how many players, how much is the usage? It would be typical of like when the Civic Center went through this, they talked about different events and what the usage has been. We typically do that when we ask about schools, is it going up, going down, that kind of thing. Any historical usage of the facility, how many hours of ice, that kind of a thing. Because the impression I get is it's fully booked and it's bursting at the seams, but I've never seen any numbers on it.
Yeah, Joe, you want to speak to that?
The Dorothy Hamill Skating Rink Committee has done an extensive look at the use and the facility. We currently rent about 2,300 hours of ice time per year, and that's roughly in a 6-month period. So we're roughly renting about 100 hours of ice time a week. Obviously, there's a large request for ice time that's within the 3 p.m. in the afternoon till 10 o'clock at night time. It seems to be the most popular during the weekdays when school's in session. The ice slab is not as sought after. But we are maxed out as far as we have 1 public ice slab in town. We are maxed out as far as providing ice time to all the high school programs, a couple of community programs like the Cardinal Ice Community Program. It's a hockey program, figure skating, et cetera, et cetera. So, and we have our own in-house lessons, and we provide about 1,000 hours a year for public skating session. So we have, we have a robust opportunity here to provide a slightly larger slab, which would put us in conformance with some of the standards for high school play, and it also will provide some additional use as far as the number of people we could put on the ice for public session. So obviously it will have a slight, the slight advantage will be to the users. And right now, we, other than really early in the morning hours or late in the evening hours, our ice sheet is pretty full. So,
So-
we try to provide to local opportunities, on a priority.
Okay, that's good enough for now.
Okay, I'm going to, in sequence, it's Jenkins, Jones, Wells, and then McRae.
Yeah, I'm looking at the floor plan and I understand the need to expand the ice surface to make it regulation size. That's completely understandable. And I also understand you need a place for the Zamboni, you need restrooms, you need the mechanical stuff. But we have 2 lounges, we have an event space. I'm sorry, it astounds me that we would have a birthday party and also have all of that space as well. We've got 14 locker rooms with showers, and then we have a separate coaches staff locker room with showers. We have 2 sharpening locations. It just seems to me that it almost looks like this is intended for more than team play. You're gonna really have to have 4 teams there with separate locker rooms at the same time. It's a lot of floor space. And I'm just a little concerned that we're taking the opportunity to increase the size of the rink, which I understand and is perfectly necessary and understandable. And then we're adding all of these bells and whistles. Unless there's really a demand at that level to have 5 locker rooms with showers and two lounges and an event space, it seems to me that we're adding a lot of space and a lot of room that isn't necessarily tied into the way it's used or the size of the increased size of the ice sheet. So I'm a little troubled because it's kind of like, gee, this looks really great, but this is in a park. It's in a park. And I want it to be usable. It's wonderful it'll finally be regulation size, but is all of the additional floor space truly necessary for the intent for the use of the town?
So as I mentioned, most of the spaces are enhancements of what's existing with the exclusion of that event space and the locker room as discussed. The reason Rick, feel free to jump in here if you want to talk about the efficiency of the floor plan.
Sure. I would actually say that it's actually one of the tighter designs that we've actually ever done. But from a locker room perspective, I can kind of address that one first. It's really a gender equity. 4 is the smallest number you would ever have, and that's really about male and female and visiting teams. So obviously you always need, you have to have the
So
ability
I'm
to offer that locker
confused.
room.
So when you have male and female teams, everybody's there at the same time. So the men and the women are there, but we don't have enough ice for that. You can only have 1 game at a time.
But a team is so a team would be prepping for the next, as soon as one game ends, the next game starts, whether it's community or even high school hockey. You're going to have team, a home and visiting team for each.
You can't wait 45 minutes between games so that locker rooms can clear. I doubt people really use the showers. I'm sorry, I don't understand ice rinks, but if there would be a way to space things so that the timing would work out to reduce the need to have two male locker rooms and 2 female locker rooms at the same time. Again, I understand that this is ideal, but it's in a location where the space is an issue. So if there are other ways to make it usable and attractive and appropriate without having 4 locker rooms because you just wait 45 minutes between games, that would help me understand the need for the additional size.
And since we're on the topic of the MI, Madam Jenkins, you were asking a site plan question, but you were fitting it to the POCD and to the MI in your mind. Could you clarify that?
Well, I think again, this is a situation where this rink is in what would otherwise be a green area. And there are really two things that I have in mind. One is the character of the neighborhood. This is one of the major green areas for Byram, one of the major ones left, I assume. And to the extent that we're adding building and not green, I need to be convinced that's a higher priority under the POCD than infrastructure and educational facilities and birthday parties and locker rooms. So my concern is we're dealing with balancing use of what would otherwise be park space and neighborhood space and community space for a building that has a specific use. So I'm not going to say it's limited. It's a wonderful use if you need it, but if you don't need it, you'll never go in the building. So my concern really is I'm trying to make sure that the character of the neighborhood and the preservation of green space in Byram is given the priority that it's required. Again, ice rinks are great, but parks and character of the neighborhood is very high in the POCD. I believe it's probably two or three or four and not 6. So again, not that it's a bad idea, it's just I have to constantly consider the other uses that are available to the community, including open space.
Okay. Madam Jones.
Thank you. I actually want to piggyback on what Ms. Jenkins said. That was my point, is sort of what's happening with the green space. We're creating a larger facility both for baseball, softball, and for the hockey rink. And I do understand that, the hockey rink, that the current hockey rink is not sufficient. But the question I do have is, do we need, again, all these bells and whistles at the loss of green space and a community space and impacts on that neighborhood, both in terms of the feel and what will happen with Byram? So I think that was my big point. One other question I had that maybe one of you can answer is, can the high school currently play their games at this rink, or do they have to practice there and play games at other rinks because the size isn't sufficient? Thank you.
Mr. Romano, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Mr. Luigi.
I've been called worse. You want to take that one, Joe, for the games?
Well, currently the high school is playing at this location. It is not the standard that the high school and other high schools or visiting teams are used to playing at. But it's the only slab that we have. So to build a slab that is not meeting the current standard, what would be the purpose?
So I wasn't suggesting changing what you need to build for the rink. I was just asking, is it so deficient now that we actually that GHS can't play their games there or not? But it sounds like that is not the issue at the moment,
Well,
though it's not ideal.
I don't think there would be any playoffs or serious championship state games or those kind of things played on a rink that's not the standard size.
Right,
So I think we have that issue, and we're building this for the next 50 years. So I think there's that issue. We should build at the right standard.
Well, but I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt. I was trying not to, but Mr. Siciliano, as I remember, that standard, the USA something, we covered this the last time, standard for youth hockey was 185 to 200. So it could be 185. That is the allowed standard. Only NHL has to be 200, and youth hockey is allowed to be. Isn't that what we talked about the last time?
But I don't think the high schools would be considered youth hockey since they're part of the FCAC. So I think.
But youth and high school games, USA Hockey dictates that the size for youth and high school, I should have said high school games, can be 185 to 200.
Rick,
now, if you're saying I got that from I double checked it from that website. It's called USAHockeyRulebook.com, and it says it can be that range. Now, Mr. Siciliano, don't get me wrong. I'm just saying, hey, we want to make Greenwich. We know Dorothy Hemmel's in horrible shape, and we want to make sure Greenwich has a good rink. What we seem to be asking you about is is this right-sized for our town and for Byram to have the best character? And is that, I'm gonna put you a little bit on the spot, but so don't answer this. Is that a Joe Siciliano kind of park? That this is gonna be, and I give you Bruce and Benny and Todd's? Or are we creating an enormous NHL facility with locker rooms and staff offices and all this stuff? And that's the hesitation. It feels like a lot. That's what we were saying. But I'm gonna, before you answer, let you hear what everybody else says, so you get all of our questions, because I didn't mean to jump in yet. Arn.
Yeah, I had a POCD related question. So POCD objective 6.2A is to reduce town's energy consumption by 20% in the short term, with a larger goal of a 40% reduction to follow. So I guess my question is, how are you measuring that? Are you going to meet it? You're going to have a building that's going to be there for 70 years. Are you planning on doing energy modeling? Or are you just going to say, well, we're going to meet code, so that's great, and we're maybe going to put solar on the roof. So, you know, I hope we have a 40% reduction. How are you measuring your improvement in energy efficiency?
So we will be looking at the efficiency of the building when we design more of the interior spaces, and getting more into that detail as we progress with the site, with the actual architectural, mechanical, electrical, plumbing set. What we're really looking at now is site layout. That speaks to one of the benefits of moving this building to the north. You mentioned the solar canopy and that PV potential. So that PV potential is greatly enhanced by moving this building north into the existing ball field. Because where the facility is now, you have a large row of evergreen trees directly to the south of the building, very close proximity to the building. By moving this building north into the baseball field, we will get enhanced southern exposure that we can take advantage of for a PV array. Moreover, if you looked at the floor plan, you could see that the ice sheet is pushed to the north side of the building. The gable roof is centered over the ice sheet. And what that does to the roof structure is it pushes most of the roof face southern facing. So I'd say 2/3 of the building has a southern facing roof. So that southern exposure is very conducive to a PV array that can really provide a large amount of electricity to help us meet our needs.
Right. And as part of this, I'm going to put you on the spot.
Can
you commit to engage EMAC? Because they're feeling left out on all these town projects, not being engaged. They've got a lot of smart people on it. I'm not one of them, but, you know, professional HVAC people. And I think they could add a lot. They were set up by the first selectman, so I would think he would be supportive of their involvement. But so far on all these big town projects, school projects, you know, they're just Cinderella sitting on the sidelines waiting to be invited to the dance.
So I'm happy to discuss that with EMAC, because I actually am part of that. I am sitting on EMAC, so
as I know, I see you there.
And we are more than happy to discuss this project with them. We are really excited for their involvement. A big part of it is that we're getting into the meats and potatoes of mechanical, electrical, as we progress through that building design. So this is our first step. That is the next step. And that's what we've shared with EMAC thus far. We've had this conversation already. You know, we're ready to engage. We've had some preliminary conversations, and as soon as the time is right, we will hit the ground running together.
Thank you.
Mr. Lowe.
Yeah, there's been concern expressed by members of the commission who are sensitive to the competing community demands for both active and passive recreation, if you will. Can you all quantify the specific loss of green space associated with this proposed project?
We asked yesterday and
Yeah.
they sent in a clarification that they weren't losing green space. So if you would comment on that, Mr. Romano, that it
Yeah,
goes from 75 to 74.7 or something like that.
Okay, and I just want to make a couple of other comments.
Yeah.
I think that with regard, when you have a facility, you have a rink, there's a tremendous demand on ice time. Many communities have more than one rink. And while it may seem perfectly reasonable that you could just have a little cessation of 45 minutes while locker rooms are cleared out. My understanding, and I'd like you to comment on this, my understanding is that these sessions are sort of modeled on running like Swiss trains. That everything's got to be in sync to maximize all of the ice time, the demand for this ice time. Kids are getting up very early in the morning. People are skating well into the night, and the ice time is precious. So I think if you could comment on that and say that this is what is prompting some of the decisions in the design of the, if I may just finish, please, in the design of the building and its size. And I think
He doesn't want me to interrupt.
the name NHL may be a bit of a misnomer. It is not to design, as I understand it, I'd like them to comment on this, it is not to design an NHL arena or a rink. This is the standard by which all other teams and organizations play by.
So, Mr. Lowe, hold on a second, Mr. Romano. First of all, Mr. Lowe, I really, I think you made statements rather than ask a question, and you.
No,
you
I'm
teed
asking
it up.
them to comment.
I'm sorry, Mr. Lowe, if you just interrupted me. You're making a statement rather than ask a question. What we are asking specifically here is whether this rink is being designed consistent with the priorities of the town. We heard that one rink, it's still going to only be one rink. So the scheduling is going to be the same thing. And we fully recognize what Mr. Siciliano has been telling us for, I don't know how many years, that the town needs a new rink. We recognize all that. The question we are asking, rather than make a statement, is how does this fit versus the town's priorities and what we need? Is this in proportion? Ms. Jenkins said it. All the locker rooms, what have you waited 45 minutes? Do you need, what was the number? 117 lockers. Was that the number? Do you need so many offices for staff? Why are these things necessary? Because it gives you a larger facility and it attracts more traffic. And I'm trying to stay on the POCD issues, but then you have the following question is, we're not clear there's going to be enough parking. So you're making this a very attractive amenity and you may not be able to handle the on-site demand for parking. So is the balance appropriately struck for what the town needs? So yes, Mr. Romano, we are trying to ask you that question, but I would not begin by stating the answer for you. Mr. Yeski.
Could I just make one comment?
Not if you're not going to raise your hand, Mr. Lowe.
I thought you were calling on me because I had raised my hand.
I was Mr. Yeski's. What's up?
I
Okay,
believe
go ahead.
my hand was raised. And you
Okay,
called
go
on me.
ahead, Mr. Lowe.
My question was, it was phrased up front. Can you all, the project people here, quantify the specific loss of green space for us?
We have that number. We were told there is a 0.3% loss of green space. Correct, Mr. Romano?
That is correct, Madam Chair.
We were given that number after our session yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, it equates to 1,990 square feet.
Mr. Yeski.
Yeah, staying on the POCD, I was going to get to this earlier, but I'm glad everybody got there. Is it the intent to sponsor major tournaments at the professional or semi-professional level at the facility? I assume that doesn't happen today because it's too small. But is it the intent to sponsor a tournament where you're going to have multiple teams and you're maybe even semi-professional and certainly professional? Is that part of the planning of this facility? And I'm asking from a POCD because it would be a town-wide reputational issue of that, not to mention if we get into the site plan, parking, traffic, everything else. But this would be like a major achievement of the town or a major goal if they want to do it to get that level of professionalism in the facility. Are there plans along those lines?
You wanna take? Go ahead, Joe.
I'll talk to that a little bit, but this is the first comment I've heard from 10 years of working on this project about talking about a semi-professional or professional opportunity at this rink.
I'm sorry, Joe, I asked you the same question at the I know I've asked you this question in public and in private. You may not remember talking to me in the hallways, but I know I asked this very same question that Yeski's asking. We have asked you before.
I don't recall that conversation, but.
Okay, I'm gonna let you
let's
get by on the
let's start from the
non-recall.
beginning and say that, no, there is no immediate plan or no plan that I am aware of to have a semi-professional or professional opportunity at this proposed skating rink.
And how about major events where it's not professional, but all of a sudden you have 6 or 7 teams, and maybe they do that today, I'm not familiar, a round robin kind of a thing where you come in a day and you have 6, 7, 8 teams coming at different times to play in some kind of a tournament, not professional necessarily, other high school. Maybe that already happens today. I don't know.
To a certain degree, that does happen today, and they're scheduled appropriately so that, there's a transition time. So it depends on what the activity is and how that's going to happen. We also have a yearly skating competition, which are all local kids in the Greenwich and Fairfield County area, and that's all scheduled appropriately so that the transitions could go through. But we've been doing all of that for the last 50 years. There's no immediate change.
Okay.
No immediate change. Is there a long range change?
It's not on my agenda, but we have.
Okay, so you
we're
can
gonna be
stay.
using the rink in a
so-
similar manner that we have in the last.
And that's
50
your
years.
long-term plan. Okay. Mr. McRae, did you have a question?
Yes, Mr. Siciliano, taking on what Ms. Jenkins is talking about, just real quick questions. You don't need to answer them right now, but understanding the rink office information that's on the plan, is it the intention actually to move day-to-day rink office and operations to the site? And what is the approximate timing between sessions for the Zamboni to clear the ice?
So is that your first question about the rink office?
Yes, we get a lot of rink office
We currently
space.
have a rink office there. It operates during the hours that the rink operates. We also have supplementary staff here at Town Hall that could sign people up for programs. You can do it online. There's a bunch of ways that you can access the use of the services at the rink, either here at Town Hall, at the rink, when the rink is open, or online. So
Okay, would the staff at Town Hall be moving to this site?
excuse me,
Would the staff at Town Hall be moving to this site?
commuting to the site?
No, moving to the site,
Moving to the
into
site.
No.
the site, okay.
No.
Do you know how long it takes for the Zamboni to clear the ice?
I'd like to say that it's between 10 and 15-minute intervals.
Okay.
Okay.
Just one more, does the rink currently, I guess it's open to the public, anybody can rent it, but does it host many private parties during the course of the year?
Well, when we're talking about a private party, you're talking about a children's birthday party? 'Cause
Yeah, something like that.
That's about the extent of what we're doing. We have children's birthday party opportunities during public sessions. As far as a rental event for a single odd opportunity, we currently don't have enough ice time to provide to services that we need for hockey and figure skating and skating lessons. So we've refrained from having any kind of corporate event or any of that kind of stuff. We only have one slab, so we try to use it for the purpose that it was designed for.
Right, so that birthday party event, if you would be mixed in with a public session, so you'd have children enjoying the birthday party, but they would be skating with other members of the public on the same ice at the same time. Is that correct?
Yes.
Great. Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, then just in terms of the POCD, once again, where we're struggling is preserve our community character and sense of place is our highest priority in the POCD. The sixth objective is the infrastructure. So there are 6 guiding principles, and that's the 6th one in terms of our priorities. Now, granted, we totally understand that we need a new rink. And we absolutely would like Greenwich to be world-class in what it offers to its young people, to the folks that are playing in high school, and to the young people and to the families. One of the concerns is it is less of a priority to focus on adult and competitive, I believe, leagues. If you look at what the priority of the town should be and where the money should be spent. In terms of the POCD, if there's a sacrifice for the park in Byram as a result of making it very important to have tournaments and games like that are for adults, then I'm not sure that's what we should be doing. Next question. The flip. We can't, okay, go
Sorry.
ahead. Do you want to go one at a time? Go ahead.
Yeah,
'cause-
just to get ahead of some of this, if I just may
Sure,
make a
sure,
quick
Luigi.
response
Good.
to that.
Very
Thank
good
you.
point, Mr. Romano. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in regards to the POCD, I would just like to touch on a few things. I do think that we've gotten some feedback from a variety of people, and having the rink in this section of town does seem to be a sense of pride for the area. And I think that kind of speaks to local character under the first POCD line item. With the addition of the schools playing there, with the Board of Ed and Greenwich High School playing there, I think that speaks to the third POCD for the educational recreational facilities. There are a few different sections that this does speak into. I completely understand the concern for green space in the region. We heard that loud and clear through the pre-application. We really strived to make this as minimally impactful as we could. One of the big responses we did put out a large survey to the public, and of the respondents, users who don't even use the facility, who use the park, all commented on using passive recreation and walking and running as a primary source of recreation at this location. So that was the guiding light behind the inclusion of the walking trail. There were a lot of amenities that were included because of community outreach and just public opinion that kind of speak to varying parts of the POCD overall. So I don't necessarily look at this as just a POCD 6 item. I think it maintains some character. I think it improves the facility, certainly, but also provides for passive recreation, getting people out, environmental awareness, energy offsets with the PV array. So there's a lot to be considered here.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Yeski. I'm gonna stop asking my questions and let you and Mr. Levy go. I got a list.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And if I may add one last word comment, I'm sorry, with and on that last respect of green space, if we were to remove a few areas like walking trails or some of the patio in front, those numbers could come up a little bit. And we could likely end up ahead on green space and provide an increased amount versus a reduction. But I do believe that with the public feedback we've received thus far through the survey and other public comments, that those items are really a big hit with the community and very desirable. So that's why those are in there at the cost of potential green space.
Yeah,
Just
we're
seen as an
again,
enhancement.
I want to come back to what happens with when you the flipping of the field, how much ledge you're going to remove with the field, what you're doing with that space. And I got more green space questions, but Mr. Yeski.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I've got a comment on, again, POCD. Madam Chair, you mentioned the priority were the children in town up to high school.
No, through high school.
Yeah, I think you meant town residents, right? Because again, I'm not that familiar, and I can ask Joe again, but I would assume there's a lot of town adults and that play, their games along. I mean, it's all town residents. Obviously, they're doing it for the schools as maybe a priority. I don't know, Joe, how do you prioritize? Are there many town resident adult groups that use the rink? Joe? No,
Okay,
what happened?
excuse me, had to click in.
Okay,
So what happens at the rink? Obviously, the prioritization is it starts with the young skating school children.
right.
School, junior high school, residency, definitely gets priority on rental time. And there is obviously we bring in other teams that are non-residents to play against our
Right.
students, et cetera. The adult population is pretty much uses it for a public session, even though we do have some adult sessions that are during the middle of the day, where we thought maybe retirees or people who have some flex time in the day could skate on the ice slab when it's not as populated, when you have 200 people on a public session. So at the end of the day, it's really about the children's programs is 90% or better of the use of what happens at the Hamel rink.
Have you seen demand on the part of 35-year-olds wanting to be the next Mario Lemieux because in high school they weren't able to do it? There's no adult team. Even I played on in my third.
The adult teams usually play if we can put them together, usually play at 9 or 10 o'clock at night.
Right.
These folks that have other lives or jobs, and we currently we haven't had a big draw for the adult program, but that could change. I mean, with a newer facility.
And, speaking of that, before Mr. Levy, I don't know, Mr. Yeske, you may not be finished, but just some of the teams are going to move to Stanford when Stanford opens, right?
Where are they opening? Is there a rink in Stanford that's opening?
Well, yeah. Right on the other side of Old Greenwich.
Oh, you're talking about the Greenwich Skate Club's program,
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, would any of our skaters be using that facility in Stanford, do you think, Mr. Siciliano?
The information that I've heard from the Greenwich Skate Club is that they're going to keep all the ice that we have at the Hamel and open up their rink in Stanford. That they're not forfeiting any of the ice that they currently have assigned at the Hamel rink.
But Country Day and Greenwich, so Greenwich Skating Club will continue to use both, and Country Day also uses Hamel, right?
Yeah. And
have they indicated that they would continue using Hamel?
I personally have not been in any conversations. Bill Drake may have been. He's the chairman of the committee, and he may have had other conversations with other organizations. I can't answer that question.
Okie dokie. Mr. Levy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did want to comment on Mr. Romano's comments about location. I think the location is really a bit of an issue. There are better locations, and and I think a different location would solve so many problems that we have with this site. There's some real issues about preserving the green space and character in the neighborhood, and there are just better locations. You're building something from scratch, and I think that it creates a marvelous opportunity as a result to consider a better location. And so that's an unfortunate aspect of this particular application.
Okay, Coming back to the green space, Mr. Romano, you increased the building footprint by how much?
By about 9,500 square feet, I'd like to say.
And yet you only lose 1,300 roughly of green space. How does
1,900.
100. How do you accomplish that? Where are you finding the green space?
So there's additional impervious area pavement around the existing facility in quite a larger area than is necessary today. So those existing pavement sections are being removed, and that offsets
All right.
some of the building increase because that is being repurposed as green space.
And that is where the ADA is now, as I remember.
Yes, those parallel spaces up against the building that are non-conforming.
And
yes.
And it doesn't work. There's no way that you could just keep the ADA by the building.
Like today, no, those spaces are non-conforming today.
But you couldn't create conforming spaces with the new building.
So we could certainly, that's the new spaces that we're proposing would be conforming.
Well, it just
I'm missing
seems
the
like
question, I believe.
I'm asking you the question of could you keep the ADA right by the building instead of it seems like we do go through a fair amount of acrobatics to get the ADA.
So,
And,
so would the,
I know we asked you that the last time too. Could you get
Mhm.
the ADA by the, I mean, so there are things, I know our pre-app doesn't always stay in people's heads, but we did ask you about the ADA. We asked you about the trade-offs. We expressed concern about the flip and about flipping with the baseball field. And one of the reasons we were concerned is what's the ledge removal? What's your cut and fill in total for the site going to look like because you're doing the flip? Not just how does it work for the rink, but how does it work for the whole site? What's your percent disturbance? I know I'm hitting you with all this stuff. What's your percent disturbance on the site and what's your cut and fill going on with the site? And is this, as we said to an earlier applicant, the least intrusive way that we can obtain the town goals? Because Mr. Siciliano has given us a long and very important service to the town, which is we have beautiful parks. And I think he has moved heaven and earth to also give us great athletic facilities. Is this the best balance that fits this tradition that he's created for us? Because he's done it over and over again. And I'm seeing a disconnect here at this point. I'm sure you guys could relieve our doubts, but that's what we're asking you and what we asked at the pre-app. I mean, I look at, we struck a good balance in the Cos Cob Park. I know we had one other active playing field originally proposed for whatever, for the Cos Cob, the one by the water that you changed the name of, but I know we had an extra playing field at one point, but we negotiated, as you recall, Mr. Siciliano, P&Z removed one of the fields for the very reason that we wanted to accomplish that objective. So you knew we were going to end up here because I mentioned it to you guys at the pre-app as well. So we're asking the same question now. Is this the least intrusive plan?
I would say yes, it is.
In my
sorry.
opinion, yes.
Okay, so I need numbers then. We're looking for the numbers then. Give us the numbers. Tell us how many high schools, how many towns have the number of locker rooms, the number of staff offices, the 200 foot rinks, the all of that, how many towns, and understanding that we always look at, say, Westport, they're smaller than us, but they have Staples is a beautiful. Okay, they have beautiful stuff in Westport. So what do the other towns have? What are they doing? What's state of the art for comparable towns? And do they have this kind of scope? And then go to the conservation concerns. What's your total cut and fill? What's your total site disturbance? What's your ledge removal? And is there, I'd like to see the data because we asked for it in the pre-app. And someone said to me, well, this has been hanging around forever. We need to act on it. I said, I feel like we're not getting our questions answered still. I feel like right now we still have open questions and understanding, Mr. Siciliano, I would like to support you in getting us world-class, a really nice rink. But I also feel like we have to be on the lookout for what is Byram's best interest. Okay, so those are the things we want. The other
Mhm.
thing, there were some weird comments, and now I'm jumping to the site plan. There were some comments on your parking analysis.
Did you want me
and
to
the
touch on any of that? Or just
traffic.
keep?
I think it would be good if I would like to see you come back with all the data we're asking you for, rather than get on pieces of it. Because one of the comments was, it didn't really catch when you were going to have full utilization. So if you built a full utilization scenario, what would the parking work like? Also, there were some inconsistencies in your on-site storage capacity numbers for a vehicle capacity, that if you could sort that out for us. I mean, we're just asking you enough now. And back to the POCD, I mean, look at the 6 objectives and say, yeah, I know Byram is, people in Byram would love to have a great facility, but is it right for Byram? And this is, I don't know the answer to this question. Is it right that Byram contain the only pool in town and the only rink and as many baseball fields as it going to have? I know it's the place where we can do it, Mr. Siciliano, I'm getting that, but is that the best answer for this community? I'm a little bit questioned out. Does anybody have anything else they want to ask?
Or can we
Mr.
go to
Wells.
site plan? Are we still on?
Well,
MR?
yeah, let's go to the site plan. I thought I was kind of hitting site plan because a lot of the disturbance and cut and fill and,
Mhm.
you know, it goes to the POCD, but it also goes to the site plan.
And I'd be happy to talk about some of the disturbance and
Yeah, I would like to see it all put together because, you know, I'd like a picture that we have. Mr. Wells, go ahead, site plan.
Yeah, the first question has to do with timing. So because of the flip, as I understand it, the first priority is to fix Western Middle's playing field. So you've got a baseball, you don't want to take the baseball out of the picture. Then you're going to build the new rink. Then you're going to tear down the old rink because you're going to need to have ice time for the players. And then you're going to build the baseball field. I think all of those are discrete items. So what are we talking about door to door in terms of getting this project done? How many years? How many years for each of those? How many more months to fix Western Middle? 2 years to build a new rink, a year to tear down the old rink, and then you've got to build a baseball field on top of that. So how many years are we talking about before we've got a finished park?
so from shovel, schedules still tentative based on final design, of course. But we're looking at a ballpark around 2 years construction timetable.
Okay, so the ballpark takes
How did-
2
I don't-
years.
I don't understand that. Aren't you building the ballpark last? Don't you have to tear down the rink first?
I'm sorry, ballpark, probably a bad figure of speech to use in that scenario.
Projected, the
Projected, yes.
projection.
A rough estimate of 2 years
For everything?
from shovel down to field completion, yes.
Okay, I don't follow it then, because I understood it would take 2 years to finish the rink. Right?
No, we're expecting that to go quicker than that.
Well, if it
Rick, do
only,
you want to
wait,
speak to some of those
You know,
timetables?
we can't get by with guesses. We need an actual schedule. And part of
Yeah.
the reason why we're doing the flip is to allow people to continue skating. And, if it's only 2 years, then that's a consideration. But if it's longer than that, and I personally don't see how you can do all these 4 discrete items which have to follow each other in 2 years. I personally think that's impossible, but give us a schedule and we'll take a look at it.
and,
Okay,
and to that, Mr. Romano, I'd like to reinforce what Mr. Wells just said. We were told at the pre-app that it was impossible that if we didn't do the flip, we would lose more than 2 seasons of skating. because of the demolition of the existing rink. So it's either going to take 2 years to do the rink or not. And yes, I think Mr. Wells is right. Mr. Bouchard, if you angels fear to tread.
Thank you. So the construction of the new rink itself independently would be somewhere in the neighborhood of 16 to 18 months. It shouldn't take longer than that, it being a pre-engineered facility. The idea is, depending on when that construction takes place, given the time of year, is when you can actually demolish the existing rink. Obviously, if you know you have a certain period where you're off ice, say, call it March, April, you could start demolition. If you know your rink is not going to be ready until, say, September, you could actually, on the previous March or April, start the demolition process. And I'm treating those as two separate projects, essentially. The construction of the rink and then demolition wouldn't be more than a 2-month 1 month to 2 months to demolish the rink and then reconstruct the field. So that's where I think Luigi, 2.25 years is the overall duration, independent of what's happening at Western Middle School.
Well, it
Right.
can't be independent of Western Middle because we've heard that you aren't going to start this from the Parks Department until the Western Middle ball field is finished, because you don't want to lose a ball field.
That's
So
correct.
how does that fit in? When
So
is
that-
Western Middle going to be finished?
I will comment on that. Currently, they are laying carpet at the Western Middle School field right now.
Good.
That should be finished by the fall of by I would say Christmas time of 24. The field should be completed, and the goal is to be on the field by the fall of 25 for use.
Okay.
And we would not be breaking ground before then. Timetables that Rick and I are speaking to are from when we put shovel in ground for start of construction to completion of construction. So we're looking at an outlook start time. So we're not talking 2 years from today. We're talking 2 years from start of construction.
No, we got that. And you've got to
Okay.
get budget, and you got to get budget money. And
Yep. There's still a
we've-
long road ahead of us.
no, we've seen that movie.
Yeah.
That movie we're real familiar with.
So I've
There's
got
even a few
further
sequels.
questions.
I'm sorry, who was that? Mr. Wells,
Yeah.
please go ahead.
Yeah, we talked about this before, because one of their advantages of keeping the rink in its current location, and there seems to be great hesitancy of having a temporary rink for, I guess, what are we talking about, 2 years? Whereas when we changed the topography of this park, it's changed for like 70 years. So is the only reason we're not pursuing a temporary rink, which you could actually put in the open field in Moorlot Park, is it budgetary?
No, so we believe that the rink is best suited in the northern portion of the park outright. So in its current location, as I spoke to earlier, you're not going to get nearly as much of a benefit from a PV solar array as you would if you move to the north. So by moving it to the north, you have a much greater energy efficiency because of that solar gain. You also have a ball field that can be reconstituted and reoriented, and better orientation, matching the sun. It's got a better layout. It's better situated in the site. The foul poles will actually now be 300 feet at each foul line. That allows for hardball play, which is not allowed at the current field today, because the right foul line is about 280 feet. So it's a little bit short. Same diamond, same size diamond. The field itself is not, we're not taking a junior field and making a major league field out of it. Same general field, but the first base foul line is short today because of an embankment. So that would be rectified for Parks and Rec's operational use. Where else was I going with that? So the other benefits for moving it to the north, again, go back to that slight disturbance. So leaving the existing facility where it's at today, accessibility is a great challenge. No matter what happens where it's located, the building is going to get bigger because it has to accommodate for the grander ice sheet, the increased regulation size, all those metrics. because of its elevation relative to Summers Way, getting people from the roadway to the building threshold where it's at today is very challenging.
Okay.
But by moving the building to the north, we leverage the existing grading of the site to make it a much more accessible site holistically.
Yeah, you
That
told us that
is-
at the pre-app, Mr. Romano, what you told us is that the length of the ramp was gonna be significant to
Yeah.
approach the building if you didn't relocate, if you didn't do something because of where the building is sited on the slope. And I think we have all been out there and walked it since then. I'd be surprised if we haven't. So you had said the same thing, but we're still asking you, we keep asking you the same question, we can't get our mind around this. But yeah, you had said, it's a very long, handicap access ramp.
Yep. So by
All
moving
right.
it to the north, the handicap, the distance handicap persons would have to travel from the handicap
Right.
parking stalls to the front door would be significantly shorter.
Okay,
The
go ahead.
the other item is the site disturbance itself. So the site would be much less disturbed in this configuration because the baseball field has a much thinner assembly. So you think of did I freeze up on everyone?
Yeah,
Am I
you did,
still
but
there?
we could still hear you, so keep going.
Okay, I'll keep going. So the baseball field has a much thinner assembly than the hockey rink itself does. When you look at the hockey rink, you have insulation to prevent freezing of the subgrade. You have your concrete footings, your foundation, you have piping to create your ice slab. You have additional insulation for your foundation. It's a very thick assembly. When you look at the ball field, you don't necessarily need as much thickness to achieve that very good playing field. So by locating the ball field in the area where we're anticipating and based on exploration have found ledge and leaving it at a higher elevation, we don't have to go as deep and excavate as much. By not excavating as much in that location, we limit and reduce our blasting, which I'm sure is a concern of the neighbors on Sherman Avenue and surrounding area. So it's much less disturbance to the overall site by swapping these two uses.
And you're able to achieve a flat, absolutely horizontal baseball field. It's not slanting down because, I mean, you're putting it right on top of where the ledge is. I don't see how you're not going to have to remove a lot of ledge, but you're there.
So the existing ball field is around the same elevation of the existing rink when you look at the diamond itself. When we demo the existing building, we're going to be taking out the existing foundation that it sits on. And the thickness of that foundation is, from the existing plans that we've seen, suitable enough in depth to accommodate a proper ball field. So what will happen is the existing rink will come out. The ball field will be installed at roughly the same elevation. Because with the location of home plate, you have a gradual slope that will wind through the trees along the southern property line, giving an accessible slope all the way to the bleacher seating and home base. Then you can, based on baseball standards, there is a small slope in the outfield just for proper drainage. So we'll leverage some of that, and over that long run, it gets us right to where we would want to be for the hockey rink. So the grades really work out well and conducive to minimize disturbance on the site by orienting it in this manner, with the ball field in the southern corner, outfield in between, and then the hockey rink in the northern corner. And then again, by putting the hockey rink in the northern corner, it's more tucked into that hillside with the slope. It moves further away from the backyards of the people on Sherman Avenue, and the location of the outfield. It's not, it remains open so that you still have a larger area of green space for mixed use. We have a lot of comments of people who run around with their pets or just want to kick a ball around a soccer field. So it's not, keeping the infield of the ball field in the southern corner and then tucking the rink in the northern corner. It really opens up that middle area for a wider green area.
Final question, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
And that is, in your surveys, have you check with the residents of McKinney or Vincy Gardens, the senior facilities there. They look out their windows. They don't have much going on, but I'm sure they enjoy watching the baseball and the open field. But now I think they'll be looking mostly at a hockey rink. Has your survey include those residents who are going to be growing? Because there's more of those buildings going up in that area.
So I've not heard from those residents directly. What I will speak to on that is that when you're in the Byram Veterans Memorial Tree Grove, and you're behind the existing Byram School, you still in that area can see a good portion of the ball field. And now with kind of a rebalancing of the site and the addition of all these walkways, I would hope that the connection with the stairs behind Byram School really promotes a more walkable, accessible area where residents can, passively enjoy the park.
Thank you.
Okay. The other thing is, we had commented just on the landscaping plan and the tree replacement. I see that the Tree Conservancy is here. I know they're going to talk about it. And there was also a question we got. I'm just throwing them all at you. We got about Eugene Morlot, and there had originally been discussion about some improvements, and I can't remember who wrote in. You've got access to all the public comment that they weren't seeing those improvements. By the way, Mr. Siciliano, Mr. Camillo has left. Apparently, as your supervisor, he did not believe that he was should have been treated as a member of the public. I apologize for that. He couldn't stay any longer to speak. So anybody else? So trees, landscaping, if you could make it more robust. And then I would suggest we turn to the public and see what they say. Patrick, I think we should time it. Give everybody maybe 3 minutes. All of those of you who wish to speak about the rink application, if you would kindly raise your virtual hand. Try not to repeat each other's comments. And we'll call on you in sequence. The first person is Kate Dzikovich, and I'm just going to go ahead, and Patrick is ready. And followed by John Spang. Hello.
Hi, I'm Kate Jakevich, the Executive Director of the Greenwich Tree Conservancy. I just wanted to comment about this project. While we recognize the need for a new ice skating rink, the Greenwich Tree Conservancy objects to the current plan, which will result in the removal of 19 trees from the parkland and potentially 4 more if they cannot be safely relocated, which is very unlikely given their large size. And of course, I think we understand now a significant cause behind this loss of trees is the decision to keep the old rink operational during the construction of the new one. This plan may ensure that Greenwich skaters do not miss 3 seasons during construction, but we believe it's short-sighted to cut down trees which have stood as neighborhood landmarks for decades just in order to spare the temporary inconvenience of these athletes. The trees slated for removal include many mature and healthy native specimens, and though the tree replacement plan does call for new plantings, it would take decades for the new trees to match the height, beneficial impact, and shade provided by the existing ones. We would like to call special attention to the Byram Veteran Memorial Tree Grove near the facility. This grove honors Byram veterans who have been killed in combat, and there have been numerous heartfelt community objections to heavy construction occurring near these 13 important trees. Trees near construction sites often suffer damage that can lead to decline and death in subsequent years, and the new building would be constructed close enough to the trees to disrupt their root systems and permanently reduce their sunlight, potentially stunting their growth and leading to health problems in the future. 6 of the trees that are going to be removed are in the parking lot, and new trees would be planted in almost the exact same locations. To me, this really raises the question of why the existing parking lot trees could not be preserved. Despite their declining health, they are still much larger than the proposed saplings, and with proper care and maintenance, they could continue to grow and provide shade for many years. 13 more trees are planned to be removed so that the ball field could be switched to the location where the building currently stands, the flip. Again, this would result in a significant and permanent loss to the community, all to avoid this temporary skating disruption during the construction of the new skating rink. We respect that the project has been in development for some time, but we just urge the town of Greenwich to reconsider its plans. Renovating the current structure or building the new rink in the footprint of the old could preserve the health of the trees that honor our veterans and the other trees that contribute to the beauty and character of the neighborhood. Though we may need a new rink, we also need parkland, and trees are an integral aspect of this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Our next speaker is John Spang.
Madam Chair, before we move on, Mr.
Yeah.
Romano, how far away is the facade of the hockey rink from the tree grove?
I would have to pull up, and ask.
Okay,
Swam to
if you
give
could provide that when you
information.
get a chance.
I can certainly provide
Also,
that.
the parking lot is being reconfigured, so the existing islands that have the suspect trees in them, that's all being reconfigured, but there's one that's actually just been planted, a sapling by the Parks Department. Is that my understanding?
Yes, that's
That's the
correct,
one
and that's the one that's
being
called out to
relocated?
be relocated, yes.
Okay, and the trees that are actually around the existing rink are being removed to accommodate the ball field itself.
Yeah,
Is
so
that correct?
the ones around the existing rink, yes, I mean, you could say they're being removed to accommodate the ball field, but if we were just to rebuild the rink in place with a bigger rink, they would also be removed.
Okay, thank you very much.
And just to get that number to you, so the closest tree in the grove, that the Memorial Tree Grove, is just over 120 feet from the facade of the building. And then
Great.
if it's helpful, the trees being removed in the parking lot, the reconfiguration, there's 6 removed and 18 being replaced or being proposed in their location, which has been coordinated with the tree warden, which is the intention there is to limit heat island effect, which is a big push in the town of Greenwich. So those were trees, and just to add on to that, 19 are removed, and 41 are to be proposed. And again, the sizes, the species, these have all been coordinated. Oh, sorry, 43 are proposed. My apologies. 19 removed, 43 proposed. Quantity, tree species, location, and size have all been coordinated with the tree warden.
Right.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Bishop, while you're still
Yeah.
on, the perimeter forested area, the Sherman backyards of Sherman area, of
Yeah.
Sherman Avenue, along Washington Junior Highway, the forested area to the north, is there any disturbance in there, or is that all going to remain?
Those we worked really hard to keep all of those, all of the grading, all of the site layout. That was intentional to keep those trees around the perimeter. That was, I think, when I joined the project, the first comment I heard. So,
Great. Thank you, Ms. Ministro.
yes.
Okay, Mr. Sprang, you're next, and Mr. Wald, believe you were originally next, but your hand came down, so if you want to speak, please raise your hand. Mr. Sylvester, you will follow Mr. Spang. Oh, I'm sorry, Tracy.
Yes, just this is a request for Mr. Basili. If you are reading a statement into the record, could you please email it to either myself or to Patrick so that we can provide it to him? It makes his job much easier. Please read slowly. He also has trouble if you read really fast.
All right, Mr. Spang.
Thank you very much. I'd like to address some comments that Commissioner Vesky made to start with a question, and also, Madam Chair, your connect to disconnect. I'm going to try a shot at that. Greenwich has a long and rich history of skating in the wintertime. I think many of us have seen that iconic picture of people skating behind the high school when it was a lake and there was an ice company there. It's a beautiful old picture. The high school itself has had an ice hockey team going back to 1927. They used to practice on Bruce Park. They play some games in the 30s and 40s behind the YMCA, where there were tennis courts at one time. They'd flood those over and play their games. What's changed over the years is the advent of women's hockey, women's ice hockey. and women's sports in general. And if you think back in the mid-1990s, the reason we added 50,000 square feet onto the high school was one of the main reasons was women's sports. Today, there are probably more women playing high school sports than men. If you were to talk to the CIAC, that's one of the reasons we need locker rooms and things like that. It's just not the same. So I think, as a matter of fact, we all know Sue Murs Ways. You've heard Sue Murs, a silver medalist for the USA women's ice hockey team. So it's a lot different today. There's a lot more hockey going on than there was. I understand the comments about the bigger rink, but I think the connection to the disconnect, Madam Chair, is women's athletics. I don't think you can just go from the rink plan to the plan of conservation development without looking at that. Maybe that's your 7th criteria on top of the 6th, but I don't think it should be ignored. So I would just say I would ask you to please approve the municipal improvement plan along with the preliminary site plan and special assessment. After all, I think the rink is in the name of probably Greenwich's most famous female athlete of all time, Dorothy Hamill. So thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you very much, Mr. Spang. Mr. Sylvester, if you would unmute, and you will be followed by Lucy von Brockel. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank
Hello.
you. There are
You're
just,
good.
okay. There are countless unanswered questions surrounding this project. After what I heard here tonight, it just raises so many more questions. I thought appearing here today that I would tell you just how bad this application is. Well, I cannot do that. It's not a bad plan. This is a terrible plan. Something that I have seen and learned in my 60 years in the construction business was that when starting with a well thought out plan and design, the project not only ran smoothly, but actually got better. This application before you is far from that. When it moved from a practical addition alteration on a building rated structurally sound to demolishing and rebuilding in place, and now to moving off their parcel and rebuilding onto previously dedicated Board of Ed property, which is the Eugene Morlaw Veterans Memorial Park. Open space is something we in Greenwich envision and embrace, and something your commission is tasked to preserve. Morlaw Park is not just ordinary open space. There is a rooted history memorialized on these grounds. The dedicated Straza Field, the baseball field, the dedicated flagpole in bronze plaque depicting Eugene Morlaw Park, the 13 red oak and sycamore trees planted on a knoll overlooking the park in memory of the 13 schoolboys who lost their lives in war. The playground, basketball court, auxiliary playing field, and all lying below the nationally registered Old Byram School. Upon calling it her gift of open space to the people of Byram and recorded in her oral interview at Greenwich Library, then First Selectman Ruth Sims spoke of it, Morlaw Park, being one of her most rewarding accomplishments in office. Another administration to recognize and adhere to the moral obligation of preserving the park was that of Rebecca Breed. During her tenure as First Selectman, a request was made for additional parking space.
It's time, Mr. Sylvester. Can you send us in your comments, please? Could you email in?
We have
Mr.
them. We have them.
Mr. LaRoe, I gave him a
He has
copy.
them. Okay. Thank you,
And-
sir. And good
Okay.
job.
Will there be any other chance for comment on anything else other than, I mean, on some of the comments made, or will that be another meeting?
We're probably going to do a wrap up after we've heard from everybody in
Okay.
the public. Thank you.
Okay, that's,
Thank you. Ms. von Brockel is next,
Hi,
followed by Mr. Drake.
sorry. I'm Lucy Von Brockel. I'm a neighbor of the rink. I serve on the RTM and I am a former board member of the BNA. I also have a lot of baseball players in my family who have played and currently play on Strazza Field. I sent you all, like 30 plus bullet points last night of issues that I have with this application. And I was going to go through them, but I think I'd rather hit on some things that haven't really been spoken about that I think are quite important. One is that, in looking at the MI for this, which I encourage you to take very seriously, this is not just a skating rink project. There's also a baseball field. There's also the parking lot, etc. So in balancing these things out, how are they actually serving the community and serving the neighborhood? I'm a little perturbed by how much, how the amenities of the skating rink and how much space the skating rink is taking up to serve those amenities. I would, as you guys have raised, I think it's important to consider whether those meet our needs. Particularly concerning about some of this is that, we've been told that we need 4 locker rooms because you'll have back-to-back games. Where are those buses for 4 teams going to line up? If you've got families coming and going at the same time, like there's a disconnect between what you're asking for and what the reality is. We have 6 full-time, employees equivalents for the rink. We've got a ton of office space and way more custodial needs, et cetera. But I also want to talk about the residents of McKinney Terrace who don't have much of a voice in this process. And, one of your POCD guidances is, not to put large facilities next to residential properties. This is pushing a large facility up right against residential properties. And what you haven't asked tonight is how many days of the year is this going to be open and what are the hours? How does this overlap with the baseball field and what is the impact on parking with that? There are so many contradictions that haven't been addressed. And what's especially frustrating is I've been to so many meetings, particularly RTM meetings, where we've been discussing appropriations for this project. And we've asked all of these questions. You guys have asked all of these questions. None of the questions that we're asking are getting fully answered, or we get different answers each time we ask them. I think it's important for you guys to not take everything that you're hearing at face value and make sure that you're getting quality information. And I appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. von Brockel. And Mr. Drake, if you would proceed, followed by Mr. Meskers. You'll need to unmute, Mr. Drake.
Of course,
there you go.
Unmute. Thank you very much. I'll try to be quick. My observation is that the Planning and Zoning Commission is got an extraordinary and heartfelt desire and drive to build quality for Greenwich and to preserve green space. And I can only salute you. You guys work very hard and all the respect in the world. The plan before you is excellent. It's been turned over and over. I've been working on it for only 6 years myself, and it deserves your prompt support. Luigi told me that you will review it and provide us with written comments, which will be very helpful. And between our committee, which just makes recommendations, and his DPW, which actually builds a building, we will respond. Um, I sent, did you all receive a document, an email to Patrick, through Patrick, an email to you with an attachment about the road access? Did you all receive that? Okay, good. The, you know, there were, in that document, there are 8 reasons why we should question or re-examine or redesign the entrance. Could I ask which of them was important to any of you?
I wouldn't waste my time right now. I would say, what do you want to say to us?
Okay, what I want to say is 2 of them spoke to me. One is the common sense practicality of the reality of that, of driving up Sherman Avenue. And the second is the extraordinary community support for the alternative entry from Western Junior Highway. I would ask two recommendations and asks of you. One is, I would like to invite every one of you to come walk the site with me if you haven't before.
We've all walked it.
Pardon me?
We have all
Madam
walked
Chair,
it.
before we move on, I just have a question for staff. Understanding that we have a site plan in front of us, if we have the introduction of another access, another road, would this actually make this whole site plan application a moot point? Because that would be something completely different, wouldn't it?
No.
Well,
If I could recover my moments, thank you.
A second. So, Mr. McRae, the commission can modify a site plan? If that's what you're asking, we are able.
No. What I'm asking is, I have a plan in front of me. If we're introducing a different aspect to it, a new driveway, new curb cuts, new configuration of everything we have in front of us,
we are
would that actually make this a moot point that the application that we're looking at actually now is completely different?
No, we may modify a site plan. Now,
We
it
can modify
depends.
it.
Yeah,
Okay, are we proposing a road?
we are listening to Mr. Drake right now. Could we do that?
Okay.
Thank you. In the public survey, there were 1,349 residents who responded that an alternative entry would be better. That was more than 3 times those who held the opposite opinion. I've personally knocked on the doors of every resident of Sherman Avenue, and 19 of them were present and in writing indicated they would prefer the alternative entry. And our committee voted strongly for it. So the community support for the alternative entry is very strong. And so I would ask you, the second ask, in addition to inviting you for, I know Margarita says you visited, I understand. But the second is, please let us know whether the current entrance is conforming to Article 13 of the roadway manual, because it does not. So we'd like you to,
right. So
you don't wish to build
your time is up, Mr. Drake. We don't administer the roadway manual. We administer the zoning regulations. So that conformity has to be decided and addressed by DPW, and it is not within our realm. We are trying to get to the issue of the MI right now and in a consistency with the POCD. Hopefully you can come back and comment on that, and also on the site plan overall at the next time we hear this.
Thank you very much. Very gracious of you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Meskers, you're next, followed by, I'm not sure who that is, maybe Mr. Conboy. Mr. Meskers, you're somewhere far away?
No, that's just a background. I am as close as the day is.
Right.
I want to thank you all for the effort you bring every day. I only have to go to a couple of your meetings and I am overwhelmed. And when I think of my slings and arrows in the political forum, I look at what you do and the effort you put in and how you wrestle with the issues. You're doing an incredible job. Observations and thoughts in relation to the plan of conservation and development. The project looks like it's going to increase capacity and utilization of the facility. I'm not complaining. I'm just making that observation. I represent that part of our community from the point of view as a state rep, not as my RTM member. But as an RTM member, first, it seems to me the Byram Neighborhood Association and the local RTM probably needs a direct presentation on capacity. It would seem to me that Western Middle School, which is going to be impacted directly in the parents, I would want to see that the facility, if we're increasing capacity and utilization, I would hope as a taxpayer and as a resident, and granted, I'm in Old Greenwich, I would hope that the residents of the surrounding community are going to have either a preferential utilization or feel that the access there is enhanced because they're going to bear the burdens of traffic and support. And I think on the site plan and the municipal improvement, when we went back to the conversations about energy efficiency, et cetera, I'm concerned that a preliminary plan or site plan should be looking at the issue of geothermal. And I'm not sure that you can do the rest of the mechanics, including the parking lot, without thinking about where you would lay a geothermal network. If we're going to consider one because of energy efficiency, heat pumps, geothermal, and solar are all part of the equation. So I want to make sure that those are conditioned or thought about in the municipal improvement. So in summary, municipal improvement, that the community gets to feel that they have an input, that if they're going to be at some level impacted on traffic and utilization, that there's an added benefit to those local residents. And the reason I revert back to the veterans in Byram and their facility, the Byram Neighborhood Association and the RTM that's in that district, is when you come before us at the end of the day after municipal improvement, if there's an overwhelming opposition from the local community, there's going to be a problem getting it through the RTM. And that means the work you put forward today, which is incredible and difficult, I don't want to see it go to waste. So it's prepping the ground to make sure that the local community is wildly in favor. And I hear the concerns so far. I'm not a for or against guy right now. I'm trying to discern this myself. But I don't think we have a site plan, an envision of utilization, maybe a preferential for the neighborhood. And those are the kinds of things I'd look for if I was getting that in my backyard. And that might fit within our plan conservation. It's not explicit, but maybe within the plan and conservation development, it's included. And thank you.
Thank you very much. Following speaker is Conboy, followed by Mr. Wald. I've been trying to promote you, Mr. Wald, if you would accept. And first is Conboy. Would you just tell me your first name and last name, because it just says M. Conboy.
Yep, it's Margaret Conboy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And thank you. I own one of the units over on Henry Street that's right behind the project. There are 4 townhouses, and we all, the owners of those townhouses, have several concerns. I think the most important is the traffic. We're on the corner of Western Junior Highway and Henry Street. And with the children, I mean, that corner there, you've got the curve, you've got the school, you've got a lot of kids in the neighborhood, and it's terrible. Kids come, running out on their bikes. And I just can't imagine having more traffic from this project and having the driveway and also the walkway right by where that intersection is. I mean, I think it's the worst place to have it. And our other concern, and then Sherman Avenue too, I know that hill is a terrible hill. So, I just think the whole traffic and the ingress and egress needs to be reviewed. The other concerns that we have are the hours of operation, not only for the rink, but the ball field. Are they gonna have lights, evening games? We would definitely want, screening. We want to see some evergreen, a full screening of evergreens, a sound barrier, a fence. So we've got but I think the most important thing is the traffic and just how this would all work out between Henry and Sherman and all.
Yeah, thank you very much for that, because we also had traffic questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
I believe that's David Wald, who's next, followed by Al Shahadi. Mr. Wald, if you would unmute. There you go,
Hi,
perfect.
can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're great.
Hey. Anyway, I'm calling from Maine and I've just picked up some of the information that has been provided on this project. But I see it seems to be that this application is merging the two properties. Is that correct?
Patrick, is it merging? Yes, I believe
I
it is.
believe they've already merged. The building is
Yeah.
already across the property line.
Yeah, so it's merged by use.
Okay, because that rink property was a donation from the Board of Ed for that one purpose. But I would like to address what has been released of information just recently about the parking spaces. We are talking, and the main reason I understand why seniors or adult people are not using the rink for team games is because of the lack of showers. So if you have 4 locker rooms of coming and going teams, and they're going to shower in between, the parking spaces are going to be occupied by the current playing team and the receiving next team coming. So I don't see how 107 parking spaces can even accommodate the use of the skating rink. If we go back to the municipal improvement in 1991, when DPW wanted to expand the parking spaces to the 137, it was because of the multi-purpose use of the parking lot, including parking to McKinney Terrace. So we're looking at a parking lot that should accommodate the skating rink, the baseball season, unless the skating rink closes in March and opens again in October. So we're having baseball, skating rink, McKinney Terrace, visitors to the Byron Veterans Memorial Tree Grove, using the new pathway. We have people who should have been using the athletic field that seems to be gone. And we have also now signage how to get to Thomas Lyon House. So there will be much more use of the park if it gets upgraded with this municipal improvement. Sports facility advisors suggested that there would be a potential public interest in this location of up to 1.3 million people within 30 minutes drive. So I'm flabbergasted that this application is not addressing what KG&D put in their report in 2019, that we have to upgrade and make it ADA accessible, the access parking in Western Middle School, which is 117 parking spaces. This plan is focused purely on Eugene Morlow Park. It is purely focused on the skating rink's need and doesn't address anybody else. One last aspect I would like to add is the safe walkway for the school kids going from Western Middle School to Summers Way and to McKinney Terrace and to the Post Road. PNC took that into consideration when they did the extension of the Housing Authority's building. But in this case, we are losing all the light alongside the skating rink for that safe pathway for the young people going to Western Middle School.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wald. Have a good time in Maine.
Thank you.
Mr. Shahadi, you're on next, followed by Sarah Gleason, and she should be our last speaker.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Al Shahadi. I am a longtime Byram resident. I'm the treasurer of the Byram Neighborhood Association, and I'm chair of the BNA Land Use Committee. The BNA chair, Joe Kantorski, was not able to make it tonight, so I am representing the BNA tonight. I am here to request that the commission deny the proposed site plan and not approve the MI. Basic background, Byram is proud to have the Hamel Rink located here. There's no question that it is dated and needs to be upgraded or replaced. But the fact is Byram has much less open space than most other parts of town, and Byram residents are very protective of what open space we have. As far as the proposed MI, the town simply hasn't listened to the community. The BNA has done a lot of outreach, has done their own surveys, has attended a lot of meetings, has presented our point of view. The community has consistently said, protect the open space. We have so little of it. Rebuild the rink where it is. We don't need a gold-plated rink. and a general sense of frustration that repeatedly what comes to us is a proposal to completely reconfigure or reconstruct one of the few open spaces left in Byram, and it's being presented just as a quote-unquote rink project. It's not. You're hijacking one of the largest open space areas in Byram. I think the committee has done a commendable job in their questions and hitting on some of the real issues and the key community concerns. This is a gold-plated rink designed to meet some other need than the need of the community. I don't understand why we need maximum NFL regulations when, as the chair pointed out, high school can play on a range that's smaller. We've had the max size, not anything less. I'd be interested in knowing how many other towns play on the maximum NFL, NHL size. A lot of the presentation that the town has presented just simply doesn't make sense. How does adding 15 feet of ice sheet end up being 10,000 square foot increase in facility use? How does that 10,000 square foot increase in facility result in only a 0.3% loss of green space? If the primary problem that we're solving is overbooked ice time, how does any of this address that? And I was fascinated by Mr. Romano's pivot very quickly to answering the question about green, that they're going to put PV on the roof, that it's located in the north side of the field exactly for PV, et cetera, et cetera. But if you go to the drawings, and I'll direct the committee members to the last page, there's lots of detail on what's going to be on that roof. It's standing seam metal roof and other details. There is no mention of solar PV. I don't think it's on the radar screen before tonight's meeting. The POCD is pretty clear. Protect community character and green space. Those are higher than infrastructure, never mind luxury infrastructure. We're at least 5 years into a process that could have been done years ago by rebuilding the existing rink. Our request is please deny the proposed MI in the site plan.
Boy, perfectly timed. Thank you.
The timer helps.
All right. Thank you. Sarah Gleason, you're next. And you're unmuted, so just go ahead anytime. You know, she came in and out a minute ago. I'm not sure she's not having problems with her power. Sarah Gleason, you're unmuted. If you can go ahead and speak, just make sure your microphone's on. Darn,
Can you
I
hear
hate.
me now?
There you
Can
go.
you hear me now?
Yep, gotcha.
All right. So, I'm calling in from a 107-year-old house. My great grandfather built. I had a skate at Hamel Rink.
Ms. Gleason, we're having too much trouble making out what you're saying. You don't have good signal. Yep, she's gone. All right, hopefully she'll send an email. Did she send one in? I can't remember if she did.
I'll have to look, Madam Chair.
Yeah, I don't remember. Okay, that looks like it's it for the public comment. I believe you have your hand up, Mr.
Can you hear me
LaRoe.
now?
Oh,
What-
wait, yes, go ahead, try again. And then Elizabeth Eckert has her hand up, and you had it up before. You must have lowered it, so I'm gonna let you in and you'll follow Miss Gleason.
Hi, I grew
Hi.
up in Hamel Rink. I'm a product of a skating school. I've also been teaching there since 1981. This rink needs updating. It's an asset to the community. We have 5 Olympians attached to this rink. Hamel herself, Sue Mers, Gillian, and Alec Maya Shubatani. That involves ice hockey, pair skating, ice dance, and single skaters. On staff currently, products of Greenwich Skating School are at least 5 instructors and 2 parents are running programs. This thing that people don't think is worthy of funding is worthy of funding.
Ms. Gleason?
The rink.
Oh, sorry,
Yes.
go ahead, go ahead. We aren't
The
the
rink
funding.
is-
Ma'am, just so you know, we aren't the funding people. We are just the people who approve the layout of the proposal. Go ahead.
Okay. My apologies. I don't mean to I'm a hardcore advocate of the facility. We, sorry, you interrupt. The NHL size is a standard. We are not proposing building an NHL arena. The rink currently opens October 1st.
We lost you again, Ms. Gleason.
I'm back.
Okay.
It's funny. I've been on since 4 o'clock, and only now that I've been asked to speak, am I cutting out? So, you know, I'm a little frustrated. Not Mr. Tang frustrated, but a little frustrated. We're not proposing an NHL arena. We're asking for standard size. Anyone who swims, anyone who does gymnastics, anyone who does polo, we'll even go polo, right? You need a standard size rink in order to have your children train. Greenwich deserves a new rink. It's only open from Columbus Day until St. Patrick's Day currently. So conflicting with baseball fields, since 1976 when I've been there, it's never been an issue. So please, please, please approve the building of a new rink. It's long overdue.
And Ms. Gleason, you were a figure skater?
Yes, and I'm currently a coach there since
Okay,
1981.
So you coach teams?
I coach figure skating.
You
I
coach figure
learn to
skating.
skate.
And
I coach learn to skate, and I've also coached ice hockey.
And a figure skater needs how big a rink?
The current size is subpar.
Okay. All right. I mean, okay, that's
The rinks, the competitive, the places where competitive skaters build it, like as in Simsbury, has an Olympic size sheet,
yeah,
and an NHL size
but
sheet.
you
The fact that we
recognize,
have one,
yeah,
the fact that we have one that is not big enough for either,
yeah,
considering that we have 5 Olympians attached to this rink, Greenwich deserves better.
I gotcha. Okay, anything else?
No, no, not at this time.
Thank you very much, Ms.
I want to go back and enjoy my vacation in Maine. Thank you.
Well, thank you for coming. We wish we could do the same. All right, Liz Eckert is next. It's worth checking, by the way, Mr. Romano. Simsbury has had significant financial issues with the Olympic facility it built. It built an Olympic training facility and it has not been utilized. So probably not, I mean, something that we should look at what their lessons learned are, because they've done, I can't remove Miss Eckert. Patrick, if you want to try. I mean, I'm sorry, Miss Gleason. I don't want to remove Miss Eckert. Miss Eckert, if you would go ahead.
Yes, hi, this is Liz Eckert. I'm the Vice Chair of the Byram Neighborhood Association, and I am a member of the Dorothy Hamill Skating Rink Committee as liaison for Byram to the committee. I just want to say that Byram totally supports a new rink. We're very much in favor of the new rink, but doing our own due diligence and polling our community, the community feels that the rink should stay in its present location and we should minimize disturbance to the park. I was quite surprised at my first meeting with the committee. The first vote was for the priority of the committee, and that priority was not to lose a season of ice time. I think our priority needs to be not to lose our green space and our beautiful park. So, you know, speaking on behalf of the BNA and our residents that we have polled almost unanimously, the percentage I don't have in front of me, but it was significant. They're very much in favor of a new rink and very much in favor of putting it on the existing footprint. Thank you so much, everyone, for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Eckert. So I don't know, Patrick, if you can get Ms. Gleason. I am unable.
I've had the same problem.
All right,
Can
okay.
I, the skating center in Simsbury has had multiple owners, but they've done major renovations currently and are well on the way to success.
Okay, well,
Having
we'll look
worked-
into it. We're
having
gonna,
worked there, having worked there since day one also.
oh, cool. Well, we'll look into it too. We know the Planning and Zoning Commission in Simsbury, or the Zoning Commission anyway. Thank you.
And that's gone from privately owned. I'm not sure what the dynamic is now. I haven't been there since 2001. But I was there practically from opening, as a skating coach and other roles.
Okay.
And they've done a marvelous job. The current owners have done a marvelous job.
Okay, thank you. Go enjoy your
Jason,
vacation.
if you could mute yourself, by the way, we're getting
No,
feedback.
I got her.
Yeah,
I got her.
great.
You know what I did? I couldn't demote her to attendee. She said she was going to go enjoy her vacation. She's doing it now because I removed her completely. So, you know. Okay, Mr. Romano, before you go that, you got a commission, Mr. Leroux, you want to say something?
Well, Madam Chair, there was a question to me from Mr. McRae. Do you want me to answer it, or are we?
Oh, didn't I kind of shut that one down?
Well, you did, but you didn't answer the question either, so I just didn't know if you.
Okay, I thought we told Mr. McRae that we can modify with the agreement of the applicant. We can modify applications if we can reach agreement. It's legal. It does not have to be a new application. It
We
can
c-
be modified and they can resubmit with a modification.
They can, however, this is an MI as well, and I don't believe that concept was in part, the path to get to us. I don't know if that was discussed, so it would be probably appropriate for that to go back to to the Board of Selectmen if is there gonna be a new
Yeah.
driveway and everything else involved, so.
Yeah. Ms. Jenkins has her hand up.
Yeah, I believe, in fact, when I asked the question about the access way at the briefing yesterday, I was told we'd have to go back to square one. But maybe
Well,
that was
not so much
yesterday's
square one, but I think again,
If you change the site plan, the Board of Selectmen has to sign off on it, but I thought
The
Mr.
MI.
McRae was,
Yeah.
yeah, I thought the technical question is P and Z has modified and will modify applications. We've done it before and I thought that was what he was asking, and I could have shot him some great examples of major modifications he himself has made. All right, Mr. Yeski,
Yes.
you had a comment about the POCD?
Well, no, I'm hearing a lot of great benefits, but it's kind of scattered. I'd love to see them articulate the benefits to the town based on the 6 guidelines we have in the POCD. We've done it in other cases where we talk about it. For example, the fellow that mentioned women. I mean, huge benefit to the town.
We are.
Yeah. So yes, I'm sure you would agree with that. But no, I meant that kind of thing where they need to go through each one of the guidelines and say, this is what it means to the town, all the residents of the town. The one guy hit on the question I asked about adults. What I'm hearing is that it just doesn't work. So if they could spend some time kind of consolidating all these comments and put them in the language of the POCD, that would go a long way in improving the MI, I think. I'm not talking about the site plan. There's a lot of other details there. But whatever they articulate in the MI, then we can at least have a guide, a model for measuring the site plan. I mean, whether that means something to parking or traffic. I think the notion that they don't want to go professional is great. They ought to say that. I think the notion that they want an NHL size Y, that kind of thing. I don't know. There's a lot of good thoughts I've been hearing, but they're not articulated on paper somewhere, which makes us very difficult for us to vote on something like this.
Yeah, that's
You're
why
kind
I was discouraging Mr. Romano from answering at the meeting. I
Right.
wanted him to submit something in writing. And I think one of the things Mr. Yeski is saying, Mr. Romano, is in terms of the 6 objectives of the POCD, the 6 guiding principles, how do you fit with those? And addressing the fact that when the Byram Neighborhood Association spoke, they don't seem to agree with your survey. And I don't know how you address that. The overall, and I said this yesterday,
if I
and
may
I know
comment
you
on that,
heard me,
Madam
hold
Chair?
on a,
Go ahead,
no,
sorry.
hold on a second, Mr. Romano. I know you heard me say this yesterday, and I'm going to say it again. We want to rebuild the rink, but right now, the way it's being explained and put before us, to me, it feels like the stepsister trying to squeeze her foot into Cinderella's slipper. It just feels like a big thing trying to fit into a small space. Somebody suggested it was the evil stepsister. I wouldn't go there, but is the stepsister trying to get into Cinderella's slipper, or is this a good fit? And do we have the right proposal? Is it balancing all the priorities? I'm going to go to Mr. McRae, and then I'm going to let you close, Mr. Romano.
I think one of the things that we should be doing, maybe staff through the recording could do this, is actually provide to Mr. Romano a list of the things that we're looking for. I heard a lot of different, I need this, I need that, but I don't really know exactly what we need, because it would seem that when we return on this project and whenever it comes back, we should be starting where we had left off, as opposed to starting all over again, because it seems we wasted a lot of time tonight going back over things that we've talked about before but never remembered. So if we have that list out to Mr. Romano.
I'm sorry. When you say we don't remember, I'm gonna push back on that. I remember
Okay.
exactly what I said at the pre-app, and I don't think my concerns have been addressed. And I had
So
notes
then
from the
there it
pre-app,
is. That's the
so
point.
I remember it perfectly well. Thank you.
Okay.
And
then let's
I'm
get those
annoyed that
is-
other people said, oh, it really annoyed me to hear that this is a concern we've never raised. That annoyed me because we asked it at the pre-app
Mhm.
and we were
So-
not, nobody heard us.
Right. Let's have get something to Mr. Romano about all of the concerns that he needs to address as a shopping list. So
Well,
we can
I'm
start off right where
assuming
we
that
left off here tonight. because
Mr. Romano is a grown-up and has been taking notes, because every time we ask a question, he writes it down. I believe that he would be capable of coming back to us and saying, here's everything we heard from the public. He can listen to our recording and he can hear what we've been asking. And, I know we've said it before. To be honest, Mr. Romano, I even talked to Al Manelli about all the same stuff. I mean, we've been talking about this for ages and saying we have these concerns and we're hearing it from the public. It isn't just us making this up. You heard the public comments. Byram is not convinced. Okay, do you want to talk now?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, fellow commissioners, for your time. Yes, if there is I do have some agreement with Commissioner McRae. One of the complications with this from some of the pre-apps we've had is we seem to have, the old milking stool analogy. We have a green space, a rink facility, an adjacent ball field, and impervious, and there's some key items here for like green space, impervious, for parking. And it seems like all three are critically important, but with bringing up the analogy with the stepsister and Cinderella's shoe, yes, there's only so much space on site. So if the ask is to expand parking, we can certainly expand parking, but that's going to impact green space negatively. We can certainly, provide more green space, but that is going to have a cost at some other item. So I think the main driving cause for having these meetings and discussing is so that we can hash through that. I think the community feedback was very beneficial. Liz Eckert did mention that the green space is quite important. She is on the committee, so we have been having these discussions throughout here, and there's a wide variety of opinions and beliefs on how to proceed, and we're just trying to find that middle ground and give Greenwich what it deserves. A really, truly great park and rink facility.
Agreed. Patrick always reminds us that the pre-app is non-binding, but I have had intense frustration from the moment I opened this application over the weekend that every single thing I heard us say at the pre-app was not responded to. I did not feel that we got responses to the main concerns we raised at the pre-app. And I felt intense frustration at having to repeat it. And then being told that, didn't I understand that we need a new rink? Yes, I understand that, but we've raised these concerns. Don't forget about the parking, the traffic, the hours of operation, the time that it conflicts and doesn't conflict. Is it true that you will continue to close the rink on St. Patrick's Day and that there won't be conflict with any other operations? Have you looked at the correct peak traffic time? Because we were concerned about that. Don't forget about addressing the consistency in your on-site vehicle storage. The questions people have been asking you about McKinney Terrace and Vinci, what are you doing to their view, to their standards? One of the things Nick mentioned yesterday that he may have forgotten, or somebody did, it sounds like a Nick comment, but is what are they going to see from Vinci and McKinney Terrace? By the way, you
I
should
think
be
Mr.
okay.
Mr. Wells brought that up this evening.
So it was
Anyway.
Mr. Wells, sorry, I don't remember what I said at the pre-app. Sorry, I think you're going to be okay with the construction with Vinci because Luigi, as you may be aware, they're thinking they're going to break ground very soon. So if they break ground soon, by the time you've got funding, you should be ready to go and you shouldn't be competing with them for construction. But it's still worthwhile for you all to be thinking about construction phasing and how you're going to manage the traffic in Byram, et cetera. Again, soil and erosion, cut and fill, trees, hours. I know you've given us material in the past on why it's so important to relocate and why the relocation makes sense. You said it tonight. I believe some of it is in your narrative. Not completely sold, but I'm starting to get the idea. I just hate the disturbance. And I keep wondering who we're building this for. Anything else from people? Mr. Wells.
Yeah, I had one thing. I don't know who's driving the bus. So we have Mr. Drake saying we need a new access, new driveway off of Western Junior, and it's not part of this current application. So we have a rink committee that's not on the same page as DPW. So I think you and Mr. Drake need to sort that out before you come back the next time, because I'm confused.
Actually, one of the things, Mr. Romano, is I don't know how to handle this. As I understand it, the rink committee no longer exists, and this is up to Mr. Siciliano, I suppose, Mr. Camillo, and the selectmen, and there is no longer a rink committee. And that to me seems appropriate. Is that correct?
I don't know how correct or incorrect that is, pertaining to the status of the committee. They have continued meetings and we've continued attendance to have open communication with community, BNA, et cetera. What I can say as far as the disconnect goes is that there certainly have been a lot of topics and different schematics, concepts that have been discussed throughout this development of this plan that led to the plan that we have presented to you this evening. On January 17th of 2024, the committee did meet and held a vote to support the movement of this concept plan forward. Drake and Liz Eckert were both present at that meeting and supported its movement forward.
Oh my, so you have a favorable, do you have minutes from that meeting where Ms. Eckert and Mr. Drake supported this plan that they're speaking against?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, so all we can do is, and you tell me who we talk to, but I think Mr. Wells is absolutely right. I didn't want to say it out loud in a public hearing, but we need one voice here. And you're doing a fine job.
Well, thank you.
Okay, we want it in writing, but you're doing a fine job. So, but we would like one voice. There was the thing about, you're going to have the PV, but the PV isn't shown on the plans and all that. I was surprised Mr. Wells didn't remind you, but yeah, one voice. And if it's Joe Sis, that's really good too, because this is his.
Yep, Joe and I
the Parks and Rec Director, Joe Siciliano, of course, with the highest of respect. But if it's going to be him, but it should be, and to be honest, I think it should be the town. It should be the town voices, not the committee anymore. Because the committee does not have the legal status that that a building committee has, which is created by state law. So we've been very surprised that this building committee exists because it doesn't have the legal status that a school building committee does.
Understood.
And I think that answers your question, Arn. I'm very
Yeah, thank you.
puzzling.
Yep, thank you.
All right. Okay. I'm sorry, Ms. Eckert. I'm sure we'll get the minutes, and if you were incorrectly attributed to on your vote, it's fine. Don't worry about it. We won't be upset. Okay, Mr. Romano, we'll see you when you come back. I think we've given you a lot of homework.
Yes, thank you very much for your feedback, and thank you all for your time. Hope you have a great
All
evening.
right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. See how we do with him. Okay, see, I could take him right out. It was just that one person that I literally had to remove her from the
Yeah,
meeting.
that
And then
was
she,
a clear glitch or something.
and then I had to, then she bounced back in after she had been removed. She
yeah,
suddenly
I've
showed up.
never seen that before with somebody
was
who was
weird.
my co-host. so.
Okay, so tonight as punishment, everybody's gonna skip dinner. No, just kidding. Let's call it 7:35. And we'll be back in how long?
No less than 20 minutes.
All right, how about 25?
Great, 8 o'clock.
8
Done.
o'clock. Done.
Okay.
Oh, Mr. Cohen, are you still chewing?
No, I'm all finished. Actually, I'm digesting right now.
Wow, we're gonna be digesting for a while here.
Yes, you will.
When I come propose a rink to us?
No.
No, I
No,
wouldn't
no.
either. I would not either. All right, do we have everybody? No, we're missing Yeski. And Peter Lowe. And now Mary.
Dennis and I are back, so we can begin.
That's right. We were waiting for you guys.
Well, we're here now.
We wouldn't want to, have you guys miss on any of the fun. Because Mr. Cohen, I hope you're up to the challenge.
I am.
Our next application is the YWCA of Greenwich, Inc. for a final site plan and special permit to construct a proposed 3-level 15,000 square foot addition at 259 East Putnam on a 6.468 acre property. Always amazes me how deep that property is. Okay, Mr. Cohen, you're on. I think you might be in good shape.
Evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here tonight representing again the Greenwich YWCA. With me tonight also is Mary Lee Kiernan, the president and CEO of the
She's not in the meeting yet. Shall we try and find her and promote her?
Not unless we have a question
Okay.
that she's got to deal with.
I think we could
But
give her a
essentially,
break.
this is a continuation of the hearing that was opened at the commission's July 9th meeting. And it is for an approval to a special permit and site plan approval, allow a 15,000 square foot addition. It might be helpful to remind everybody of exactly what the project was. And I brought over a couple of with with, I think, Pat or Tracy, some images to quickly show you by way of reminder. The first image after this is the site plan shows the post road to the left. And at the very front of the building, and actually the southeast corner, is the proposed 15,000 square foot addition to help modernize the building and rationalize the spaces and make additional room for some of the WISE outstanding programs. The next image basically shows the existing southeast corner of the building as it exists right now, with a line of globe lights that are being removed and replaced. The next image shows the after version of that, which, as you will remember, was approved by ARC. And I think the final image that we have here, which you probably can't see at all, is intended to show some of the landscape plan and the new light fixtures. What was left open at the hearing on the 9th was the DPW comments, which have now been, I believe, provided as early as this morning. The department forwarded some additional comments or some modified comments to the staff, and I believe that the drainage summary report has been approved, and some issues that are of concern to the department have been noted to our satisfaction, all of which are acceptable to us to be resolved by the Klamath Building Department. A building permit is applied for. And I believe, unless there are some questions, that should summarize where we stand now. And I would answer any questions.
Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Cohen? I think we went over the lighting on, Nick and Patrick reviewed the lighting to ensure that it was consistent with the new regulations, the new proposed lighting and the height of the poles.
Yes,
and
Tracy did. Yeah.
And Tracy did. I thought, well, we talked about it yesterday. And DPW was the only other thing. Does anybody have any other comments or questions? Okay. And does anybody from the public wish to comment on the YWCA of Greenwich application? It's at 259 East Putnam Avenue. Kindly raise your virtual hand. No comments from the public. Does anybody object to closing this application at this time? Seated on it are Albin, Macri, Levy, Lowe, and Yeski.
No.
Any objections?
No.
Hearing no objections, this
Well,
application is.
I just want to mention
Okay.
that I'm disappointed with the facade. I think there's an opportunity here to do much more with the facade and integrate it better into a kind of a nice public face. And I think that it's the blandness of it is very disappointing. And I'm kind of unresolved about whether we should close this or not.
Oh, okay. Well, whenever one person objects to closing an application, we don't. As you know, the ARC was positive in its feedback regarding what was being done, much as they previously loved, help me, Mr. Cohen, the brutalist or
Brutalism, yeah.
Yeah, they
were
loved.
extreme. They were more than supportive. They were really complimentary of the architects. There was some back and forth with the architects, Mr. Levy, and that on the last go around, not only was ARC satisfied, but they felt it was an appropriate way to handle the facade. And I'm sorry you disagree, but architects are known to disagree.
That is for certain. But I'm lost in far as understanding how this is in any a design that's in any way enhances the neighborhood. So, I'm having a lot of difficulties with this.
Well, I guess the question is, what would you like to do? Because ARC, I did listen to the recording. They were really very pleased. And we joked about it at the P&Z's previous hearing of it, because in fact, I hadn't liked the original building and they really loved it. They were not happy that it's you enter the building from the rear, but that was explained to us and them, and everybody signed off on that. So what would you like to see happen? Because we can't send it to ARC again because they signed off.
Right.
So if you want to see a change, this is a must close, but I suppose I can't tell from the dates that are on our agenda, but I suppose an agenda, it's possible because it says here that it was opened on the 9th of July, Patrick, and it didn't have to be open till the 17th, but we work from the open date. So I believe we would have some time, but you would have to have what you want to see happen.
Well, we would need an extension, Madam Chair, to keep it.
Yeah, I just said that in English. Didn't sound like it was English, but I meant it that way.
Right.
That's
Okay.
your intent.
I
the
said,
intent was
I
noted.
was actually doing a little dig at you guys that it says opened on 7/9, must close by 8/13, maximum extension to open available to 10/17, which is not helpful. Okay.
That's not helpful. That's true.
That's what I was really trying to say to you without being openly critical. And that didn't work for me. Okay, hold on a second, Dennis, because Lo actually has his hand up first. So we're going to honor Lo's hand.
How kind of you. My comment originated prior to your mention of the ARC, and that was going to be my question. Hasn't the ARC already weighed in on this? And that's it. So
That's
Dennis,
it.
take it away.
The ARC pretty much loved it.
I know. I'm handing off to Dennis.
All right, Dennis, you're on.
Yeah, I got lost there for a second. Is Mr. Levy objecting to it being closed, or he's going to vote against it? I'm not sure.
No, he doesn't want to
Close
close the
it and have a vote?
application. He said he doesn't want to close it because he's still not comfortable with the application as it stands, is I believe what his point was.
It's a design issue, correct?
Yes.
Well, fine. Why can't we close it and we vote? And if he doesn't like the design, he votes against it.
Well, because if he wished to see some sort of modification, we're not going to go down that road, okay, Nick?
But we went through this 3 times. They're not going to modify. ARC loves it. Everybody else likes it. If he doesn't like it, he doesn't like it. But you're going to ask the candidate to go redesign the building?
So if he had something that he would want to propose be done to the building, or he would want to see additional work, we would listen to Mr. Levy and we would ask the applicant how the applicant felt about it. And since Mr. Cohen is digesting now, so if Mr. Levy has a suggestion, we would want to hear it. Mr. Levy, it's over to you again.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there something you want to do with this?
Well, I think that the way that the design is presented, where it's a little top heavy, you have some kind of the portion proportionally, I think there's something a little bit amiss. You're introducing a kind of a new element that has virtually nothing to do with the existing scheme, and you're introducing new materials and hoping that the mishmash somehow fits together. But you know, this corner is the most important part of the building. This is what everybody is circulating around.
Okay, so let me just read you what the ARC said. It finds that the design as submitted will be a good asset to the town of Greenwich. The architect did a good job in making a new statement that is both unique and modern, but also compatible with a strong and difficult pre-existing structure. ARC thanks and commends the applicant for their hard work and good design skills. ARC discussed some minor details that the applicant may decide to execute on their own. ARC notes the improved landscaping, articulation of doorways, sequence, color, and palette are all found to be very compatible and complementary to existing building and program. So that's how many of them, 8 of them now, Mr. LaRoe, that commented this way. And so my question would be, Mr. Levy, given that they had such strong consensus, could you find your way, if you're opposed to it, you of course are welcome to vote against, but could you find your way to being supportive of our ARC's comments? Because that's what they're there for.
I'm gobsmacked by them. I don't quite understand how something which is so different. There is a modern context, but the proportions of it are odd. Whereas at least the horizontality of the existing building creates a sensibility about the building as a whole. And I think that horizontality is an important element in organizing this new piece, which it doesn't have. It has a kind of a top-heavy approach with these vertical fenestrations, which are simply odd because it's because there's no understanding about what this is. It's not an entrance. It's very confusing.
But it has always been that way. You always have had to go to the back, even though it looks like the front.
I understand, but they had an opportunity to organize it and solidify the building, and they can do it with using a different vocabulary, but the portions of it are off. And I think that there's like the winged entrance, which they created, is a great opportunity to that's kind of a nice counterpoint to the existing building. But then and the corner is there's nothing more important than this corner. Okay. I just think that it kind of flops.
But we're in a bind because the very people that we have appointed to advise us on this and the people whom we try to support in advising us have strongly supported it. I mean, they weren't even halfway. They strongly supported it.
Which
so
is
that
why I'm so
right.
I mean,
yeah. And so, well, it's what I said to Mr. Cohen the last time. I hate this. I hate the previous one, but that's not my job. I have to trust the ARC. Now, I know you have a degree in architecture, so you feel I'm coming, Mr. Yeski. Hold on. So here's my proposal to you. I would suggest that since we have the ARC in favor, that we go ahead and close this, but that we incorporate into the decision that one of our members has expressed these concerns, and we articulate and include all of your concerns in the decision, depending on how it goes. But we're in a bind because the group that we've appointed to do this has endorsed it. So it's very hard for us to go back on that at this point. Okay, now, Mr. Yeski, if you would go ahead while Mr. Levy thinks on that.
No, that was going to be my suggestion. I would add one comment. And we have this on a lot of projects. To the best of my knowledge, we have no regulations dealing with architectural design style. I happen to hate brutalism, but since we have no regulations that dictate something else and the ARC endorses it, I go back to your recommendation, which I agree with. Let's close it. We can note it, have a vote. And
we put,
we want to add guidelines. That's a whole topic that we talked about and got turned down. We can do that. But, we do this all the time. We talk about architectural, and we don't have any regulatory, we don't have regulations that dictate architecture, period.
Yep. Which I know Nick has been unhappy because the 830Gs have been refusing to go to the ARC, but the bottom line is we have even less authority there. So Mr. Levy, if you would accept that and agree to us closing it, because we have no path forward with only one commissioner who has an issue.
I would say that I want to make a comment about what Dennis is saying, because it's not, it kind of belies what really goes on. Architecture is a language that helps relate to the rest of the community, the neighborhood. So these are things that are in our PCD. And I think that so the relevance of it is that especially in this case, I think there's a missed opportunity here to relate back not only to the structure, but also to the avenue and buildings around it. So
yes, you're correct in that, but so is Mr. Yeski. The state, we are empowered, we exist because of state law, a state law that gives us the powers that are partially quasi-police, quasi-judicial, and quasi-administrative. We have, did I get them all, Mr. Cohen? Yeah,
Pretty well.
good enough. Okay, we exist thanks to what the state allows us to do under the law, and nothing under the state law actually gives us architectural review authority. We do have an ARC and we have been doing it over time. But in fact, what Mr. Yeski is saying is there's no legal substance behind that. And we are a fully legal body that follows state law and our own subdivision regulations because we're also home rule. But the point is, we can't mandate a change in architecture because we have no legal power to do that. We can only,
so
okay. And that's what he's saying. We do have a review, and by the goodwill to do the right thing for the town, applicants work with us, but the ARC has reviewed it and signed off. And we have no arm now to revise this plan. You gave similar feedback to Mr. Cohen and Ms. Kiernan at the last meeting. The entrance is confusing, I recognize, but they address that. I don't know what other solution to offer you at this point, other than.
I will take your lead.
Okay.
And do as you suggest.
Okay, so Nick will, when we ask Nick to make a motion, he will turn to you and you will articulate all of your concerns, and Nick will obediently incorporate them into his motion, won't you, Mr. McRae?
That's what I will do.
Okay, you had your hand actually up first before anybody else. So do you want to say something?
No, I think actually we should, my comments wouldn't be any useful at the moment. We should just move on.
I know exactly how you feel. I got there with a couple of applications tonight. That's not going to help anybody. Mr. Yeski, your hand is still up.
Sorry.
Okay, Mr. Lowe, thank you. What would you like to add?
I just, two different things can be true at the same time. And I think it is important for any member of this commission to voice the opinion, but then we need to move on.
Agree. And I want to respect each member of the commission and incorporate their comments, even though sometimes the hand is a little firm, but I want to incorporate Mr. Levy's concerns because I know that others share them, but the ARC did not. So we're stuck, a little stuck here if we want to respect our ARC. Okay, Mr. Cohen, I think we've gotten to that one. Does anybody have any other issues? I saw the hands go up and then back down. All right. Food helped. All right. Does anybody object to closing this application at this time with the understanding that any motion we make later tonight will incorporate Mr. Levy's concerns about the architecture?
Public comment, is that, when is that coming?
We did that. Nobody had any comment. I remembered this time. I
Okay,
forgot
thank you.
once tonight, but I finessed it.
All right.
I finessed it. And then Nick said, why are you reopening? Oh, he caught me. Okay. So this
No.
application, no objections. This application is hereby closed. Mr. Cohen, thank you for your time. We will provide you with the architectural feedback.
Thank you
All
very
right,
much.
thank you. Now, speaking of architectural feedback. All right, Glen Plaza Associates, who is representing? Mr. Hegney. All right. All right, I'm having trouble getting him in. Mr. Hegney, if you're able to raise your hand, could you also accept being promoted? There he goes. Did you finally do it, Patrick?
I don't know who did it, but I was clicking too. So,
It's very strange tonight, Zoom.
well, yeah, maybe it's the
Okay.
electricity in the air.
Mr. Hegney, I waited till you were in the meeting. We are going
Thank you,
to
Madam Chair.
take it with your support. I would like to take the next two applications together because I don't see how we can discuss the zoning map amendment without talking about what the site plan is doing.
That's fine, Madam Chair, with just one other comment on that. Last time, when you didn't feel you were in a position to approve the site plan, you did approve the rezoning. That was approved in October and the site plan was approved in December. So even though we can hear them together, you can vote on them separately.
Yeah, I explained that to everybody once already tonight. By the way, as a reminder, Patrick, don't forget to get extensions. Don't forget to do the timelines with, don't forget to get an extension for the town of Greenwich. From Luigi.
Thank you.
Because I forgot to say that to him before he left us. Okay, so we have two applications now before him, before us. Glen Plaza Associates LLC for a zoning map amendment. 21 Glenville Street. And this is, as Mr. Hegney pointed out, we've seen part of this before and it's now being revised. The next one is the Glen Plaza Associates final site plan and special permit. This is to renovate the existing supermarket building and construct a 7,777 square foot addition to it, which is what leads to the need to rezone. And this is in the LBR2 and RA1 zones, and that's what the rezoning is about. And here we go, Mr. Hegney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Commission members. For the record, Tom Hegney on behalf of the applicant. You have seen this fairly recently. You saw it as a site plan special permit and rezoning back in the fall. We rezoned approximately 1.3, or you rezoned approximately 1.3 acres from the 1 acre to the LBR2. And as part of that, we submitted a site plan for increasing the parking, which was really the issue with my client marketing the space once Stop and Shop left. None of the supermarket chains that were looking at this wanted it with the parking that it had. It was underparked even under our own regulations, and it was way underparked as far as their analysis was concerned. So the whole purpose was to attract a supermarket. And we appreciate you doing that because we're very pleased to say we have attracted a supermarket. And it's the Chico and Sons, which is very active in Westchester and Putnam County. And we're very pleased to be able to bring them to Glenville. In the approval last year, you did add 61 parking spaces to the existing site. Because of how we were handling the truck deliveries, the parking lot was not a particularly uniform size and shape. The folks from DeChicos came in and said, we have a better way of doing this. We can actually create a parking or a loading dock that's enclosed. We can pull the truck in, back it into that, and pull out. So we don't need to have it go all the way around the parking lot. We will enclose our trash and dumpster so that will also be interior. And we want to have two entrances. If we're going to have all this parking in the back, we want to have a way of our customers to get into the store. So we want to create a rear entrance. And because of many of our products being fresh, we want to make sure we have enough refrigeration. So we need to add refrigeration storage and additional storage in the building so that we can provide that for our customers. The actual active customer addition to the building is 336 square feet, which is the entrance in the rear. All the rest is either for the loading dock, trash, storage, or the refrigeration that they are looking to add to the space. We're still way under what would be permitted under the FAR in the LBR2 zone. We redid the parking, the landscaping based on the comments from ARC at the prior plan. We've added additional parking lot trees, taking a few of the spaces out. And the most recent landscape plan that we submitted is taking into account the tree warden's comments as well. The only issue that we really had was with the sewer, and I attempted to assuage the concerns of the sewer department by
And Rich was
obtaining-
having no assuaging from what I hear.
No, my assuaging was not successful. But there is a sewer main that goes through the property. It will be approximately 10 feet away from the addition to the building. That addition doesn't have a basement, so it would have just a 42-inch footing. And when I've spoken to our engineer, Rob Sandolo, he said he'll set up a meeting with Mr. Feminella.
Okay. Well, and by then you can
his concerns.
You can get him all the data. He was missing data on the plans, and that was making him nervous, I think, as well. So you can get him everything he needs, etc.
Yes.
I think the key for us in all of this is to try to balance between, and I'm a little bit looking to you, Ms. Jones, for comments. The neighborhood, Glenville, very much wants a successful, from what we've heard from, they very much want a successful supermarket there. And at the same time, they're very protective of their green space and landscaping. And I believe your client is trying to balance that, but I'm looking to Ms. Jones, especially if she has any comments on what she's seen in the site plan. I know the tree warden made some recommendations to you, but and have you landed on that landscape plan now, Mr. Hagney?
Yes, we believe that we've addressed the tree warden's comments.
And the
and
plan
are
dated,
meeting
the plan
new.
dated 7/31?
Correct. It's
Okay.
slide 14
Okay.
on the site plan material.
Don't forget slide 14, people. It's a second time tonight with slide 14.
Oh. Sometimes those things run in pairs.
No, just kidding. If they don't remember what happened at 4 o'clock, we'll just move on.
We remember.
It was the one you had up there.
Yeah, okay.
Not that.
Tracy, Pat.
Okay, so
Sorry,
as
now
long as,
now I'm glitching here. Sorry.
It was slide 14 on the site plan. It was up on the screen before.
actually, while you have this up, can you go back and just demark so everybody sees it, the rezone? I think everybody's looked at the building, but just to make sure.
The rezone is in the other presentation. There's
Okay,
two-
so let's not do the,
Uh,
well, I was just thinking you could cursor it since
If
the
I could
location
just-
survey, you were on the location survey. I thought you could just, okay, so now we
If I
are,
could comment, Madam Chair, it's only 9,300 square feet that we're
Yeah.
rezoning versus the
Yep.
1.3 acres that we
Yep.
did in the
Right.
fall.
yep,
I believe it's this area, right, Mr. Hagney?
It's that area right there. Yes.
right.
Thank you.
Madam Kulikowski, you have your hand up?
Yes, we do not
Well,
have
this-
tree warden comments on the current landscaping plan. It has been provided to the tree warden.
Yeah,
Um,
okay, I'm
yeah.
sitting here looking at the
It-
staff report and it doesn't look, okay, so,
The tree warden commented on the prior version of the landscape plan, which was done by a different landscape architect.
right. So-
And I provided this landscaping plan to the tree warden. It's actually your regulations that require tree warden input as well as ARC.
Yeah, and actually for years, I think you already know this, for years, the tree wardens never commented, but Dr. Kramer has been very good about this. So, just to refresh everybody, the applicant submitted a revised landscape plan, which is dated 7/31, incorporating the tree warden's comments. And Mr. Hagney, being an optimist on behalf of his client, is saying that this is approved, but what he's saying is they've incorporated everything that the tree warden offered.
Said previously, that is what I believe to be true, and it's very possible that Dr.
Okay.
Kramer will have no issues with this, but I have not heard back from Dr. Kramer yet.
And conservation just didn't realize that in fact we were getting EV chargers already.
Yes, that was incorporated as part of the prior approval of 6 EV chargers on site.
I love being right by mistake.
And conservation also has not provided comments
On the
this,
new landscaping
but
plan, I'm seeing that.
they were also waiting for Dr. Kramer's comments so that they weren't repetitive.
Okay, so, the, sufficiency, what else? Okay, so let's just cover it. Tracy, you wanna, go through this? ZEO is good on this. We've got this issue of waiting for the sewer. The parking will now be sufficient, right?
Correct.
Which, because it would technically be 186 spaces required, and they are proposing 189, and the higher number is actually in the yes, in the handicap parking. So the parking is compliant, where is it previously, as I recall, was not. Madam Jones, you're ready?
Well, you were just asking, I think everybody in Glenville has been waiting for a grocery store and, was upset when the Stop and Shop closed. But the concerns I've heard are about the increased traffic and worry. I mean, I think, and it comes sort of in conjunction with all the other stuff coming on, is that would be the biggest question in people's minds, because already I know we've got the Glenville corridor, the CMAQ project that is supposed to be starting at some point in the not too distant future. But I think just the bigger worry is that obviously this is going to be a bigger draw than the old Stop and Shop was. That would be the only concerns, but I don't think I haven't heard anybody, I think those are sort of concerns people have, but I haven't heard anybody really have negative stuff to say about this. They want a grocery store that we can easily run to. In general, I do know that there were some questions about the fact that the size of the store was increasing in one of the DPW comments, and they were asking about traffic, anticipated increased traffic from the fact that the store was going to be a bigger draw than the old one.
Mr. Hagney.
There is no, other than the entryway of 336 square feet increase in the customer portion of the store. It's
Okay.
going to be basically the same size it was before. All they're adding is refrigeration, storage, and the loading dock and trash container. So none of that's public use.
Okay, thank you.
And the walk-in freezer, the refrigeration is not for the public. It's for storage.
Yeah, we don't want to go in there.
Okay, what the next thing I'd like to do is to ask whoever's doing the shares to throw up the building facade and the additions proposed. Because this has been submitted to ARC. And prior to it going to ARC, perhaps the commission would like to comment, and that feedback can be sent to ARC. And that way we avoid maybe a disconnect between us and the ARC. Madam Jones.
So I did have, I guess, just some thoughts. This is a very, very different look than what has been in that shopping center to date, with the tower there. And I know that having driven by some of the other DeChico stores, that seems to be perhaps a
Their signature.
Right. And so, but it will have a very different presence than the old Stop and Shop has had. I don't have any, suggestions. It's just my thoughts on looking at this and how it fits in with the community.
Okay. So that's feedback one, to say to ARC, this is a different look than for the community. Mr. Levy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that just the height of it is can be a very good factor, just creating a focal point for the center. And just curious if it interferes with any of the views of the residences around it. I'm not quite sure it does. But there's a tower on both sides, and so that's interesting. So is this tower really? Is it kind of the architectural logo of this this store?
It is what they have for their other stores. This is as Ms. Jones said.
Is it very much the same, or are there any real differences to it?
I think some of them have stone, some of them have more wood, but they're basically, it's a clock tower that they're looking to have as a signature statement.
Right. There's something about it that reminds me of Star Wars, that it's going to walk right off of the building. But apart from that, it seems quite appropriate to have something announce the entrance.
Right.
And, you have this kind of clear story, which is on, I don't know, is it 3 or 4 stories above the street? I'm not sure what does that clear story actually funnel light down into the space at all, or is it just simply, or is it just for looks?
I'm not sure.
Because it would be pretty cool if it were some kind of light tower, but maybe it's almost an element which could be very nice visually, but maybe a lost opportunity if you don't use it somehow. And the flat roof is curious to me. I'm not sure why it needs to be flat, but that's just the design of it, I guess. So
I think it's a very low pitch hip roof.
It is? Okay. Well, maybe if it's a low pitched hip roof, it should somehow be accentuated so people can understand exactly what it is, either by decreasing the overhang or increasing the pitch or something, because otherwise it just looks flat. So if they have an intention there it should be better, maybe better articulated. Anyway, those are two thoughts about how it could be improved. Anyway.
Okay, so we will,
That's fine.
Tracy, if you could make sure that those thoughts get to the ARC. Nick, I assume you have your hand up to go similarly?
Yes, I do.
Okey-dokey.
Mr. Haiti, get the paper out and pencil. This is going to be a good list. When you go to ARC, staff can relate this to them. Actually, leave it right there, Tracy. That's great. I think actually a conversation of how the new facades of the additions and alterations dovetail into the existing, just to make sure that there's not some kind of a jarring issue or different materials. It's got to work because you got 4 tenants there, adjunct to the building, and I just want to make sure that it's not going to be just off the charts. All of the landscape, front to back, as we would require them to do. All of the lighting, site, facade, everything, because we're actually, as I look at the plan here, landscape plan, there's a lot of new lighting all over. Signage, the facade signage, the wayfinding signage. Hopefully, there is some, it can be agreed upon to have some kind of a signage program for the site. Seeing as you've got 4 new retail areas, hopefully it can come together to actually make this a really successful site. And usually there's 7 different types of signs that kind of makes it very disjointed and kind of blows the whole idea out the window. So the inside surface of the back retaining wall, that wall seems to be extensive. I don't believe it's there now, but I would hope that it's not just a blank face of concrete. Hopefully there's some kind of a texture or something on that for all of this new parking. The clear story, I think actually to understand very clearly how lighting in the clear stories front and back works. It always seems to be, we get the surprise after the fact, it's a clear story, and then we get some kind of light up in there and it's blue, green, whatever, it's kind of crazy. Pet peeve of mine, actually, if Tracy, if you can bring up slide, I believe it's 12. It's the floor plan.
Mr. Mack, are you in the
6.
presentation?
Yeah, presentation, slide 6. Excuse me,
Yeah.
my mistake.
It's okay.
Okay. As I see the plan, we have the front entrance off the primary parking lot in the front. And I walk in and I'm looking at what looks like 48-inch produce somethings against the window that looks out onto the front parking lot. And then adjacent to that is the facade pergola or applied pergola, because there are meat coolers, et cetera, there. We've always been surprised unknowingly and much to our detriment that actually what we see as windows on elevations wind up being blank spaces, being covered up by something, machinery, so on and so forth. If they're not going to be windows, maybe there's some kind of a different treatment. But if they're going to be clear windows, you should be able to see in, because that actually makes the building a little bit more vibrant, that people arriving to the building can actually see inside. I think the ARC should take a long, hard look at that. If there's some kind of a change in plan on the inside that could eliminate whatever's up against the window so you can see outside, that would be great. If these produce whatever machinery is required, then maybe something should be done differently to the window treatment. Maybe they're actually not windows, because it would seem a little kind of strange. You have windows that have something in front of them and you're like, what's that? So I think with anything on the rooftop is just to make sure that it's properly screened.
Yeah, we'll do that. I mean, we're gonna we're gonna ask for that too, because that's 6127. That's gonna be less.
Right, but I think it actually
Yeah.
dovetails right into the architecture. It's that
Yeah,
whatever you
good
have
point.
on the roof
Okay,
is important
right.
because how do you see it? How is it
Okay.
poking out? And it looks like really just this machinery. And how does that work with that? What's going
Mhm.
on? And I think that's the short list. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right, I think that's good. And I think that's gonna address some of the questions that I think that was good that you incorporated, both of you incorporated what would be feedback from Glenville. Anybody else have any questions or comments? No.
And just a quick question for Mr. Hagney. The back and forth on that sewer line, has anything been identified with the sewer line yet, or is that all to be scoped out and researched still?
No, actually on the site plan, it does show the sewer line coming from the north along the west side of the property.
Right. Okay, I've got that. Yeah, I've seen that.
And
It shows it as a center
then-
line. It doesn't specifically say what the pipe is or the size or anything like that.
My recollection is a 10-inch clay pipe.
Yikes.
Hmm.
Gonna have to fix that. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, interesting. Boy, I don't know, Mr. Hagney, it's surprising. I mean, that's residential from 80 years ago.
That doesn't mean it's not still good.
No, it's just not okay, it shouldn't, Mr. Lowe.
No, I'm going to pass. I'll reserve my comment for later during the entertainment section when we
Oh,
conclude.
okay.
Thank you.
You mean you didn't have enough fun earlier tonight? Okay.
No, but
Madam Chair, I
we
was
will. Yeah.
curious about if Mr. Hegney knows of any thoughts about changing the traffic signal as a result of this.
Well, I do know that because I worked on it with the town attorney's office, we did provide an easement to the town at the corner where Glenridge Road and Glenville Street meet to allow for new traffic control equipment to be installed on my client's property.
So that's for the
through an
CMAC project.
easement.
That's the
So that-
CMAC project?
So yes, so well, we gave it to them over a year ago, but then
Okay.
again, I think this has been in the works for over a year. To allow for the that equipment to be installed, and it's different than the equipment that's there now. So I imagine that all has to do with the traffic signalization
Well, the
itself.
supermarket, it wasn't in the works. What you were working on was the
No,
CMAC.
right.
You were
The
asked, you were
improvement to
approached.
the
the
improvement to
Glenville-
the traffic.
Yeah, Glenville
signal.
traffic corridor. Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
One other thing, I do keep on getting comments about what's going on with those spaces that are quartered off in front of the center.
Yeah.
And I think we talked about it before, but I just want to go over it one more time.
There's an issue. There is a deli on adjacent property, and the customers for that deli have thought that there was some rights to the parking lot, which the proposed tenants to the space found rather distressing because there is no use of that parking by the deli. There's no agreement on using the parking, and we actually had to redo the property line through an easement to cover the light poles that the deli had put up, which encroached over on my client's property. So we did a cross easement to allow that to stay. But there's no rights of the adjacent property to use the parking here. And that was an issue for some of the supermarkets that came in. They said, well, why are there people parked here when the store is closed? We want to make sure that you're protecting this parking so our customers can use it.
So just a question, Mr. Hagney. So you've cordoned it off now?
No.
But how is someone supposed to use it in the future? Because the moment you uncoordinate, the deli people are gonna come use it. It doesn't make any sense.
Then my client will, if necessary, hire an off-duty policeman to remind them that that's actually trespassing if they're gonna park there and go to another facility.
Okay, so when the supermarket reopens, and is going to patrol these parking spots so that the deli can't use them. Okay, it's in there, right? I'm not gonna argue.
Yep.
Seems odd, but okay. All right, is there anything else? Now that was a good question. Okay, is there anything else from anybody? Madam Kolakowski.
Just want to point out that DPW Traffic Division had recent comments and are looking for an additional traffic and parking analysis as well.
Ooh, okay. Now, when are you going to be able to do that, Mr. Hegney?
Before we come back to you on September 4th.
6th. 6th, right? Or is it the 4th?
It's the 4th. isn't
It is
It's
the
the 4th.
4th.
Okay,
You'll be
it's the 4th.
before ARC on the same night, Mr. Hegney?
Yes, so if you could put us later in the agenda, not that we're not there now. We hopefully could get through ARC and they could have positive comments for you so that you can consider them later in the evening when we bring this up.
Okay.
But I'll review with staff. Yeah.
How we're going to do that? Okay.
Where we fit on these particular agendas.
Okay. All right. Well, you're gonna, the truth of it is you may be trying to get too much done in one night because if the ARC has substantive comments, you'll not get traction with us.
And
you also only,
maybe we wouldn't go forward then that evening, but I would.
yeah. Okay, that's reasonable. So you get on the agenda and then you postpone if they have substantive comments. And the other thing is, of course, you've got to be done with sewer, but you know that. I'm not telling you anything you don't.
I hope will be done shortly.
And I would suggest, I believe, one thing that might be helpful to us is if you gave us the traffic information as soon as you receive it.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, if it's going to say the client that it's been looked at and, you know, it's de minimis, you don't have to bother because, you know, we'll raise our eyebrows. If you could tell us, if you could share with us the significant findings.
So when you add in the handicap spaces, we're only adding, I think it's 10 parking spaces from what we had
the
approval last time.
I think DPW is looking to find out if you're having any impact on their CMAQ project, to tell you the truth. Because you were saying it's going to alleviate. I think they just want to know if it's going to have an impact. Okay, is there anything else? I'm going to just ask about the public, Mr. Hegney. Would anybody from the public wish to speak on these two applications at 21 Glenville Street, which is the proposed supermarket, which is Glen Plaza Associates. This is the supermarket in Glenville. Is anybody here who wishes to speak on it? No. Okay.
Madam Chair, did you want to close the rezoning application at this time?
Is that something you want? Because I don't see the point of it.
No. Well, it's one less thing on your agenda for the next time.
I would just say, let's leave it open just in case, if it's okay with you.
That's fine.
I mean, it's tiny, but if there's any change to the building footprint, that gives you the flexibility. Just saying.
It really is all driven by the parking.
Yeah, but this gives you the flexibility because you don't know what Feminel is going to say. All right. Okay.
That's fine.
So we will continue both of them. And then you get a break now. No, you don't get a break.
No.
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 No. Don't take me off the screen.
Okay. So our next application is Mason Street Partners for a final site plan and special permit to develop properties on both the east and west side of Mason Street to build an 830G development. The numbers are in front of you guys.
Madam Chair, I'm recused on this.
Yes, and Ms., hold on a second, Mr. Wells is seated for Low. And the rest of it is the regulars. Okay, so Mr. Hegney, if you would,
Madam Chair, if we could also bring Tony DeAndrea in as a participant, and also Tim Hollister should be attendees.
all right. I can't get Mr. DeAndrea into the meeting. Patrick, can you try? Somebody got Mr. Hollister and I can't get Mr. DeAndrea in, if you want to give it a shot. He's declining. That means he's not at his screen. An iPhone has its hand up. Whose iPhone? Is Tony be on something different?
I don't know, whoever's the iPhone needs to just leave the hand up and not keep flashing it.
Could be Mr. Caspi as well.
Good evening, everyone. It's Tony DeAndrea on the phone.
Okay.
So that was not a good guess. No, it's okay. So iPhone is you, Mr. DeAndrea, but you're also showing as being in the meeting on your computer.
That has been turned off, but I will make sure it's turned off.
No, you're still logged on as it. Okay. So, hello, Mr. Hollister. Mr. DeAndrea may or may not be there. Josh Caspi? Yes or no?
He'll raise his hand if he feels that there's something.
If he feels compelled, which as I remember, he may. Okay. All right, Mr. Hegney, you're on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the commission, for the record, Tom Hegney on behalf of the applicant. This is an 8-30G proposal for 28 affordable units, representing 30% of the 92 units proposed for the project. Represents the 30%. We have received both funding and support from the Affordable Housing Trust Fund Board that has been supportive of this application, and in past hearings you've heard from the co-chair of the Housing Trust Fund. The site before this had been a very busy Honda dealership, which occupied both sides of the street. And since it was used as a car dealer and as a gas station at one time, a phase 2 environmental study was done, and the necessary forms, being a Form 3, had to be filed with the state Department of Energy and Environmental Protection as part of the transfer of the property. It's called an establishment under the terms of the DEP. We provided a memo from Langen Engineering and Environmental Services, which is handling the remediation of the site. They are obviously well known to the town as a company that is used by the town for monitoring remediation. The staff also has retained Fuss & O'Neill to do a peer review. And again, a firm that is well known to the town and to the Public Works Department. They have made recommendations in their peer review comment that you've received, which we will adopt. And in citing the July 17th memo from Langen Engineering, the peer review concludes that the commitments made are appropriate to allow for a successful redevelopment project that will result in an outcome that is protective of human health under a residential reuse scenario. I'm bringing this up now because this is truly a health and safety issue.
Absolutely.
And we have two reputable firms that work regularly, not in town, but also with the town, saying that the remediation can be done successfully for residential use. Another issue that is health and safety is fire access. And we've reviewed this with the fire marshal. There's a letter that we submitted to staff from our project architect to the fire department confirming that fire apparatus will have access to the building and that an enhanced fire suppression sprinkler system will be used when EV chargers, where the EV chargers are located in the building. I know you've been following the comments of the fire marshal on this, and
We have a new fire marshal.
the research and systems for dealing with electric car fires are new, and we're dealing with the best information we have now. It's far beyond what is a part of the fire and building codes, but certainly something that can be handled. And that's what was in the letter from our engineer. Traffic and engineering also made comments last Thursday and Friday. We received them. I have to say, after meeting with you back at the earlier part of July, we did sit down with the traffic and civil engineers for the town. And that was really a follow-up on a much larger get-together we had with the other members of the town Public Works Department. We had revised our plans according to the comments that they had made, and then we received these comments back at the end of last week. The one I want to remark particularly on is the traffic engineer's comments. He included a sketch that he had prepared on the intersection of Bruce Park Avenue and Mason Street. You looked at it briefly during the briefing yesterday. We've reviewed that as well and are prepared to implement the design that the town traffic engineer has prepared. We don't believe that there is any evidence here that this is an unsafe intersection to begin with, but certainly what he is proposing is something that we're happy to implement and can only improve the conditions there. The traffic engineer also asked us to do an analysis of traffic signal warrants. And that's traffic engineering speak for, can you tell us if a traffic light is warranted for this intersection? We had Bernie Adler prepare such an analysis. I forwarded it to staff today. It's rather detailed in its process as well as in the report itself. And he looked at the appropriate factors or warrants that apply. In this case, he looked at traffic volumes and he studied the peak hour volume, 4-hour traffic intervals and 8-hour intervals, both for 2024 and with a 3% increase for 2027, and found that there was not enough traffic to warrant a traffic light here. He also looked at the accident data for the last 6.5 years, because we had brought up, the commission had brought up rather, that the prior data had only included times during the pandemic. So we went 3 years farther back and concluded with that that there was not sufficient accident data to warrant a traffic light either. He did note that the plan that my client has to reduce or remove rock to improve the sight lines coming west on Bruce Park Avenue is an improvement to the intersection as well, along with the town traffic engineer's comments on the intersection and his design. The drainage comments had me a bit more puzzled. After meeting with the town engineer, I looked through them and I didn't see anything here that I thought needed to be addressed as part of site plan approval. Most of what or all of what I saw there was items that are done through the construction document phase prior to filing for a building permit application. I
they
asked
really
Tony
only
to look at that.
I'm sorry, just for a second. So they've got two comments. Usually what they do is they put the two things in the front. Let's do this before. Yeah, we always ask you for the staging of material storage anyway. We would ask you for that as just a safety protocol. What I didn't really understand and I didn't raise yesterday is I didn't understand the second comment, which is this thing about the 100-year storm peak discharge shows a significant increase in modifications to the drainage design may be discussed to reduce this increase. So it sounds like that's what they're looking for, but the wording puzzled me. Why does it say may be discussed? It sounds like that's the key of why they've got to resubmit, but I didn't understand, and I'm sorry because I didn't follow up on it on the briefing. Patrick or Tracy, do you know what is up with that?
I did not
Mr.
have a chance.
Paredes?
Yeah, I did not have a chance to talk to Mr. Paredes today about the comments. I do know that he has been, the applicant has reached out to him directly, and they stand by, or department stands by, that these comments should be addressed during this phase. That's their recommendation. So, but I don't know the specifics as to why, the language is should and not shall, or what have you.
Now, we did incorporate, as allowed by law, as you know, even though we had closed an application, we did incorporate some staff department comments into a decision tonight, which were received subsequent to our closing. So we could do that again now if you could get this straightened out. And, and wait to, but it seems to me the way he does it, Mr. Hegney, is it's those two comments that he wants addressed. And the first one we're going to address anyway. So it's the second one, and I don't know how to read it. And I saw it over the weekend and I should have asked and didn't. I'm sorry, Patrick.
Yeah, madam, could you just restate what you're suggesting? Because I'm not sure.
What I'm saying is if Mr. Paredes can get happy with the applicant before we decide this, but if we can put off, even if we've closed, if we can put off a decision till Mr. Paredes gets happy, because I don't know what he's aiming at here.
Right.
But
So
I know we need to
reviewing
have
the
his
material
sign
that
off.
was submitted today.
But
Got it.
since
Yeah.
he's staff, we could theoretically close this application and just give him time to get comfortable with the applicant.
Correct. Yeah, it's not to.
I must
ask
be,
the
I'm
applicant-
sorry if I'm not talking clearly tonight, but
No,
that's
no,
what I
I
meant.
think I knew what you said. It just
Yeah.
sounded like
Okay.
you may have said something slightly
You
different.
know, all I can tell you, Mr. Hegney, is they have begun to reference the 100-year storm a lot lately. And I have a feeling this summer is making everybody nervous. We've had
Tonight might be an example of that, I suppose.
Yeah, and if those of you who are aware of the rest of the state, they heard me talk about it earlier last week. Simsbury was destroyed. I mean, Simsbury swaths of, they just had one of those, what are they, those sudden sort of tornado things that touch down?
Microbursts.
Microbursts. I mean, it's just really, so I'm thinking that they're a little nervous about what happens in these storm events.
Yeah, I submitted a letter that Mr. DeAndrea had drafted today based on his review of the comments we received over on Friday.
That
and I would like,
Mr. Hegney, if I could just ask you, you said you are going to submit that?
No, no,
Could you,
I sent that over to staff this afternoon.
oh, perfect, because we need
Um,
to see it. If we end up closing tonight, we need to see it
Yeah.
right away. Okay,
Yes.
all right.
So I
Um,
wanted to make
all the
sure
new-
that
all the
that
new
was
material-
in the record.
okay,
All the new material that we got today on this application has all been uploaded into your OneDrive.
you guys rock. I missed what Mr. DeAndrea said, but I'm sure he'd be, it's really, he's got to get Paredes to sign off anyway, and we can do that. Okay. Okay,
Uh,
so
I did want Tony to just go briefly over a couple of comments that I'm not going to have him read his 6-page letter to you.
thank
going,
you.
The point by point, but I think one of the things, Tony, if you could address that one comment about the 100-year storm and
Right.
and how that affects this particular property.
Right. Assuming that you can all hear me now, I am using my phone because it happens to be a little more reliable, so.
Yep, we hear
Okay.
you.
All right, very
Perfectly.
good.
Can hear you perfectly.
Okay, thank you. So, just for the record, which everybody wants to have on the record, my name is Tony DeAndrea, and I am a licensed professional engineer and land surveyor in the state of Connecticut. And we have been working with the applicants for on this development, and we were responsible for the land surveying and the civil engineering. Throughout that process, we did work closely with the entire design team and also Juan Paredes and other members of DPW as, to review the development as it progressed. We wanted to make certain that we had an understanding of the design parameters. And I must say at this point that we have incorporated many of the expressed recommendations and preferences of the DPW engineers into our design. And of course, we're referring now to a plan set dated July 24th of 24. There were 4 items, I think, that came to discussion yesterday at the briefing. I believe that I could concentrate on drainage, a little bit of the lane alignment on Bruce Park Avenue, pedestrian crossings, and then the issue of the former water course that crosses Bruce Park Avenue, which seems to have offered or brought up some issues that seem to be confusing. So,
Well, it
real
was
quickly-
just that, Mr. DeAndrea, on that water crossing,
Yes,
Mr. Caspi said at the last meeting, well, that's not on our property, but and we didn't have a chance to argue it. I think both, Mr. Mack.
am I
Yeah,
still on?
yeah, you're still, we can hear
Yes.
you. Hello? Mr. DeAndrea? It's always the engineers who have trouble with technology. Just kidding. Mr. DeAndrea, are you there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay,
you-
so on that water course, the thing that confused us was Paredes sent it to us as being a part of the site. And then Mr. Caspi said it wasn't part of the site.
Right,
We
correct.
understood that a 40-inch pipe has enclosed it.
Not quite accurate. Let me
Not
just
quite
give you the
accurate.
background.
Okay,
real
give us
quick.
the background.
Okay. We happen to be the engineers for both 409 and 415 Greenwich Avenue. When 409 Greenwich Avenue was designed in 2013 and 14, the owner wanted to provide a basement in the building. At that time, and as a remnant of development, if you remember the Dataways Cafe and the outdoor dining terrace, one of the first ones in town, which I had
Yeah.
a big part in proposing, there was a water course that went across the property after the bicycle shop and the Electrolux store burned down. So
Okay.
now we had an open water course. When the developers of 409 Greenwich Avenue started construction, we designed a drain, 24-inch diameter drain, to intercept the historic subsurface groundwater flow that carried down from Connecticut Avenue through the backs of many stores on Greenwich Avenue. We ultimately intercepted it, piped it around the basement wall of 409, and connected to the 72-inch drain in Greenwich Avenue directly in front of the store. The DPW and the engineering department were actively and enthusiastically involved in it. The job has been 100% successful. As a result, when 415 was developed, there was no longer a need to take care of groundwater. So all that's being done in that basement is a small sump pump to control the groundwater intermittently, and there's very little of it. The 24-inch pipe that crosses Bruce Park Avenue was originally installed to take care of the surface flow of that water course that went across the Vataway's patio. Of course, when Vataway's patio was installed, the area was piped and therefore no problem with the water. So in the summary, there's a 24-inch pipe across the street, has very little flow to it. Our proposal is to take drainage from 294 and pipe it into that drain. The DPW wants us to run a camera through it at some point. We certainly will do that. If I can touch on the 100-year event.
Wait,
We have
before you get to that, I think Nick wants to ask you a question
Yes.
about this. Go ahead.
Mr.
Mr.
DeAndrea,
McRae.
what's the condition of the water course above 409?
What's the condition of it above?
Right, is it enclosed? Do we know
Well,
where that water course is underneath those buildings?
We designed a basin, if you will, a bathtub attached, as part of the foundation of that building. So the water that would
No,
drain in-
not 409. I'm talking about actually the buildings north of that on Greenwich Avenue. Do you know the status of the water course underneath those buildings?
No, sir, other than the
Okay.
fact that it exits into 409.
Okay, great. At the far end, where does the you're telling us that it actually discharges into a large pipe in Greenwich Avenue. Where does that large pipe discharge?
Okay, that's the key to what I was going to continue on. Around 1976 or 77, the town of Greenwich entered into a two-phase project to install drainage in Greenwich Avenue that intercepted a tremendous amount coming down Millbank Avenue, Mason Street. They all culminate on Fawcett Street, then continue down the east side of Greenwich Avenue in front of 409 and 415. And at that point in front of 409, there's a chamber that accepts a 72-inch pipe. That pipe continues to the next chamber, which exits as an 84-inch pipe down under Steamboat Road, under the railroad, then takes a 45-degree turn into the Island Beach parking lot before turning another 45 degrees and discharging underwater in Greenwich Harbor opposite the Delamar. So that's the system. Now, there's a 42-inch pipe coming down Bruce Park Avenue to which we are going to connect, because the 42-inch pipe also runs up Mason Street. Most of that flow into that pipe was truncated when they put in the bypass system that comes down Greenwich Avenue.
And for what
So-
purpose are you connecting to it, to Mr. DeAndrea?
Excuse me, what was that again?
For what purpose are you connecting to it?
Right now, all the water that is falling on the east side of Mason Street has a point of concern in the southwest corner. In other
Right.
words, all the water that falls on that
The-
site
Goes
continues.
into that, okay, goes into those.
So we have designed our system to take that water that falls on this site, treat it for detention and
Mhm.
water quality on the east side in our longitudinal rain garden with deep sand and a large pipe at the bottom for detention.
Okay.
The reason there's a slight increase in the 50 and 100-year peak rate of runoff is simply because we're changing from a flat site, so to speak, to some portion of it being piped. When you recognize that we're at the lowest end of a major watershed that discharges through a 84-inch pipe, you have to agree that it's important for us to discharge our water, no matter how much it is, faster and sooner than the peak from the watershed. I can assure you that we have absolutely no problem in discharging our water sooner than the peak in the watershed that fills or discharges through the 84-inch pipe. Just picture that diameter. It's 7 feet inside. We know how large that is. I
Yeah,
also
we-
want to mention that today, there's absolutely no detention. There's absolutely no water quality treatment on either site. And of course, we're providing that. On the east side, through the sand filter, as I mentioned, a long sand filter. On the west side, which is 100% impervious now, we have designed a series of water quality galleries for infiltration and water quality with the discharge to the empty 24-inch pipe that crosses Bruce Park Avenue. So I'm
Good.
confident that in the end, Mr. Paredes and I will agree that there's no benefit to trying to detain more water on the east side.
So we're assuming that his comments, based on what you know, that his second comment pertains to the east side, to that increase in the 50 and the 100, and you are saying you're going to be able to address that with Mr. Paredes once you get to talk to him.
Yes. And
Okay.
we've talked to him, we've talked to him several times.
Okay.
This time we'll specifically
But
address.
he didn't give you a
what
sign
we
off yet.
think.
So hopefully you'll be able to come to a meeting of the minds. Nick, was your
We
question
will.
addressed?
Yeah, kind of. I think actually one of the biggest concerns I actually had is that, and why I asked about what happens north of where the stream is piped in, is that we know that we have a contaminated site. It's going to be remediated with what's left over, and as Mr. DeAndrea just told us, the drainage system actually all winds up really like right down the street, not even a block away in Greenwich Harbor. And I think that would have been is a concern of ours to make sure actually the water quality, the quantity, all is done correctly, and that any contaminants that are left over on the site actually are accounted for, because we don't want that to get into Greenwich Harbor as well. Mr. DeAndrea, can we talk about the, I want to get a clear understanding of what Mr. Paredes is talking about for the Bruce Park and the traffic controls.
For Bruce Park and traffic controls. Okay. So if I understand the question, on Bruce Park Avenue, the issue was whether or not there was a better way to control the traffic. So from our standpoint, when we met with DPW committee, I call it the committee, because it wasn't just Juan, it wasn't just Michael Kiselak. At different times, we had other members of the DPW staff. So while we were considering options, one of them was to, maintain the same lane arrangement, which in essence is what Michael Kiselak ultimately recommended. We had also considered whether or not a roundabout would work. We gave that a shot. It doesn't work. And as Mr. Hegney pointed out, our traffic engineer already evaluated the warrants for a light at that intersection. So what the traffic engineer for the town has suggested is maintaining the lane arrangement to the west of Mason Street, and on the east side, coming west down Bruce Park Avenue, stripe it, paint it, and control it so that there's only one lane heading westbound after coming over the top of the hill from Bruce Park itself, from the park. So there's very little change to be done in the Bruce Park Avenue, Mason Street intersection. We did discuss with Mr. Kiselak how to incorporate pedestrian crossings on Bruce Park Avenue. In our two meetings, that was a discussion that kept coming up. Ultimately, the traffic department decided that it would be appropriate to have the pedestrian option across Bruce Park Avenue. We have agreed that we will incorporate their preference into our design. In other words, we support what they're suggesting, and we have no objection to incorporating it. Part of that, Mr. McRae, includes bringing the existing northerly curb of Bruce Park Avenue a little bit south to narrow down that wide area of Bruce Park Avenue in front of the Doogie building, for example.
Right.
So we'll incorporate that. And on the southwest corner, they've suggested a curb extension out to the south at the corner of 294. So those two suggestions we have incorporated or agreed to incorporate in our final design. In regard to another pedestrian crossing on Mason Street,
Before we move on with that. So the larger island as proposed by DPW actually is raised curb.
No, sir.
That's what I'm reading here. Meaning to have granite curb perimeter and landscaped interior, grass, low plantings.
In the median, that has not been suggested. It was suggested as striping, no obstruction.
Okay, I see that on the western side of Bruce Park, west of Mason Street, but the one on the north side going up the hill, the note says extend median to create pedestrian refuge at least 6 feet wide. Type 22 recommended, median to have granite curb perimeter and landscape interior grass low planting. So it would be an island.
They had suggested certain things. I don't think that it had been finalized, but if that's the interpretation, like I said, we will incorporate whatever the traffic engineering department from the town of Greenwich feels is appropriate and warranted at this location.
Yeah,
Okay.
Mr. McRae is correctly describing what the town traffic engineer has included, and we're happy to include that as part of our redesign.
Okay, and the southern curb line is moving approximately how far away, far from the existing curb line?
Right now, as planned or discussed, it's moving approximately from the existing edge of pavement about 8 to 9 feet at the widest, which is at the corner. It's basically moving parallel, Mr. McRae, from what's already there.
Right.
Enough, I guess, a way to describe it would be to allow for the 5-foot sidewalk and a grass strip, which
Right.
at this point is about 3 feet.
Okay, so it's very difficult to see on the drawing, but I think I've got it. Okay.
Yeah.
And then on the west side, it's there's a painted hatched just basically to align the lanes, travel lanes. And there's a
Yes, sir,
curb
they-
extension.
The extension, the suggestion was to bring the curve radius out and then taper back to the edge of the first parking space. It's more or less a triangular return, if you will.
Okay.
It
And
comes
then
out as the
it di-
radius, then comes back at
Right.
an angle to catch the existing curb.
Okay, and then there's a painted hatched island. That's basically an alignment issue for the going from east to west. Okay. Now
Yes, sir.
let's
On
talk
the-
about, as you were saying, let's talk about the crosswalks for Mason, because this is, I think, a concern of most of us.
Yep.
It seems that this crosswalk is farther up the street than what we would have imagined, understanding that the two buildings themselves have some kind of, crossing back and forth, shared parking, so on, so crazy stuff here.
Yes, sir. So,
I think one of the concerns was if you walk out of the west building, I have to walk up the street, cross the street, and walk back down to get to the
Right.
same side of the street, as opposed to, wait a minute, I'll just dart across the street. In your
Right.
discussions with DPW, was there any thought of actually taking the proposed crosswalk and moving it down towards Bruce Park Avenue?
Or
Okay.
the other question is, did they give you a reason not to?
yes, I can answer that, and I think Tom will support it. One of the discussions in our committee meeting was that we don't want the crosswalk in close proximity to the corner because there's a lot of movement and
To
quite
which corner,
honestly-
Mr. DeAndrea? The Bruce Park corner?
Yes, I'm sorry, to the south end
Okay.
of the development. So I proposed something for discussion, and what you see on the plans now is opposite the resident exit from the complex as currently configured. The southern driveway is just that, a driveway. It's a drop off in the vestibule, but actually at this time, no pedestrian or tenant exit as currently configured. So that may or may not change. There's nothing locked in stone as to where I proposed the crosswalk, except for discussion, because it's opposite the resident exit doorway.
The
So if you
resident
came out of the
exit,
building-
so if you come out of the doorway, I'm trying to figure it, okay. So if you come out of the doorway on the west, I'm not seeing, I'm looking at the plan and I'm seeing that you still have to walk north to get to the crosswalk. What am I missing?
No,
Yeah, so you come out of the west building, walk up the street, across the street,
Right.
and then that's the front door of the east building. Is that
Oh.
correct, Mr. DeAndrea?
Okay, no,
Yes.
so that's what Mr.
Yes.
DeAndrea is saying. Yeah,
So one way or the other, if you want to get into the resident doorway as currently configured, you have to cross the street somewhere.
understood. And
I
you're
guess it doesn't
saying,
mean you can't have two crosswalks, but the reality of it
no,
is,
but you're saying they're not gonna jaywalk because it really doesn't make a difference. You still have to get up that part of the sidewalk to get into the entrance to the east, to get into their garage, to the garage. They're still gonna have to walk up. Okay.
Yeah,
It-
that,
it-
And
that
that's
would
what
be
you're
the
saying.
entrance that you would come out. That's the
Yeah.
residential entrance you would come out of after you
No,
park
the other
in
way
the parking
around.
garage.
No, I'm sorry. Now you confused me again. I understood. I'm coming out of the west building. I have to go north on Mason to the crosswalk, and that puts me right across from the entrance, right at the entrance to the east building. That's how
Correct.
the
Yes.
plan I'm looking at does that.
Right.
Correct.
Okay.
East building garage or east building entry or both?
The
East-
east building lobby.
Entry, lobby.
East building lobby, yes.
And
As-
so
and- well,
I
wait,
walk
be
access
careful,
to the
be-
garage.
Be careful of this, though. It's the east building lobby for the residences above. But
Yes.
all of the retail spaces are to the south of that.
but that's okay, right? Oh, you're
Well,
thinking maybe
yeah.
somebody wants to go
Okay,
shopping.
I'm
But our-
parking on one side of the street. I want to run to the other side of the street to
Yeah, okay.
go into one of those stores.
I think we have to just address what Mr. DeAndrea here has addressed. Tell me, Nick, if you disagree, but he's addressed what your highest likelihood is of a resident wanting to do, which is to get to their car so they can go somewhere.
I also
Are you
added
breaking up?
one more aspect. If I come out of my residence and I want to go to the avenue, I'm going to walk across the street down the west side, and I'm going to I'm going to travel on the north side of Bruce Park Avenue because I have signalized intersections at both locations. So that's the way I'm going to the avenue. I can also go north to Fawcett Place and, go to Apple Store. So I think that's one option. The
Maybe
issue
you,
is that the
because you're in
committee
a, okay,
didn't want it close to Bruce Park Avenue.
okay.
So in my part, I did cover the drainage. I did talk about the 100-year slight increase for the peak rate, not for volume. We're actually able to reduce volume by adding in green areas and our bench in the and sand filter. So there's storage there. Bruce Park Avenue, we spoke about the consensus on how to do the lane alignment now and construct the middle medians. We talked about pedestrian crossing. These seem to be the hot button items as I was concerned. And we also discussed probably too long the former drain through That-A-Way's outdoor dining patio.
So Mr. DeAndrea,
Go
just
ahead.
before we you end. So as I see it, and looking at the plan and what we've just discussed, Bruce Park Avenue, Mason Street is going to have a significant redesign of the geometry of the curbs. Maybe not so much the travel lanes themselves, but it's going to be very different from the wide open space that we see there today. Is that correct?
That's correct, and we're going to work very carefully on the turning radius for vehicles moving south on Mason and turning east on Bruce Park up the hill. So that's a
Right.
discussion we had with Michael Kiselek and also with Bernie, the traffic engineer. So we're going
Yeah,
to carefully design the geometry. Yes, sir.
yes, don't forget the Byram intersection, okay? You don't have to remind them that, you don't have to mention that we said that, but Nick is about to smile. Don't
There
forget
are
that the
many
turning.
people that are aware of the small bump outs. That's also something that causes a problem. A
Yes.
short distance of an abrupt bump out, such as on Delavan Avenue.
Okay, so you think you can address this? Go ahead, Mr. Lowe. I see your hand.
Yeah, no. So a quick question. Are we going to propose, or is DPW going to propose
I don't know.
a stop sign coming down the hill toward Mason from, on Bruce Park Drive? That's those cars coming around the corner and they're going down. Oncoming traffic off of Railroad Avenue coming up. They don't know. Sometimes those cars turn up Mason, sometimes they go down. Is there going to be an attempt to stop all traffic there to create a safer environment?
There was no discussion at any of our meetings, Mr. Lowe, about putting a stop sign going west on Bruce Park Avenue. The one thing that we did discuss and that they brought up a couple of times and that our client has agreed to, there's a fairly large rock outcropping that when you start coming down Bruce Park
Know
Avenue,
exactly where it is.
on your right-hand side that
Yeah.
impacts your ability to see that intersection. But
Right.
that we would agree that that is in the right of way. It's not it's partially on our property, but most of what would impede your view is in the right of way. And we've agreed to remove that to improve the sight distance as you go west on Bruce Park Avenue.
And the other thing is, Mr. Lowe, if I'm understanding this plan correctly, you're not going to be going as fast on Bruce Park Avenue because there is only going to be one westbound lane, right?
Correct.
Just
Correct.
south of the eastern building. If that makes sense to you, the building
Yeah,
that's
right
on the
now,
east
there
side.
are two lanes, one to
There are
head.
two lanes, and where that median goes, where that island thing goes, they're gonna take away that second travel line. So the traffic will automatically narrow and slow. And that, I would guess, this is DPW theory, how they do this, but I would see it works because,
It's way above my pay grade.
well,
Just occurred to me that this is a problem, but go ahead.
no, it's a good question because I've seen this similar concept of DPWs fail at another intersection because it's hard to predict what drivers end up doing, especially the way driving's changed. Okay. And then the northern, okay. I think I understand this better. Anything else from anybody on the traffic management here? Okay. Patrick, what is our process with DPW? I mean, I know this isn't the applicant's concern, but what's our process with giving DPW feedback on this? Are we able to do any feedback or
I
discuss
guess
this
what
with them?
kind of feedback are you suggesting?
Like, for example, could we hear from them about the location of the crosswalk? And like, can we talk to them since, we're the ones acting on this? Can we hear from them where they're going to end up putting that Mason Street crosswalk, for example?
Well, I think if you're asking the question here at the meeting and you want us to get a follow-up from DPW, I think that's, we can do it that way.
So the two questions that we have of DPW, Nick may have another one, but so far is, where are they on the location of the crosswalk? And do they think that the narrowing of Bruce Park Avenue and the median and the stuff they're doing will do enough to slow the through traffic, which was Lowe's question. Nick, did you have a question for DPW?
No, I think that kind of covers it because I think
Okay.
it's the marked up PDF with the notes in red, actually, I think came from their office, DPW's office, Mr. DeAndrea.
That's correct.
So I think actually the biggest thing is where's the crosswalk? And just verifying that the proposed geometry matches up with their red lines.
Mr. McRae, one thing in that regard, as you just mentioned, once the island is confirmed as to preference, right, as a raised island, the location of the crosswalk for refuge is similar to the discussion we're having about the crosswalk on Mason Street. Someone wants to cross to the south across Bruce Park Avenue may be forced to walk east in order to go west. And in that location, you'd be walking up the hill.
All right. Mr. Levy wants to ask you a question, and then I'd like to move on because, Mr. Hegney, I'm so confused what you're talking about with nonconformities. I want to understand where you're coming from because I couldn't get it from the narrative. Mr. Levy?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I want to make sure I understand. So is this going to be a crosswalk going three ways down at Mason and Bruce Park? So you'll be able to cross?
No, it's going to be a mid-block crosswalk on Mason, well, not even mid-block. It's, what do you think that's mid-block? Is that about mid-block? Do you figure? No, it's closer to the top of the eastern building is the Mason Street crosswalk.
In other words, so there's not going to be one crossing Mason at the corners, and how about crossing Bruce Park?
It's our understanding at this time that there
is no one
at the south end, Mr. Levy, of Mason Street. So there's a crosswalk there now. There's no reason to think that it shouldn't be there. What I was pointing, if you wanted to cross now to the south side of Bruce Park, as currently suggested an individual would get to the corner and then have to walk east toward Bruce Park itself in order to cross on a safe refuge in the middle of the block. So you understand, to make the structural improvements to the intersection, to structurally identify the lanes, you have to make certain that a vehicle coming south on Mason and turning east up the hill doesn't drive over the concrete median. So that forces the crosswalk on Bruce Park Avenue farther east. So we have to work that out with the traffic engineer for the town and find the best location for it.
Right.
But there's no
But
thing.
yeah, exactly, and it shouldn't be having to double back to try to cross over to another side, and that's what I'm worried about. But the island is a way of kind of there's a good application of using the island, but what I'm worried about is that we're also creating a possible green space that has to be maintained by the town, and the town has issues about maintaining some of these green spaces consistently.
Well,
so
the first thing to do is first of all, I think that, to be honest, the key issue with Bruce Park Ave is we're assuming that people are going to be commuting. So it's to get them safely to and from the train station.
Yes.
We have additional residents that are going to be safe to and from the train station. Bruce Park Ave is a scary place to cross for anybody who's tried it once you've moved to the east. But once we've addressed that concern, the applicant really doesn't need to be involved in whether or not we maintain islands, because our key concern here.
I think it does. I think it does.
No,
This is
I'm
what
sorry.
I want to bring up. I just want to, because this is creating something that the town has to pay for, and in order to accommodate the applicant. And I'm just wondering if that's kind of the wrong way to do things. Maybe the applicant should be, what should the applicant be doing? Should they be responsible for this cost instead of the town?
May I make one more comment in that regard, Mr. Levy?
Yes.
At one of our meetings of the committee, we had discussed treatment of the island, so to speak, on Bruce Park Avenue. I asked, for some specifications on what the town did on Field Point Road in front of Town Hall. So Michael Kiselick, the town traffic engineer, provided me with the details on that manufactured product as an option to incorporate. Then subsequent to that, there was the other discussion about possibly having a raised median. So we have that other option of duplicating what's apparently been fairly successful in front of Town Hall, to identify what you can't or shouldn't be driving over, but still defines the lanes. So that's another option that we're working on to determine what's best. And it hasn't been fully vetted, in my opinion.
Right, I appreciate that, and I do understand the issue. Yeah.
Good.
Right.
Nonconformity.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to say, as part of our engineering comments, really whatever the town engineer wants us to address, we will address. And one of the things that he did mention was he was worried about footing drains. This will not have footing drains. This is a closed foundation. There are no footing drains associated with it. That's just one example of what we have already done to address the engineering comments. I wanted to also, though, say that none of what we've been discussing with the drainage is a health and safety issue.
No, but you have to conform, I'm sorry, from what I understand, and you've got your colleague here, it's not zoning also. You have to conform to the town's drainage manual.
And Mr. DeAndrea has submitted a
Health
drainage
and
summary report
safety,
that does.
Mr. Hegney, I hadn't finished. Health and safety applies to the zoning considerations. If the drainage manual isn't met, that is not a zoning consideration. And we have covered this ground several times. So if they have a concern that you are not meeting the drainage manual, they are empowered to do so. Now, from what I understand, that from what Mr. DeAndrea has just said, that is not what Mr. Paredes is saying, so you should be fine. But I would not go to the health and safety issue on this right now, because I don't, this is not, we're not talking about a zoning matter. Now,
That's fine.
Let's
Madam
go to
Chair.
zoning and talk about nonconformity. Because
Okay.
I don't understand the argument you're making. You know the precedent. In fact, it's interesting that you have Mr. Hollister here because I believe we consulted with him when we made the decision about 830G doesn't apply to commercial uses. It only applies to residential. I thought that was who we consulted, but maybe we found some other famous lawyer. Now, Mr. Hegney, can you just explain to me where you're headed with nonconformity? Because I couldn't make it out in the application.
So yes, so I submitted a letter to staff last month that included a chart, and I want to make clear this only involves the western property. The eastern property, we are not availing ourselves of any of the non-conformities that are there, such as buildings being right on the property line for Mason Street. We meet the setback that's required for the front setback on the CGB zone for Mason Street, and we are also meeting building coverage and site coverage with the commercial on the east side. It's the west side that's an issue, and I had included in my letter that I submitted to staff along with the floor plans and FAR worksheets, a comparison of existing and proposed conditions at on the west side property, and the building coverage and site coverage are going to be substantially improved from what was there before. The site is completely covered with both building and asphalt. So
let me just step you back a sec. You are saying that there's a merger by use
of 290 and 294.
Now, when there's a merger by use, when there's a merger of the properties, from the limited research we have been able to do based on a different application of yours, the underlying lot with its existing nonconformity ceases to exist because you have eliminated the lot. So when you merge the properties, as we understand it at this point, and again, because this issue didn't come up until fairly late in this process, we haven't had a chance to really look into it. But when there's a merger of the properties, it appears to us from what we've researched that nonconformity disappears because that property no longer exists because it has been merged with another one. So it is now a different property. Are we agreed there?
No, I don't agree
well, then
with
we
that.
have a real sticking point because the research we've done so far is that if you have non-conforming property A and you merge it with property B, that property A has ceased to exist. It doesn't exist anymore on the land records. And when you do that, those nonconformities disappear because you no longer have the property to which they applied. That property no longer exists. It has disappeared. You have eliminated it. So if you're going to do a merger, that you don't retain nonconformities. And again, I'm not just talking out my you know what. I've got some research behind me on this. So I'm just telling you that's our understanding. Based on that, I would certainly like you, if you are planning for the commercial amount of space. Now, Mr. Caspi offered the last time that he would make the retail conforming on the west side. And that to me seemed like the easiest answer. Just
Well,
make the
Madam-
retail conforming.
Madam Chair, I'm frankly not following you on this because when I look at 290 and 294, those properties have a building that you walk from one part of 290 to 294 and you're still in the same building. It's one building.
Okay, I'm not
And so-
disagreeing with the merger. I'm saying merger by use. Okay, perfect. But the underlying lot, when you say we have merged by use, the nonconformity that was attached in theory to one of those lots no longer exists. That nonconformity disappears if you're declaring the merger by use because it is now one property. I think you need to give us
You
something in writing.
If I merge properties together, I lose any nonconformities I have associated with that.
I'm saying
I
something
don't
different,
believe that's
Mr.
either the
Hegney.
law or makes sense.
I'm not referring to the 2017 law, the statutory change, because I'm familiar with it. You don't lose your nonconformity. When you
Correct.
file a land record, which you are about to do for this property, you will make that property disappear. That property will cease to exist. We've been through this with our council. The property ceases to exist because you now have a new property. That's basic land use law. You file a new map. The new map doesn't have that property anymore. It has a different property. Now, if you want to write us a brief where you'd say that when you merge two properties, the nonconformities attached to a property that has ceased to exist continue to exist, please do that. You've got time to do it. We can extend this. And you could tell us why you think your retail can be nonconforming. Mr. Caspi offered, we stopped working on this because Mr. Caspi's offer at the last hearing was he was going to make the retail conforming. So if that is no longer the case, then you're going to have to explain to us why you believe that that with the merger. I'm not seeing it. I'm open to hearing it, but I'm not seeing it from every case that I've found so far. And as you know, I have probably talked to somebody.
Yes, of course. What we have on that side of the property, on that side of the project, is a 16,165 square foot parcel of land. And you're entitled to FAR of 0.3. So that gives us 4,849 square feet. The existing square footage on the property on that 16,000 square feet is 15,360 is the floor area that we have on the west side parcel. And what we're proposing is something significantly less than that. I don't think if we have one site as it has been used literally for decades, and we tear that building down because it's one building and we rebuild it, I don't think we lose
Are you
that
going to file
nonconformity.
Are you going to file a new map for that property?
I don't think we need to file a new map.
The moment you merge the property, the original property goes away. The original piece of land, the original lot. Now, are you going to retain that original lot and say, I've got a building that straddles two properties? I guess, Patrick, I guess he can do that, right? You're going to say it hasn't been merged. I'm retaining two properties. You could do that.
I have a building on, it has two account numbers for the tax collector.
If you're
but
not merging,
it has had one building on it.
I
So there's
understand.
Parcel 2 and 3 that's labeled on Mr. DeAndrea's map. That building is.
No, Mr. Hegney,
there's one building on those two parcels.
Mr. Hegney, we are talking about different things. The question is, what is the municipal land records going to show in terms of how many parcels you have here?
It will show one parcel.
And when you show one parcel, you have eliminated the existing two parcels. And as such, they no longer exist. That's the best I can tell you from the research we've done. Now, I'd like to have your view of it. I know I've said this to you before at another meeting, and when I said this to you the last time, Mr. Caspi said, never fear. We'll just get rid of that little the extra piece of square footage and we're done because the retail isn't that big a deal to us. That was his answer to us.
Right.
Seems like an easy answer, Mr. Hagney. I mean, we're trying to get to an affordable housing application here, and Mr. Caspi represented at the last meeting that the retail wasn't important.
I believe Mr. Caspi is fine with doing that. It's roughly 2,000 square feet. It's 1,900 plus square
Perfect.
feet.
You know what we'd love to see you do is do a residential use and figure out a way of having a parcel, having a way of handling the UPS overflow from deliveries. That would be so great because it would clear up.
Well,
that would be the
there
greatest
also
thing.
there is a loading zone on the
Yeah.
street that we're intending to keep on Mason. And on the east side, we have an area for pull-off.
Now, I will discuss with you that in a different application, the applicant was kind enough on a larger 830G application that we recently approved, almost 30% larger than this one that we originally approved, in combination, these two buildings. The applicant created a driveway on site in order to get those vehicles off the street because they're an ongoing problem. And that was very much appreciated. But okay, bottom line, Mr. Caspi's going to keep.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Caspi's going to keep his promise, what he offered us at the last meeting, because you can't bait and switch on me like this. I start doing the research. I think I'm good, Mr. Leroux. I start doing the research. Mr. Caspi says, never mind. And then we get a different set of papers and it's, oh no, we have merger by use and we want to keep our nonconformities. And you got to make, you can't, we got to know what we're looking at.
Oh.
Okay, so if you're willing to give us, you're going to conform for the retail space, that would be great. Yes?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Mr. Leroux.
Madam Chair, I have a slightly different question on the same vein, and if I could just share the screen one time. I'm now confused because if Mr. Hagney is saying that this is all one building, I don't understand how we're treating how we're sort of we're separating the Siamese twin here. I don't know how this is working because we have.
So you don't have to worry about it because what I just heard is he is going to go conforming for the retail, and that's really all we need him to do.
But I don't, this is by my eye, with this building remaining on Greenwich Avenue and this area here, I don't see how there's any room to do more commercial because this is at least a 2-story, believe it's a 3-story building. So two. So, I'm a little concerned that we have run out of floor area for the conforming part of the project if the whole lot is considered.
So what we've considered is that you can see the dashed line that runs north and south.
Yeah, you want to move the property line and you want to rezone it.
CGB and CGBR.
Mm-hmm,
So
we know.
403 Greenwich Avenue is in the CGBR zone, which does not have a floor area limitation as long as you're less than 15,000 square feet, and you have a retail or residential use. It's a 2-story building. It has a retail use in it now, and we're not proposing to make any changes to that building.
I would just point out, Mr. Hagney, you're not wrong in the sentiment, but it's the rear building line that creates the.
Yes, that's true. That's true.
So those lines aren't coincidental in this instance. You know, this is the zone boundary that's almost true north-south, and then there's the building line here. So again, I know it's a lot of nit-nats, but it's important when it comes to the discussion that we're having here.
So you're correct, Mr. LaRoe. It's the front rear building line that creates the need that alleviate the need to have a floor area limitation.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So we can do this, right?
If you're asking me a question, we can do this. My answer is yes, Madam
Okay.
Chair.
Mr. LaRoe, you're done?
Yeah, that was just on that topic. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, Mr. McRae's next.
Mr. Hegney, east side building, going to CGB. So the rear yard, I guess, is 25 feet, says same as LBR, or 10% of the lot depth.
Right.
Minimum, okay, so.
When it backs up to a residential zone, which is what we do here in the R6.
Uh-huh.
The
Okay.
retail portion of the building is a little over 51 feet from your property line.
Where is the back wall of the building, Mr. Hegney, in relationship to the property line? Because it's not the retail, it's the building, right? So as I see the plan here, the back wall of the building, even though it's the ramp to the garage and a tenant storage space, that's the building, isn't it? That's the footprint of the building at the street.
Let's see.
Don't use that.
Oh,
Don't use that. Use the first floor plan, because I think actually it'll be a lot clearer. Okay, so actually the biggest concern I have, and I think actually I would appreciate if one of the floor plans, that's shown, the first floor plan at grade shows the dimensions almost like a zoning location survey. The northern side yard seems deficient to me. Because as the side yard says, it's 3.5 feet plus 1 inch for each foot of building height, and the building's quite tall. So is it really, yeah, that's the drawing. I think actually should become the ZLS. And same for the other side of the street. But the northern, or in this case, on this drawing, the left-hand side, I'm uncomfortable to know if that's actually closer to the line or not. Because if it's 3.5 feet plus 1 inch for building height, understanding height of the building, I'm thinking that may have to move back. Same situation for the other side. As I see it, it seems like a portion of the retaining wall or a portion of the building is actually right on the property line as well. So I think actually having a really good study of that to make sure that the conforming commercial on the first floor is conforming to the CGB 4 setback.
Yeah, we need a diagram of some kind. We need something that makes it visual.
Right.
Okay.
So, and it looks like actually, yes, you've got 10 feet in the front for the front yard. At some locations
More,
it's deeper.
Yep.
At some places you've got like 16 feet, so on and so forth. It's quite deep as the building undulates across the street. But I think that's actually a very important part, because we've been talking about actually making sure that the retail on the first floor actually is conforming to zoning. I think we need to be assured of that, because it just seems to me it doesn't.
And so what's on the screen now shows the retail areas and shows the, if we slide it over a little bit so that it slides to the left like that. What this plan is showing is that from the rear property line to the retail use is 51 feet.
But isn't the retail use enclosed in the building, in the back of the wall of the building is still part of the first floor? It's
Yes,
not open to
that's-
above. It's not part of it. It's actually part of the building. It's the footprint of the building itself, not a retail use. It's the building. And I think we're talking about actually the building. Because the zoning for first floor for commercial has to conform to our regulations. It seems that
Right.
this is, I'm looking at the
so
first
the- and
floor,
so
I'm
the
looking at a
re- so
perimeter
the
of the
re-
building.
The
Not just the retail, not the
portion
retail, the whole
does.
building. The retail portion does, but the rest of the building doesn't. I'm confused on how that works. Isn't the whole thing attached?
Well, the rest of the building is under 8-30G,
Right.
where there is no setback.
What's
It's just the
under
retail
8-30G?
portion.
Wait, just the
It's
retail
just the
portion?
retail portion that has to be compliant. Patrick
just the
Tracy, do you
retail
disagree
portion has
with
to be
that?
Wait a
compliant.
minute, wait, hold on a second. Okay, so just the retail portion. Okay, then the whole footprint of the building
Right.
doesn't need to conform because it's only those two little retail spaces on the street. That's completely bizarre to me because
Well,
it would seem to me that the perimeter of this building, this wall of the first floor goes all the way around. And it's parking for the retail, parking for everything else. Why would, if you have just one little section of retail, that's great, but the rest of the building could be oversized and not conform? I'm kind of missing how that works.
Well, not to diverge too far away from this topic, but when the commission approved 171 Hamilton Ave,
Hamilton Avenue, we did
it
it
was the
based
same
on
scenario.
use.
The first floor was smaller than the upper floor because the parking was on the ground level and there were the residential was above the parking area. So it's not dissimilar. It's somewhat
Right,
of
but there
that
was
kind of
the back wall of the retail on Hamilton Avenue. That was what we considered the footprint of the retail, the back wall. And here, this seems all connected.
Right.
So
You're
the back wall
not
should
wrong,
be-
Mr. Yeah, Mr. Becker, you're not wrong. That plan, the first floor had it was contained, right? The footprint and the where the wall was and everything that was obvious. This is a little less obvious because of the other factors with the building design, right?
Well, but
So getting back to
But
having
again,
a zoning location.
there's no. Again, we're sort of having to decide. This is we're treading new ground here, right? So we have to decide how are we going to treat affordable part versus the conforming zoning part, and there's no hard and fast methodology. It's again, how does the commission see the first floor of this building as being, from the zoning side of things, and then what is the affordable project?
And our goal was that we wanted to keep in focusing on the retail and commercial portion not being included in 830G was to protect retail continuity. That was our focus. So we were protecting the viability of commerce and making sure that ability wasn't lost. So I think we need to mull on that piece. Just a question. So I don't know what the answer is. I hear Mr. McRae's point, but I also heard Mr. Hegney's point, or somebody else who said yes, but there's other stuff on the first floor that's there to support the residential part, and that makes a lot of sense to me. So I need to chew on that one. That one I don't have. Mr. Hegney, Mr. Hollister is here serving as a consultant or in some way. I don't know how to do this, but since he's sitting here, I want to go back to the environmental issue and ask a question, and then if it's okay, which is, as you know, I have been concerned all along that I don't want Greenwich to look like we are putting affordable housing on a site that would not be used otherwise for residential. At this point, in both of your minds, here's a good way to do it. You are comfortable with what we're hearing from both of the environmental consultants, that there is no negative optics for us of having an affordable housing project on this site.
I don't think there's a different standard, Madam Chair, for affordable housing and for market rate housing,
No,
for whether it meets the requirement for residential use. And that's
Okay.
what both our LEP and the Fuss and O'Neill LEP that the town has retained
Hate
both
it when-
say that this would be remediated for residential use.
And that's, I just
period.
want to make sure that that you all are, I mean, that this is, everybody's comfortable, because there are two things that have concerned me. One is that language about the industrial sites, because this is a quasi weirdly, it had an industrial use on it, but was never zoned industrial. So that's been making me uncomfortable all along. And there's the whole environmental justice issue. And I just don't want to, you guys are very comfortable at this point about the remediation.
Yes, very much so. When
Okay.
I've had off the record conversations with our LEP, he says, this is what we do all the time. This
Yeah,
is
I know.
not a
I
unique
hear
site.
that.
There's nothing special here. And there is no issue remediating this site so that it can be used for residential purposes,
Okay.
regardless of how much people are paying for rent or for
Okay.
purchase. It's the same.
All right. Okay.
Before we move on to the remediation, so as I understand it right now, we're still in the middle of studying and gathering data on the remediation, but there is no
Mhm.
plan that's been established for the actual remediation prior to start of the construction. Is that correct?
That's correct.
No, we have to go through the DEP
Mhm.
that would then have to review it and approve it as to the methodology and how the site is going to be remediated.
And
that-
Langen, just to jump across what Mr. Hegney's saying, and Langen still wants to do additional testing with which Fuss and O'Neill concurs.
Yeah,
There's two places where there's no access at present. Nick, oh, I see, you're behind that. So Langen still has to do additional testing. So we won't have all the answers. At this point, we won't have them for a while, because I read between the lines that this requires demolition. That there's some of the testing, from what I gathered from the Langen report on the second read, was that some of that, am I wrong, Patrick, that some of this is going to require demolition before we can get to the additional testing? So we're not going to know, Nick, and then it has to go to deep. So you're talking a la Western Middle, in a sense that all the data has to be gathered. And in this case, there's reasons why they haven't been able to get to two of the areas that could have concern, and that's in the Langen study.
And that would be a condition of the site plan approval
Yeah.
that we would obviously be
I
meeting,
just
and that the state would have to approve.
just got the both of you here, and I just want to have it on. I mean, that we're trying to do this right, and I just wanted to have that on the record. Mr. Leroux.
Yeah, Madge, I don't know if this question was asked, but can we get copies of the property transfer law filing from October?
Oh, yeah, because
Yes,
Fuss and
yep,
O'Neill
I-
couldn't find it, the
That was
2023.
sent to me this evening, and I will get that over to you.
We were a little freaked out that they couldn't find
Yep.
it. Mr. Yeski.
And does that include the phase one environmental study?
I believe so. I think it's a very voluminous document.
Okay.
And then the other thing is, there's more testing, or there's more chemicals that need to be looked for, I guess, right? With the current climate, are those going to be, is that a supplement, or does that just happen in the whole process on the remediation plan? Or I don't know if you're
Are they doing a phase three? That's essentially what Patrick said.
Yeah.
Well, no, but Patrick's
But-
also saying that the law changed and that the
No,
testing.
I understand.
Yeah.
I understand. Yes, and that would be, so I'm asking in a different way, is that essentially we're asking about PFAS. And is
Yeah.
the PFAS analysis going to get picked up in a phase three?
I
Yes.
like that. Good question. Good, well said. Okay. All right. We have your blood.
One more question I have for Mr. Hegney, or actually maybe the design team, anybody can actually answer this. I think when last we talked, the west building was going to be constructed first.
Mhm. That's what's in the
I'm glad you
application.
brought that up, Mr. McRae. Yes.
He's got it
and
in the
then-
narrative.
So the west side building would be constructed first. East side of the site, of the project site, would be used for staging and labor, parking, so on and so forth. When the other building is finished and you
Mhm.
start construction on the east side, what is the plan for the construction phasing of that?
So you're obviously going to have to excavate down, because that property is the buildings are just at grade versus the west side where by doing the demolition, you've already done your excavation because the
Okay, so
building
understanding
has a
that,
basement.
we have we're gonna be digging a really deep hole, so we can't use the east side for anything because there's a hole there. So I think one of the biggest questions I have is, we know what's gonna happen initially. What happens when we get into the east building? Because it would seem that actually now it's a very tight site and the tight spaces around there in the bottom of the avenue, bottom of Mason Street, but where do you put parking for the workmen on site? Where do you put the storage of the materials? You know, those kind of things as things start to get built.
So as you are excavating, you are then creating the area for the garage. And the garage obviously has to be built before you can build up above. So you're going to get to grade before you're building the building itself, and you will have parking available and areas for the for storage there. And if not, if that isn't then you have to get off-site parking and staging areas.
Yeah, so we're gonna ask you
when
for
you
a
have
we're
when you're
gonna
building
ask you
on
for
on
construction
Greenwich
phasing.
Avenue where there's nothing, you're just building on the lot itself. That's what you have to do. We've had quite a few buildings built on Greenwich Avenue that had no area to stage or to park, and you have to get it done through providing alternate sites for those uses and the end.
So that's actually what I'm looking for.
Yeah,
Tell me soup to nuts, west side to east side, how it's all gonna work, alternate site, whatever you're gonna be doing. Because yes, you're digging a big hole on the east side. I've got trucks lined up on Mason Street, which is, as we had talked about before, is a gateway to Greenwich. I have pump trucks with concrete. I have materials that are being brought to the site. If I'm parking in a garage, that's great, but where do I put all of the construction materials to build the rest of the building? That's the critical information, because stopping up Mason Street for 18 months while you're building this building, I think would be a real catastrophe.
So the phasing plan that we did provide to you, that Tishman had developed, includes where the trucks pull off,
Yeah, I haven't looked at it.
and how that's handled.
Okay.
Right. I did read that, and it wasn't very detailed. I saw where the trucks are supposed to be, but the site is quite big, and it seemed that actually having stuff parked on Bruce Park in one corner may not be sufficient for the scope of the work that's kind of being proposed here.
I can tell you that as we go through the building permit process, that will also be an issue. And if you are
I think by the time we get to the
concerned
building
about it,
permit process,
make it as a condition of zoning permit sign off that we have
yeah,
this in
well,
place.
zoning permit
to the
sign off, I want to know about
satisfaction
it
of
now.
staff.
I really,
Okay.
I would need to be more comfortable about this before we get to anywhere forward to this, because
Okay,
this is a big issue for us.
We've got some time, Nick, because we've got some other stuff to address. So hopefully they're going to be able to get us. I think what would help is if you could highlight, because I actually didn't spend time on it. If you could highlight, and I'm guessing the rest of us don't know about enough to have commented on it, but if you could highlight the areas where you would like to be more fleshed out and let Patrick know. Mr. Hegney, how do you feel about public comment? There's only 30 people left in the audience, so, hands coming up. Okay, you good with public comment?
I just had one other question for you, Madam Chair, and that's, we're not seeing any other health and safety issues that we need to address. And if there are any that the commission sees, we would want to know those so we can address them.
I think we've pretty much gone through the laundry list of you know what my biggest health issue is. I've been worried about the contamination from day one. Now, anybody
Working from
else?
mobile, I suppose, will create that concern.
And it's not as easy. Well, okay, so anybody, I think we have raised all the issues. And some of the traffic issues, I don't see them as rising to really that huge a safety issue. There is the scary thing about people going across Mason Street to the garage. That could be dangerous. but I think that's been addressed. Anybody feel like health and safety? Mr. Yeski?
It's not health and safety. And by the
Okay.
way, I had my hand up to talk about construction logistics, but it's been
I'm
covered.
sorry, Mr. Yeski, I didn't see it in time, starting to wear thin
Well,
here.
all right. I guess I have another issue, which is my first issue that I brought up, which is the nature of the two buildings. And it's a legal issue. And it still bothers me. It's one of those things, you have it, we all have it. We can go through all the safety, the health and safety. We are addressing that. We're addressing sewer and fire and drainage and traffic and parking and logistics. But we've been on this slippery slope about 830Gs. We approved a couple smaller ones that were built. That was fine. We approved one in a neighborhood that was a little bit difficult. We just approved a big one on Benedict Place. We were looking at one on Greenwich Avenue, and then complications start. They were talking about a remote to put the affordable housing remotely. We've had a couple other applications moved along, and every one seems to, like the one on Ridge Street. Yes, we're going to do 830G. We're going to do affordable, but we're only going to give them 1 bedroom. The Benedict one was good that had 2 and 3 bedrooms. Now we get 2 buildings, and yeah, there's a token couple units thrown between the buildings, but there's basically an affordable housing rental building and a high-end luxury condo building. So we go back to legal, and correct me if I'm wrong, we get no definitive guidance from the town legal. We get no case to make legally why this is inappropriate or maybe not the intent of 830G. So we're left kind of naked there. It's bothered me. There is a headline risk, a potential PR risk, but that's not us. That's not P&Z. We don't have regulations on that. So it just bothers me that we keep sliding down this slope. The next one might be a remote, where we're going to build this building here, but we're going to put the affordable units in Portchester or something. So I don't know. I'm stuck. I've been around and around. I started this with the first question months ago. I don't have an answer. Every answer we tried to pursue goes nowhere. So I don't know what to do with it, but I think it's a risk to the approval of this project, but I have no regulatory or legal support to deny it. We're going through all the things that we would normally deal with on an 830G. So just a major concern I wanted to get off my chest. I don't know what we can do about it. Maybe we can't do nothing. I don't know.
Well, I think
Mr.
it's our,
Yeski,
if I could just quickly, Mr. Yeski, and I know we've said this at other meetings, we have 2 questions before us, and I'll let Mr. Hegney go next, but we have 2 questions before us. Does, in our mind, are we meeting the goals of the state of Connecticut as expressed in the 830G statute? And B, are we meeting the goals of our affordable housing plan as filed under 830J? And so those are the questions. Does this move us forward along those 2 sets of goals?
To restate that, state that. You know, we've been making progress on affordable housing, much more in the last 2 years than we made in the previous 6 years I've been on the commission, right? So as I understand the rationale is, we want affordable housing. We have that in the POCD. We've written it, we're doing it, we're making progress. But at some point, is the progress we're making jeopardized some basic qualities of the town? And in this case, equity. And, you know, I think we can make the case we're making progress on affordable housing. Look what we've approved, look what we looked at. Yes, this would be an incremental more. I get that. But is it more at the risk of generating some awkward town appearances? And I'm concerned about that. And if the answer is we have no choice because we have no regulatory reason to deny it, so be it. I don't have an answer. We've tried every way. If there's another way to resolve this, I'd love to hear it.
Well, Ms. Jenkins would like to make a comment, and I think that would be appropriate since she's on the Affordable Housing Trust. And then I guess Mr. Hegney would like to answer you as well. Ms. Jenkins, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Yeski, I'm sure you, or perhaps you don't recall that there was a modification in the affordability provisions on this project that was negotiated by the Affordable Housing Trust. because there was some concern originally that there was an affordability provision in one building, in the rental building, and no affordability in the condominium building. And the developer reran the numbers, reconsidered the percentages, and provided for affordable units, 3 affordable units in the east condo building in perpetuity in order to satisfy questions that were raised by the commission about having 2 separate buildings, one with affordable and one without. So I think to the extent that nothing, anything other than everything is never going to be enough. At least the effort has been made to have an affordability provision in both buildings to the extent that that is financially feasible. And there are 2 commitment letters that were offered by the Affordable Housing Trust, and they are open to the original proposal, which was, again, more affordable rental units in the west building and nothing in the east building. And now a modification, a reduction of the number in the rental building, but something available to qualified affordable units in the condo building. So again, I understand your lack of comfort with there being regulatory or case law, but there simply isn't that. But again, we're going to be on the cutting edge of this, as we are with so many of these proposals, because there's simply nothing that is directly applicable saying this is enough or this isn't enough. And that's really all I can say on behalf of the Affordable Housing Trust is we modified the letter, the commitment letter that was offered to the developer here in an effort to satisfy concerns by the commission earlier. And that's all I can really say at this point. I hope that's helpful, Mr. Yeski.
I'm aware of all that.
I'm sure you are.
I don't think that a couple units addresses it, but I don't have another solution. I don't have, like we've had in other cases, public health and safety issues. This was, and I don't even have a legal defense. So I'm kind of, again, I don't have a choice in many ways. And it's nice that there was some affordable thrown in the condo building and vice versa, but it wasn't much. And it may be, maybe worse. I'm almost back to the point, let's build 2 separate buildings and make it clear what we're doing. And I'm the one that asked to have the building, the affordable building built first.
I'm just going to recuse myself again because I think getting into commission issues and I'm recused on commission issues. I was just trying to make sure that you were aware of the facts, and you clearly were. Thank you.
So the wording on the health and safety is that it has to be sufficient relative to our affordable housing goals, for it to be greater than our affordable housing goals. And you are raising the question of whether the application in your mind meets our affordable housing goals, meets the town of Greenwich's affordable housing needs in and of itself, whether this satisfies the intent of the 830G law, as well as our affordable housing plan filed under 830J. So this isn't about health and safety. You are asking if the application meets the affordable housing need that is stated in this community. That's the question. So it's very different from something health and safety, which has to be a greater concern than our need for affordable housing. This is, does the application meet that need? Now, Mr. Hegney, after all, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I said up front that we're dealing with all the public health and safety. And I thought there was a legal issue here, and it turns out we don't have support for it. So again, very uncomfortable, but I don't really have a grounds.
No, it's your interpretation. I mean, again, it's your interpretation of whether our affordable housing goals are being met by this application. That's the question. That's the legal question. not only the health and safety, that's one part, but is this satisfactory relative to our affordable housing goals? Are we moving forward sufficiently with this? Is this application a reasonable step forward for the town? That's the question you're asking. Are we doing the right thing? Are we moving forward?
So,
Okay,
Madam
fine.
Chair, there are a couple of things.
Yeah.
One is we are providing 30% of the units
Correct.
as affordable.
Not
The
arguing
other
with
part, the other part is that this is different than some of the other projects you've looked at because this includes for sale units.
you. We know that.
There is one for sale project that was done in the 90s but none of the rest of them that you're seeing now involve an ability to purchase, and that those units, as we have pledged and is in our affordability plan, would be in perpetuity.
Right.
Versus the rental units, which are for the 40 years that's in the statute. And this is one project. Both properties depend on working together because the parking for the west building is in the east building. And one of the things we also said when we were presenting this to you last month was that we would construct the west building first and that we would not have any temporary certificates of occupancy for anything on the west side, on the east side, until the west building had received its temporary certificate of occupancy and would not allow the retail uses to open until that parking was available for their use. So these, although they are on the opposite side of the street, they are tied together through the parking requirement. And we have submitted a parking agreement to staff. You can certainly have your town attorney review it and make any comments regarding it. But this is one project. This is not two separate buildings that are being presented to you separately. This is presented to you as one project.
Well, you're presenting it as
and
one
that's how it
project
works.
on the basis, as we have discussed at previous meetings, your argument that it's one project is because the parking is integrated. Otherwise, it would be, since it's separated by a public road rather than what it would be two projects for us. Mr.
Correct.
Yeski, so it's again because the fact that you've got most of the parking in the east side integrates the projects is why you're arguing that it's two projects. Remember that I at one point, one project. The commission shall have the burden to prove, based upon the evidence in the record compiled before such commission, that this is if we deny an application, that the decision is necessary to protect substantial public interest in health, safety, or other matters which the commission may legally consider. B, that such public interests clearly outweigh the need for affordable housing. And that's the point I'm making to you, Mr. Yeski. Our first goal here is to create affordable housing. And so our first decision is, are we creating affordable housing consistent with our affordable housing plan? And that is your call when you vote. Mr. Lowe.
Yeah, I think without attempting to speak for Mr. Yeski, I think part of what he's saying or driving at is, does it pass the smell test? Is paying lip service through a few crossover units? Does that satisfy the spirit and letter of the 830G regulation? And I think is something that is worthy of consideration. And saying that, well, it just declaring that, oh, this is all one project and there's shared parking, okay, but it's very difficult to move beyond the fact that the appearance of this is there's a tokenism associated with the assignment of the units on both sides, on different sides of the street, and there's a potential for a slippery slope here. And I share the discomfort that Mr. Yeski has with this issue, and I have felt this from the beginning as well. So I just, and I also share the frustration that we don't seem to have a definitive legal position on this to support this discomfort.
Okay. Mr. Hegney, I think you would want to.
This discussion that we're having now is one that we had in front of the Housing Trust Fund Board. And it is one where are you providing the 30%, and are you providing them in an appropriate fashion? And when we came back to the Housing Trust Fund with this as some of the units being in the condo building for sale, the discussion was similar to what we're having now, and that it was, yes, this is one project that works together and that meets the town's goal of providing affordable housing in the state statute.
We're not privy to the discussions, as you know, of the Affordable Housing Trust. We're separated from them by law, much as it grieves me. Okay, so what they decide is not our jurisdiction. You know that.
Right.
I had a hard time letting go since, as you know, I worked on it and developed it, but
successfully too, yes.
Yeah, but I have to let go, and what they do, and that's it. So I'm not privy to how they look at things and how they decide it. Okay, can we turn to public comment yet? Does anybody have any? Okay, all right. We got some hands up then. The first person is Ivana Sabar or Sabar, and I am promoting you, Ms. Sabar, if you can hear me, or Zabar. And I'm only seeing, let me see if so far we have lost a lot of people. And followed is a person named Ken, and you will have to give us your last name when you come in, and I'm going to promote you now. Madam's, oh, perfect. If you would unmute. Okay, now, perfect.
All right. Sorry, I'm just.
And then Andrew, after Ken is Andrew Collins. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Zabar.
Okay, thank you to the committee for the opportunity to comment. As a downtown Greenwich resident, I'm concerned with this project's impact on driver and pedestrian safety, and I wonder if the historical crash reports or traffic analysis can be considered representative data. Even if the data doesn't include pandemic years, historical data can't be representative when there's a fundamental shift, which there is in this case. So when past data can't be predictive of the future, what seems to make sense is to start from first principles. And I think it makes sense to include the lived experiences of residents in this kind of analysis. Over the decade that I've lived just 2 blocks up from the proposed development and 3 blocks up from the bottom of Greenwich Avenue, driving and walking, I can say with confidence that being a pedestrian is dangerous here, and that drivers in this area are not used to pedestrian traffic. I'll use 3 recent examples to highlight the issues. Recently, while being hyper-aware, walking home from La Suite on Mason, which is next to the proposed development, I nearly got clipped by a car twice at the corner of the proposed project. Once when I crossed the Mason Street crosswalk, and immediately thereafter when I was crossing the adjacent crosswalk at Bruce Park Avenue. On the flip side, pedestrians do ill-advised things like jaywalking, which happens with reasonable frequency on Mason Street due to the retail there that do not have dedicated parking lots. SoulCycle, the liquor shop, the car repair shop, and the skincare clinic. Just this past week, I nearly hit a pedestrian who bolted into the middle of the road shortly after I took a turn onto Mason Street from Bruce Park. Finally, just 1 block down at the corner of Greenwich and Bruce Park, where there are actually lights for pedestrians, my then 8-year-old daughter, by the grace of God or the universe, narrowly escaped getting hit by an SUV. She and I were at the pedestrian light waiting for it to turn to walk. And when it did, I noticed that her shoelace was untied. So instead of stepping out into the crosswalk, as we would have, we stopped a moment to tie her lace. And at that moment, an SUV waiting at the stoplight accelerated into the pedestrian crosswalk where my daughter would have been. I'd like to take a moment here to comment about the removal of a lane on Bruce Park Avenue going west at the stoplight. If the 2 lanes are reduced to 1, those taking a left on Steamboat will back up traffic on Bruce Park Avenue. Doing this creates a more unsafe environment than just leaving the 2 lanes, and I urge the committee to take a closer look at this. Finally, I'd like to comment about the larger issue at the site of these developments. Before I do so, because Greenwich Times published an article this past May positioning opposition against this development as opposition against affordable housing, and took parts of my statements from the May P&Z meeting and strung them together to take them out of context, I would like to make it clear that I am a supporter of affordable housing. My opposition to the Mason Street project and to other high-density projects that have been approved and those that may be proposed is solely due to size. To put into context, in NYC, according to the Rent Guidelines Board of the City of New York's May 2023 report, the average size of the newly completed apartment buildings was approximately 18 units in Queens, 23 units in Brooklyn, 44 units in the Bronx, and 63 units in Manhattan. The report also shows that the overall average apartment building size in Manhattan is about 70 units. The town of Greenwich, not the city of Greenwich, now has 30 to 40 unit building nearly completed, 120 unit building approved, and are facing a 92 unit building proposal, all within 0.1 to 0.5 miles from each other. What is happening in this town with these high density developments does not make sense, and there has to be a better answer to address affordable housing than one born of reactivity. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, ma'am. Ken, you're next, followed by Andrew Collins. Ken, if you would spell your last name for the court reporter. And you'll need to unmute as well. A lot of tasks. There you go. And then
Okay, yes, thank you. Good evening. My name is Ken Wheeler, Wheeler, and I'm speaking in my capacity as a town resident. I'd like to voice some of my concerns. I believe it is very unsafe, and maybe we should have the Greenwich Police Department weigh in on this, for the families of 4 dwelling units in the west buildings to have to cross Mason Street, which will at many times be during increased volume of rush hour, in order to access their parking spots under the east building. Remember, we are adding many vehicles and pedestrians to the area. Think of people heading off to school or work or carrying groceries from their car to their home. And let's not forget a handicapped resident who wasn't able to park in any of the accessible parking spots under the west building. Do we want them crossing a busy Mason Street? How about the handicapped resident crossing during inclement weather with snow or ice on the road? I believe a resident not parking in their own building and having to cross a busy street is a safety issue. While on the subject of traffic, I would like to let the commission know that there is already a traffic bottleneck at the Bruce Park Avenue, Mason Street intersection now. Drivers already use Ridge Street as a cut-through that resembles an expressway during the morning and afternoon rush hours. I agree with providing something that will make the intersection safer. After all, there is going to be far more pedestrian and vehicular traffic with the increase of dwelling units and retail stores. But talk of adding a traffic light or a raised center curb or a single lane or bump outs, only a couple of 100 feet from Greenwich Avenue Light will only provide more bottlenecking, more cut-through traffic, more danger on Ridge Street, Havemeyer Place, and other surrounding streets. I am also concerned with parking during the lengthy construction process. The area residents have been living through a large amount of construction projects in the area for a few years now, with parking during the day being more inconvenience, a major inconvenience, especially with the town's parking regulations simply not being followed. With the Railroad Avenue project getting underway, and then these 2 extremely large buildings being constructed, there is likely to be upwards of 100 construction workers with a numerous amount of trucks, vans, and material deliveries. This can cause parking and major traffic nightmares in the area that the residents will have to live through for several more years. I have no problem with contractors, subcontractors, and tradespeople getting to work, performing their jobs in order to earn a living. There is a question also as to where the 40 West Building tenants will park. But can the commission, if and prior to approving this project, ask the applicant to kindly come up with a parking plan which will alleviate the parking overload on surrounding streets and stick to it for the duration of the construction project? And my final comment is that previously approved 6-story 830G application has already been referred to as precedent for reason to approve this application. So tonight, I'm asking the commission to use this very significant change to a very critical section of town to start a new precedent. And that precedent is to only approve these 830G projects in buildings that comply with the town's zoning regulations. Regulations that were formed in order to protect the town from buildings like these. Again, I believe my neighbors are in favor of affordable housing, just not in 5- and 6-story buildings. And does this meet our needs for affordable housing? I think it doesn't. And thank you to the commission members, Mr. LaRoe, Ms. Kolakowski, and the entire land use staff for your service to our town. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wheeler. Andrew Collins is next.
Mute. Hello.
Hello.
Good evening. Good evening, Madam Chair and the Commission. I wanted to say, before I get into my comments, that I thought the concerns and the analysis by the Commission were really good tonight. Congratulations. I'd also like to echo the comments made by the two prior members of the public, very well expressed. And I wanted to reinforce a couple of thoughts there. On the optics, there's no question that the people from what is really the subsidized building are going to need to go back and forth. And the optics are that as soon as there's one traffic accident, you know, God forbid, occurs, the press will make hay out of that. And I think that should be taken into account. Having the parking across the street it's a burden. I've lived in New York City and the parking was across the street, and it's just, you always have to go there. You want to drop the groceries off on one side, then you want to drive your car on the other, but there's a truck, you know, it really seems strained. As to the traffic study itself, we must take into account either the real traffic or the projected traffic from the development that's on the corner of Millbank and Havemeyer Place, which is finishing up. It's been going on for almost 5 years, I think. But those are a large number of apartments, and there's going to be quite a bit of traffic from that one. So I really think that needs to be, you know, incorporated. I was unable to see in the materials where these two buildings have the pullovers for FedEx and Amazon, all these deliveries. So I trust that that's visible, that it's real. And I really hope it is, because we've talked about this intersection being a gateway into Greenwich. It's also an exit, you know, and when you come down Bruce Park Avenue towards Greenwich Avenue, during heavy traffic times, it already backs up past Mason. And then now the cars are doing that little dance where they pull out a little bit more, so you can get in front of who, and so on. And the pedestrians, it includes myself every once in a while, on foot and often on a bicycle. You know, and it's scary what's happening there. And I think the traffic studies they've really missed this point. And I think I would encourage the commission to try and get them to incorporate that data. And my last point would be that I'm a consulting engineer, and you know, I do some work out here, but most of my work is in New York. And there, when you merge tax lots, existing nonconformities disappear. Absolutely. You are subject now. You have a lot. You merge it. You did it. Now you can go higher, wider, whatever, for whatever reason you did. And the land use lawyers are very able in that sense. But once you have created a new lot, you must comply with the regulations. So I would kind of support that position, which has been expressed by yourself, Madam Chair, and a few other members. You know, we need to comply with the law, and that's really what makes, you know, the town, the state work, so that we conserve the urban fabric, which in Greenwich is so agreeable, the open spaces. And in terms of echoing one sentiment that was expressed earlier today about, does it pass the smell test? I think the buildings are just a little bit too tall. And with that, I say good night and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Collins. That is it for the public speakers. I just saw that, is that you that has Mr. Adler here, Mr. Hegney?
I wasn't planning on having him speak this evening.
Okay, I just saw his name when I was, okay. that concludes our public speakers. I think the commission has raised all the issues we're gonna raise. Does anybody feel like we haven't raised something? No, okay. So I leave it to you, Mr. Hegney. What would you like to do? Do you want to give us an extension to close it on the 6th of September, or would you like to close it tonight? That's my
Well,
first question.
I guess I'm wondering if there are any issues other than
Drainage.
the ones we've gone over, the drainage. The drainage, I think, can be handled through your receiving comments from the town engineer.
So the only question is if you have put this to bed with the nonconformity, because at that point, if you were going to resuscitate that at any point, I would want to see a brief from you, and that would mean leaving it open, because the advice I have is as represented about when a lot disappears. So if you're good with that, which is what Mr. Caspi had offered us, everything else that's outstanding at this point, from what I know, except for one thing, is departmental comments, so we can address it through the department. The only question that is the construction phasing, but what I believe we could potentially do, if you would very much like to close tonight, is Nick can give his construction phasing gaps to Mr. LaRoe, and he can file them with you. He can send them to you, and somehow or other we know. I mean, the problem is we won't know that you've got a complete construction phasing plan submitted, but maybe Mr. LaRoe could just make the representation. He has the background to do it, and he could say, look, I've reviewed this and I'm fine with it.
On that point, though, I think there's I don't know if they're really unknowns, but it may make sense to do this the opposite way they're thinking about in order for it to work properly. So, I mean, I think it's really quite up in the air, this construction phasing. This is something that is as important as anything else that we're talking about. So I just don't want to leave this open-ended at all. I think we need some kind of real understanding of.
All right.
Not saying, well, how, these are our parameters and we want it to work. I mean, we like to kind of agree to it.
Well, Patrick, go ahead, Mr. Hegney.
Madam Chair, we hired a reputable construction management firm that deals with tight sites as part of its business, and they've prepared a construction phasing plan. Oftentimes, it becomes a condition of approval that the staff has to review it in order to have the zoning permit sign off to be able to file for a building permit.
Well, I was really
and
actually
having that as a condition, I think is appropriate and done regularly by the commission.
Well, if you wanted to close tonight, what I was suggesting was a little different. Nick's looked at that, where Nick thinks there are holes. He passes that on to Patrick. Patrick gets the revision, and Patrick reviews it prior to our decision, because his input we can take. I don't know if that's totally legit, but it kind of works. In theory, we've only talked to our staff. Work for you?
I don't have a problem doing it that way.
Yeah.
Yes, that
okay.
works.
I mean, that at least
I think that makes sense. It's just I'm just particularly concerned about the size of the project and how this can actually really come together. Because it just seems like this is going to be wrought with many more issues, many more concerns than a normal project that comes across.
And then my only question is, Nick, are you comfortable with this? Because we're turning to you as the person who knows the most about reviewing a construction between you and Patrick and Tracy.
Yes, I think I have other concerns beyond that, but I understand what you're trying to do, so that's fine.
Okay.
One of my biggest concern is, and I think we did this at Hamilton Avenue, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Rowe. We sent the commercial aspect of the Hamilton Avenue buildings to the ARC because it was retail. It wasn't the 830G aspect, it was the first floor, signage, lighting, etc.
I don't remember.
I think we sent the signage, to be totally honest, but I'd have to go. I have to go check the decision, but I do remember the signage being an ARC item. I don't recall if we did the storefront like you're suggesting or not.
I don't remember at all.
Yeah,
I'd have to
Because
look.
this is a significant issue with me, is that we are now looking at two significant structures in the town of Greenwich without any design input whatsoever. And literally it's something that actually drives me nuts.
I know, but
I get, oh, we're going to do a great building. It's like, yes, but then I would like to have my experts tell me that, not you. I want the experts to tell me.
I know, but
And in this case, 6 stories, 5 stories, 2 sides of the building, retail, there's a lot to look at.
But I have to tell you that there was some initiative at the state level to eliminate planning and zoning commissions able to have input on design this year. The bill didn't go forward, but there was some discussion by people who might be present as well to eliminate that ability for design. And there was some interest in eliminating village which are another form of insurance. So the ability for a town to manage what it looks like and its architecture.
You're breaking up. I can't hear you.
Yeah, Madam Chair, you
breaking
keep,
up.
keep
I wonder
muting it
why.
now. Yeah,
Huh.
sorry.
Okay, I don't know what that's doing. It's
So
not charging
glitchy
or
night.
something.
Yeah.
Okay, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Yes.
All right, okay. Okay, so what I was saying, Nick, is that you guys can hear me, right? Somebody wave at me when you can't hear me. Okay, so so the ability for a town to have input, for a planning and zoning commission to have input on design in general has been objected to at the state level in the last session and possibly the session before, I don't remember. And then one of the things that was explored, for example, was eliminating village districts or eliminating their authority, historic districts, etc. So your concern about us not having architectural input it's frustrating to us, but the state does not. At the legislative level, there are people who don't think we should have that.
Have they passed a law to say that we can't do it?
No, they
Okay,
talked
so
about it and the law
we still can
failed.
do this. We have an ARC.
Yes.
ARC is empowered by our regulations
Mhm.
to look at it.
Yes.
Because I really, really strongly feel these 2 buildings need design oversight by our experts. If that's not going to happen, I'm not too sure what I'm even doing, because it would seem to me, once we're all said and done, parking, drainage, all that other stuff, nobody will care. It's the building itself that's going to be there. And somewhere down the line, somebody can say, what were you thinking? So
Yep.
that's what I'm saying right here, right now. I would very much like to have ARC take a look at this. That's their job. I need to have some background information on that. I'm not too sure how we make that happen. To me, everything that leads up to our decision actually should be following the policies that we've provided for every other building, regardless of what's in the building or what it comes under, what state statute. We haven't got to a decision, and it's my understanding 830G happens after we make a decision.
830G doesn't give us that scope of design review.
It has nothing to do with 830Gs. Isn't 830Gs just an appeal process? If we say no, they can run off right to the judge. But why
Well,
would we
this,
skip our own, why would we skip our own
because the
process?
statute says that the burden of proof is on the municipality when we act on an application.
When we act on an application, have we acted on the application yet? No, but we still are in the process of reviewing the application.
I'm
I
gonna
don't
let,
see why, I don't see why.
I'm
we're
gonna let
not
Mr.
following our
Hegney or
own
Mr.
procedures.
I'm not gonna argue with my own guy.
so-
Mr. Hegney,
Okay, yeah,
Mr.
no, I'm not
Hollister,
gonna have an argument. I'm not gonna have an argument. I'm not having this discussion. It just seems that we are not following our own procedure, and we're putting the cart before the horse in this, in these cases. So I think we should just move on. It's actually quite late. We have other things to do.
Well, I guess we need to move on, but you bring up an excellent way for us to look at these applications. That we really need to kind of stick to our bailiwick and still go through the same thinking that we do for any application.
So
I'm not
Madam
gonna,
Chair, if I
I'm
could
not, I'm gonna let you make
respond.
comment. Yeah, you comment, Mr. Hegney. This is, I think it's better for you to do this.
First, we did hire a world-class architect to design these buildings. So I think that's part of it. But I don't see how the aesthetics of the building, its design and its appearance rise to the level of a health and safety.
Have we gotten
issue
to an
that-
issue, Mr. Hegney, where we've made a decision that actually triggers the 830G statute?
Well, that's what's in front of you as an application, Mr.
Okay.
McRae.
Okay,
That's
but
what
we
we
haven't got to
submitted.
that point where it's come in, where the appeals process has started, correct?
Well, I'm hoping that we can avoid the appeals process, but even
Okay,
if
so
the
then
court
why would
looks
I
at
skip all of
this-
my policies and procedures if it hasn't kicked in yet? That's what I'm saying. So I think we should just be moving on here because it's quite late. We've got more work to do and we're actually spinning our wheels.
So for the record, I want to make a statement that the look of the building is not a health or safety issue that the commission can consider as part of approving this application or denying the application. It is not a factor. And going to ARC would not be something that adds to the affordability of this project.
That's the, I'm not gonna say anything, Mr. Hegney, because it's your job to respond
And-
to those. You guys can hear me. Could someone wave at me when you can't hear me? Okay, when you can't.
Wait, oh.
You're coming in fine.
But if we can't hear you, we wouldn't know to wave.
No, he
Uh,
will, because he can tell when my lips are moving. They're used to me.
We're fine with closing it this evening, Madam Chair,
Okay, does
along the
anybody,
lines of what you were talking about.
all right, does, along the lines that we're talking about, does
As far as
anybody?
the logistics plan.
Yeah, okay, so we've discussed that. Seated on this application are Albin, McRae, Levy, Wells for Low, and Yeski. Does anybody object to closing this application at this time? Please advise me.
No.
No.
All right. Hearing no objection, this application is hereby closed. We will give the applicant time to work with staff to resolve the open issues. And we will hopefully be in a position to make our decision then at our first September meeting. Not sure why. Okay. All right. Thank you,
Thank-
everybody, very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And now you're really going to go away, right? Mr. Hegney, you're done for the night?
I'm done for the night.
And I
I
don't
hope your
s-
evening doesn't last too much longer.
Yeah, well, we'll see. We got Mr. Tessie coming in. You know how that goes.
I know. Well, good luck.
Okay, goodbye.
All right, so long.
All right, Mr. Tessie, you heard us speak badly about you.
Yeah, I
Mr.
did.
Mr.
I-
Basili? Oh, maybe
great.
he was in, Mr. Basili, you are free to go to sleep.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you as
really-
ever. And you're gonna miss all the fun with Mr. Tessie mumbling, but we'll do our best.
Maybe I'll just stay on to see this.
Yeah, I'm very nocturnal. I'm very nocturnal. I'll be good.
All right.
See you next
Um,
time.
Okay, see you guys next time. Bye-bye. See you in September. All righty, our next item is a discussion item, 240 GA LLC for a pre-application review. This is for 12, a 3-story, 12-unit building over 2 levels of parking. So it'll be 5 stories in total.
Won't be 5 stories. I believe the lower level would, the lowest level would qualify as a basement area.
So you're going to put the lowest level below grade, so it'll look like 4 stories from the street.
Oh, from the street, it'll look like 3 stories, actually.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
That I did not understand from looking at the material. Okay, and this is at 240 Greenwich Avenue. So involved in this is the iconic, as Mr. Tessie refers to it, bank building on Greenwich
19
Avenue. And with that, you have 20 minutes to get in and out because we're tired.
Okay. Well, the application itself is one that we have worked on after 5 years of somewhat frustrating, not the commission's fault or anybody's fault, but 5 years of trying to come up with a project for a residential building on the west side of our property. Most of you have been on the commission during this 5-year period. And we've worked on occasion with the trust fund. We've tried a classic 6110G application originally. Got up to 6 stories and above 2 levels of parking under an 830G application. I think it was 3 years ago. Got down to 40 units at 4 stories, working with the trust fund. But at the end of the day, we are also discussing our project with our neighbors to our west in the Harborview building. And the long story, which we all don't want to hear at all, to make it short, we've struck upon an understanding for a project that, at least I believe, would be kind of refreshing to you all in a way, because it would be zoning compliant. And that can be accomplished through a change in the zoning of the property from a bifurcated CGBR and CGB situation to an entire CGBR zone. You all know it's relatively unusual, but does happen in the town of Greenwich, where we have 2 zones overlaying 1 parcel. And very few actually on the avenue. I'm not sure there are any, but but that's what we have here. And by relocating our CGBR zone line through the entire property to the west side and relocating our rear line, which we do now have, to that western line of the property, we would be able to build the building that we have previewed before you this evening in compliance with the CGBR regulations. We also believe that we need to provide the commission with the opportunity to overlay the entire property with an HO zone. I say we need to do it for 2 reasons. One is our client, Mr. Ferrari, who I think still watching, although you may have turned off, would like to add a mezzanine floor of 2,400 square feet to the 1916 iconic original bank building. I know you discussed that during your staff briefing yesterday. And to do that, since it would be a 3rd floor, third floor situation, or mezzanine actually, for the building, the 3rd floor would not ordinarily allow office use, which is what we're proposing. However, under the HO zone regulations, one incentive is that the commission can authorize a use, any use that's permitted in the commercial zone to be used on any floor in the building, in a building in the HO zone. That's number one. Number two is technically in the CGBR zone, the first floor, as you all know, is supposed to be retail. So the new building, we would also look to that section of the HO zone and seek to have the commission approve the residential use, which of course is on West Putnam Avenue with residential uses across the street and also adjoining us. So it's through the utilization of those two provisions of the regulations, one the HO zone, the other is not so much a provision of the regulations, but the authority of the commission to change the zone of our western portion of the property. I think it's interesting to note too, because we have a rear lot line now that basically goes through the building. That was the addition along West Putnam Avenue, right at the CGBR line. So we would do away with a building that straddles two zones also. So I think we come up with a cleaner site here by making these changes. I think there is a benefit. I know the question was asked yesterday on this subject as to the benefit for the town. I think you all said to you, but the benefits to me here are fairly self-evident. Number one is you're going to have a facade easement and overall protection of the iconic, I'll use my word, bank building, which of course is right in the center of Greenwich Avenue, and cited in our records from the Historical Society as being really linchpin, if you will, for Greenwich Avenue. And while you have protections of the over right now, the Greenwich Avenue being a historic district, you know, anything could change over time from a regulation standpoint or from overall governmental standpoint. But if you have a deed restriction on a property, which is what happens with this overlay protection, that lasts forever. That's the one thing that does last forever. So that's the protection you have. I think it's also, I think somewhat should be all refreshing to you all to be dealing with an application on or near the avenue that actually is zoning compliant and not have an 830G project, lack of a better phrase, jammed down your throat, so to speak. So you have that benefit. I think we have a modest increase here in traffic really from this application, as opposed to what you see with a larger 830G type project. We're actually adding parking on the site. We all know it's historically deficient as to parking technically, but the added spaces coupled with a modest increase in floor area of the office, yes, but we're actually exceeding the number of additional parking spaces to what would be required for the additional 2,400 square feet. So overall, when we add it all up, from our standpoint, and we look at the cooperation we seem to now have with our neighbors, which is a major building, but with a lot of residents next door who have expressed concern in the past, as many commission members would recall, to the amount of traffic that would be generated from a 40 or a 60 unit building. We've got compatibility with the neighborhood, I think, both in terms of what they're looking for, which is some balance here. I believe Mr. Cohen's here, and I'm not sure about Mr. Malkin, whether he waited around or not, but they may be here and may hopefully say some kind words about this application. Mr. Ferrari and Mr. Molnar, my assistant, are also, I think, still awake. I'm just not entirely sure. But that's the
Mr.
overview
Ferrari's
of our
not here.
project. What we're really looking for here is some consent, some expression of support by commission members. We don't need to waste your time if there's really some major concerns about this. Of course, we'd like to know what they are, but we're hopeful that you would work with us and work with our neighbors to finally come up with a balanced project here that satisfies obviously our neighbors' concerns is satisfactory to Mr. Ferrari, and as I said earlier, should be somewhat refreshing to you all in that we're working within the confines of your regulations. Last but not least, and it's in my letter, as you all know, I think you all know, I shouldn't say you all know, Mr. Ferrari is the owner of 2 Deerfield Drive property that has 3 affordable units in it that had 20-year restrictions. And those restrictions die this November. And I've talked to him, and he's agreed that if we can get this application, ultimately through you, he would be more than happy to extend those affordable housing unit terms. I know he'd agreed to 40 years in any event, but that is you call it a further incentive, but it's meant to be a good faith gesture. As you know, John's been on affordable housing committee in the past and has been supportive of affordable housing, and he wanted to express that in this instance too.
Okay.
Getting spirit of community. With that, I'm done.
Okay, so quickly,
Yes.
I noted that you quoted 6155 mixed use, 1 parking space per unit. You are selling you are doing luxury condominiums.
Mhm.
I would counsel against it from a marketing point of view, as well as from a zoning point of view. We are tight for parking on the avenue. We don't want any of those cars on the street. There's a general tight supply, and you will sell less well anyway if you only have 1 spot.
Well, let me
Your
make a
market,
point, but-
don't argue with me.
I'm not arguing with you. I just want to point something out. I agree with you. I was
Okay.
just pointing out technically, but if you look at the number of parking spaces we're providing at least 2 per unit.
Okay, just technically do not, when you cited 6155, bad option. Because, okay, just don't even go there.
No
Second
problem.
thing.
No, we don't have to
second
go there.
thing,
I
okay,
agree.
because we would argue that 6155, we'd find a way of talking you out of it. Next,
Fine.
the commission expressed concern about the visual impact for the bank building. I'm very worried about that. As you say, not only is it iconic, but it is a contributing structure in the National Register.
I'm aware.
So, okay, so we just want to make sure that from the street, you don't mess up that building, how that building looks when I look up at it. So think about lighting, think about what you can see through the arched windows. That's what Ann Knoll mentioned yesterday. Parking is a concern always for me, and the historic structure. And Mary Jenkins. Unmute.
Mr. LaRoe had his hand up.
Oh, it's right over his clock, so I missed it. Go ahead, Mr. LaRoe. You can still be running the timer. The whole thing's supposed to take 20 minutes.
I didn't even realize that. Mr. Tessie, I just want to clarify. Or
Stopped.
what's that?
Keep talking.
Okay. The project you're considering would move the zone boundary and the rear building line?
Yes, yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure that everyone understands that, because I don't think I understood that when I read your very thorough letter.
Yeah, I maybe I didn't phrase it.
I
well.
understood it, and I was really curious about if that's really okay. Have we ever done that? But that's going to
Yes.
be staff's job. Have we
It's
ever?
been a while, Madam Chair, but we've done it in the past. So yes,
Okay, I don't remember.
it's like a map
us-
amendment in addition to, but yes, yep.
Okay.
The last
And
one I was involved with, just to help you, you were on the commission.
I've been on the commission since the Neanderthal days. Go.
Well, I think I was probably walking on all fours. But the last time that I was involved was actually down at the bottom of the avenue, the Morgan Manhattan building. I think Diane Fox was actually.
But we
convener at
didn't
the time.
approve it.
Yes, you did. You approved the rear, you changed the zone to CG.
Oh, and
Park,
then he
and you
and
moved
then
the
he
rear
did-
line to the real.
And then he didn't build it. Okay.
He chose not
Anybody
to build
else?
it.
Anybody else? Comments? I got yours, Anil.
Nope.
Bruce
Yeah.
Cohen has his hand up. Do we? Can
Mary,
you let him?
sorry,
in?
I took Mary's opportunity. Sorry.
Yeah, if you don't mind, Mr. Tessie, I'm struggling with the HO portion of your pre-app. HO talks about preservation, protection, enhancement, perpetuation of buildings and structures. And you're actually, yes, it's nice that the front will look the same, but you are actually changing the interior of a historic building from 1916. So I'm struggling a little bit with how that is preservation or protection. And my second point would be that any new construction in an HO zone is supposed to be compatible with and protective of the site's significant existing structures. And I just cannot wrap my mind around the fact that it does not seem to be compatible with or protective of a historic bank structure with a rotunda to have residential property uses in an HO zone. Again, the HO zone is very particular about protecting something of value and not changing it. And finally, it also says that a property must be used as it was historically or given a new use. There you go with your residential, but a new use that requires minimal change to spaces and spatial relationships. So I think I'm struggling with finding a way to see the quality of the changes that you're proposing in an HO zone when it does not seem to be protective of the very historic, valuable building that you're claiming is the basis for the historical zone designation.
Well, I think it's very protective, but I think there's also something you should realize. The portion of the property we were proposing the residential building on was not part of the original land on which the iconic building was built at all.
But you are, I'm sorry, but you are expecting the entire property to be designated as a historical overlay. And it does not say in 6109 only the portion that was originally historical. You're asking for the zone for the entire property.
I'm asking for the zone for the entire property because I don't think overall it serves to bifurcate the HO zone. I think you look at the overall proposal itself in terms of what we're offering as protective features. I don't think that that building that's being proposed imposes anything negative in any respect with regard to the bank building. The bank building itself, well, let me finish.
I think the point is to raise the, I'm sorry, Mr. Tessie. I've raised my question. I believe I'm supposed to allow.
So, Mr. Tessie, no arguing. The commission's telling you what we are going to focus on when you come in with your actual application. Don't try to convince us right now because we don't have anything in front of us technically. You just
4 minutes left. 4 minutes.
No,
you just don't answer. That's our guidance. Madam Jenkins has told you what she's going to consider, and you come back with an application prepared to do that. Can you let in Mr. Cohen, please? Patrick, my mouse is dead. We're going to let the public speak now. Does anybody else from the public wish to speak on this application at 240 Greenwich Avenue? Please raise your virtual hand. As long as we're letting in Mr. Cohen. Hello, Mr. Cohen.
Hello again. I'll take about the 2 minutes that's left. I represent and have for some time represented the Harborview Condominium Association, which consists of the 72 odd condominium units in the building immediately adjacent to the parcel that John has brought to your attention. Our building is at 40 West Elm Street. There's one important factor about this that may have some significance in your consideration in encouraging or discouraging Mr. Ferrari to proceed with this application. The issue is this, as I think you know, the Condominium Association has objected to every residential development which Mr. Ferrari through John has brought before you in the last 5 years. It's reached a point, in fact, where it's resulted in litigation, not litigation involving this commission or the town, but a title issue. And that trial in that case is scheduled for this year, before the end of this year. Mr. Ferrari, with a lot of input from the residents that I represent, has come up with a plan that they find very acceptable and appropriate for the location, and they support it. And we wanted you to know that the approval of this application, it would be an important step in resolving a longstanding dispute among neighbors that everyone would like to resolve. And we hope you give favorable consideration when Mr. Tessie comes in with his application.
Wow. This is
Yeah, I've got 37 seconds to go, but
no, it's just the 9:37. Patrick forgot to turn it back on.
it felt
He
too good.
forgot to restart it when Tessie, see, I almost called you Hagney again.
I feel like
Tessie
time has
stopped
stood
talking.
still all
It
night,
happens.
Madam Chair. I'm
All
just
right, so
recommending-
you're gonna make a convincing argument for 6109. You got the other more practical concerns. There you go. Anybody else? No. All right.
Okay, thank you.
All right. I mean, so a nice narrative on 6109 for us.
Well,
Help me.
20
Okay.
minutes, 9 seconds. Very good.
Awesome.
I could talk more about it, but I'm not.
No. Awesome, Mr. Tessie.
Have a good morning.
Bye-bye.
Hmm.
Oh, I hated that he said that.
That one stung.
That one's done. Okay. I hereby move approval of the June 11th meeting minutes. Mr. Yeski was absent. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oh, I forgot to get a second. Doesn't
Second.
matter. We approved it. Second.
Mr.
Levy seconded.
second, yeah.
Okay. And all in favor said aye, and we're good. I always do that at the end. Okay. Mr. McRae, do you want to do the why?
Yes, I can do the Y. I don't know why, but I'll do it. Okay, 259 East Putnam Avenue, PLPZ 2024-239, final site plan special permit applicants requesting to construct a 3-level 15,020 square foot addition with associated site work, interior changes on a 6.468 acre property located in the R20 zone. The commission finds as required, the property came to the commission as a pre-application at the 4/9/24 meeting under PLPZ 2024-120. The applicant has stated there will be no increase in facility membership. Traffic study is not required as there is no increase in membership. ARC issued comments from their 6/5 meeting indicating does not return. The health department issued a memo indicating approval of the project with comment. Conservation issued comments dated 7/9 indicating favorable recommendations to the proposal. Sewer division comments dated 7/8 indicating issues to be addressed during P&Z phase of review. Zoning issue comments on 7/31 indicating no issues with the proposal. And engineering issue comments on 8/6 indicating resubmittal prior to zoning permit. Zoning and building permit and wetlands issued a permit needs questionnaire on 5/8/24 indicating no action required. And the Greenwich Fire Department issued comments indicating no issues with access point to the site. Therefore, a motion to approve the following a revised lighting plan for the front south elevation of the building dated 7/23 by William Kennedy Associates has been deemed acceptable by the Planning and Zoning Commission. For sewer division comments, the applicant has submitted a letter dated 7/8/24 acknowledging sewer comments, and the sewer division issued an email dated 7/9/24 as written confirmation that the office does not object to the applicant receiving P&Z approval to move forward, and that any open items regarding the outstanding concerns can be addressed prior to obtaining their zoning permit.
Okay, so
Mr. Levy, do you have comments?
okay, so in our intro to Levy comments is, although the ARC signed off as the stuff that Nick just said on X date, and one commission, one planning and zoning commission member noted, expressed dissatisfaction with the proposed design because, Mr. Levy?
The prominence of this corner is significant and stands out with without without giving what is it, sorry, without referring back to the original structure, which one of the qualities of the original structure is its horizontality. And although there are some good efforts in the modern design to create a counterpoint with that front entrance and the winged vertical winged roof line. The corner itself is a little is not is a bit massive and top heavy, and the geometry is not doesn't reflect back on the building in a complementary way, and is simply different without giving any kind of understanding of what it's trying to do. It's just different. So I guess a better way to say this is that the structure is not complementary, and it does it doesn't try to tie in with using with materials. It doesn't try to tie in with relating back to the original structure. Proportionally, it is quite different, and the fenestration is a new element without adding any real understanding of what it's trying to do, and the materials are different without relating back to the original structure. So it's
Okay, so we'll probably have to condense that a little bit because
Yeah.
that was like a full page, but so we'll just make sure staff condenses that, but your basic points will be there. Yeah,
Thank you.
we'll bring it down to a long paragraph. Okay, so with the amended with the motion as amended and put forward, do we have a second?
Second.
All right, seated on this application are Albin, McRae, Levy, Lowe, and Yeski. Mr. McRae, how do you vote?
Aye.
Levy,
Nay.
Lowe,
Aye.
Yeski?
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 4-1, and we are done.